Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. Got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back.
got a squad on my right.
Running in for backup.
Yo, Ron, he's right there in front of you.
Sorry guys, it happened again.
Damn, that's one today.
All right, I'm back.
Someone cover me.
Got him, you got him. Yo, that's sweet.
Yeah, it is. We about to win this.
I can get used to this.
HyperX Alloy. Built strong because it has to be.
Blast X! New from Playzilla!
Because we're hot like fire. Generations go up. Generations. Turn it up a little higher. Generations go up. Things will slip. Because we're hot like fire, ain't any season. Still I roll like tire, we don't need reason. We build the empire. We build the empire. Because we're hot like fire. Generations go up. Generations. Turn it up a little higher. Generations go up. Things will slip.
The revive is a perfect rolling thunder. The grenade forces them in, and it's a 4K. Oh, the pin. Through the Omen smoke, Cleo's onto the spy cam to give himself a third.
Oh my god.
How?
Gets that kill.
No way. What? Ooh, 3, 4. How have they done that?
Welcome to the first ever Valorant First Strike Europe main event. We started with hundreds and hundreds of teams in the qualifiers, but we're now down to just 8. And this week, EU's finest will finally get a chance to battle it out and see who can claim that crown. I am Yingsu, and I'm beyond excited to present to you the 2 guests joining me on the analyst desk today. It is the voice of EU Valorant, Mitch, and the man who's definitely not biased towards G2, Lothar. Hi guys, it's absolutely great to finally have you here in Berlin, Germany.
Oh, it's amazing to be here. $100,000 on the line, best teams in Europe, open qualifiers, Sky, Icebox. There's so much going on right now. I can't wait to get these games started.
I'm still in that intro video, you know, and just bouncing around to the music. It's just so good, it's insane. But I'm so happy and excited to be here at the first Valorant Major.
Of course, the first massive EU Valorant event, and we are all here for one reason and one reason only, and that is, of course, to find the best team at EU First Strike. And here is a breakdown of everything that's taking place this week. We are in the knockout stage of the tournament. There are 4 quarterfinals, 2 today and 2 tomorrow, seeding in from the 2 weeks of qualifiers we had prior to the event. You'll also be able to find the 2 semi-finals here on Saturday, and we will end on Sunday with our best of 5 finale. Each day will start with a half-hour pre-show at 4:30, and Agent Select will be at 5 p.m. CET. But that is enough from me. Let's take a closer look at the teams that will be competing at the main event. First up, from the first week of qualifiers, we have G2, Team Liquid, G2, Team Liquid, Summon FC, and FPX. Of course, like I said, these 4 teams made it through the first week of the qualifiers. So in theory, they are our better teams in this tournament. But Lothar, would you say that we are looking at the 4 best teams in Europe right now?
It's hard to say if they are the best, but you can definitely say they're the most pressured. They have to, let's say, convince everyone of their position. Will it be for G2, the best in the world, right? Team Liquid, do they actually stand as a tier 1 team in this competition, right? Then we have also Summon FC, who are kind of like perceived by pro players to be one of the best teams, but they didn't prove yet to the public that they will, you know, have to earn their place. So in general, the teams coming from the week 1, they have a lot of pressure in front of them, but we'll see how they go.
Well, of course, in the quarterfinals, those 4 teams we just mentioned will be taking on the 4 teams that came through the second week of qualifiers, and they are Nopenki, Auglis, Prodigy, who used to be called Prodigy, Purple Cobras, and Team Heretics. Mitch, how serious are these 4 teams as contenders, or are they really coming into this on the back foot?
You know, I never want to say a team is coming in as food for the bigger teams, but to an extent, I'll say it this way. For Orglis and Purple Cobras, I don't expect as much of them against the teams from the first week. But for a team like Heretics, although the public might underestimate them and not know them all too well, I don't think that the other teams in this tournament will give them that same leisure. They are a very skilled team, definitely one that can cause upsets, especially with how the brackets have worked out for them in the first set. And then Nolpenki, a team that's been around for forever, it seems like. They haven't picked up an organization. They've had roster changes, most recently bringing in CNET and VAC. There's a lot of potential there. I don't think they'll be able to take the crown off of the likes of a G2 or Challenge in FPX, but it's a proving ground for a team like Nolpenki to get their foot in the door, show the world what they're capable of, and possibly pick up an organization. Because at the end of the day, for teams like Orglis, for teams like Nolpenki, that is the goal here, to show yourself off, and who knows, maybe they could be the next Fnatic.
Yeah. And one thing is certain, if Fnatic gonna pick up someone here, you know, from the tournament, it's gonna be the second place.
Again, not biased towards G2 at all, ladies and gentlemen. Well, yesterday marked the 6-month anniversary of the release of Valorant. That's right, the game has already been out for 6 months, and would you look at that? I am also joined by Jonas and Hypok. Guys, it is also great to have both of you here in Berlin, Germany as well. And as I was saying, the game has been out for 6 months now, which also means the competitive scene have had 6 months to develop. So looking at this tournament that we're going into this week, what does this mean in the grand scheme of the Valorant competitive scene?
I mean, 6 months has absolutely flown by in my eyes, but you know, so far we've had the appetizers. Here we are, the main course. This is the week where, you know, we're officially looking to crown the kings of Europe. I can't be more excited to be here, obviously, to obviously crown those first champions. It's really exciting. I think we've got a fantastic, you know, bracket on our hands and potentially a couple of upsets.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing. Now that we recently had some changes to Killjoy and Cypher, we don't really know if the meta actually is going to be what we are expecting. So I think that's a really cool thing, that we have this huge event, but we also have huge changes to how the heroes work, which means that we don't really know what's going to happen, and maybe some of the smaller teams can cause some upsets, and that's what I'm really excited to see. We have Sky coming in here with a lot of flashes, we have Icebox coming in, and I hope to see some crazy plays on Icebox.
As you said, we have smaller teams, but small does not mean they are weak, and there is plenty of amazing talent across this tournament. I want to focus on some of the players that are standouts, you know, those that can have the biggest impact for their teams. Hypok, why don't you get us started on who you think should be a player to watch over the next 4 days?
Well, I've gone very bold. I've actually picked a Raze main. It's actually Zipan from FunPlus Phoenix. I mean, this guy has looked absolutely fantastic for a team that, in my eyes, you know, FPX have been on an upward trajectory recently, you know, really closing the gap and becoming one of the top contenders in the region. A lot of this comes around, you know, that duelist role is the one we expect to go out, make these highlight plays. I mean, his aim is on point, and just the way in which he plays Raze has been fantastic to see.
Yeah, personally, I know you all probably expected me to say something like a Sova player, but I'm actually gonna do something different. I'm gonna go with Mixwell. And Mixwell, of course, he's a Jet player, and of course, he's using the daggers, and he's using the operator a lot, what we call the Wardell kick W strat, if you'd like. And the reason why this is so common is because it works so well. If there is a really strong Jet player with a really good reaction time, and he plays really well with the operator, it's really hard for a team to counter it at the moment. So it's gonna be excited to see if any teams are able to do just that.
Well, thank you so much, guys. It's great to speak to you. I'm sure we'll see you both on the caster desk very soon. So I am going to head back over here because there are 2 more players I feel like deserve that spot as players to watch this week. And I'm going to come to you, Lothar. Who is your pick?
I'm going to pick someone who's, let's say, less known to the public eye, and that will be Pora from Team Heretics. Team Heretics in general is a team that I will be looking very closely after in this tournament, because I feel like they might upset, you know, a lot of teams in general. And Pora is this silent, let's say, deadly force behind the team. He's lurking a lot. He gets insanely valuable information for the teams. He's also playing Cypher, which comes hand in hand with his playstyle. And when he gets that precious clutch, like an example, the 3K that he got on bind with Classic against that full buy round, it turns the game around. Like, Pora's insane.
Pora is definitely a player to watch. I agree with you 100% there. I'm going to go back into the realms of familiarity for the general public. When we look at the players everybody will know, Scream comes to mind, 100%. And we can't go through one of these segments without bringing him up. He's got a very, very big history going throughout all of Counter-Strike. Obviously played on teams like G2, Titan, Envy. You have to say as well, though, coming into this game, he hasn't been two-dimensional. He's known for being a good individual player. But when he joined up Fish123, obviously they got Team Liquid. He was helpful in getting that. Also then moved into different roles. Sage, Breach, playing a more supportive role for the team, showing that he doesn't just play for himself. He's happy to set his teammates up for success. And then we see that even more so in his new adaptation of Jett, where he's actually, again, playing for the team, helping out with executes in a non-traditional manner, where usually Jett's the operator. And of course, we cannot have a conversation about Scream without talking about those one taps.
Of course, Mitch. And Scream will have plenty of time to click on those heads today, because Team Liquid will be taking on Team Heretics in the first quarterfinals of today.
Team Liquid, they were built to be the destroyers of everything within Europe, and they missed the mark. But now they're looking to find their form again when Artist goes to G2 and they bring in Scream, another legend of the FPS genre.
They're able to get a player out of position. Scream, he runs right through. He stops somebody. No man. 3 kills on him. Flawless round to close.
His skill is unmatched. Mechanically speaking, he's a god, and he has shown that in many different games, and he's doing it again in Valorant. This Liquid lineup, if anything, have a great balance between extremely skilled player and versatile, game sense heavy players.
How do you think you're going to match up to the likes of G2 and FPX, and are you even practicing against them at this point?
Don't practice versus the top teams. Like we've tried practicing them before, but then it gets to a point where no one wants to show anything. Side aspects of coming up against Heretics is the fact that they seem to be using Sage on every map.
6 HP and he sticks it. Oh, that's a robbery.
Something not really seen since the beta, so it's going to be a bit of a meta shift for us, and something that we need to be able to adapt to quickly to be able to take the win versus them.
And what do you think you have in terms of like the biggest advantage over those type of teams?
We've got Sliggy and Scream. The SNS duo, those guys. Sliggy's got the fucking master brain, and Scream just hits the headshots.
This is one of these teams where, you know, between Lowell and Nuki and their previous success, like, let's be real, they were challengers in CS. You would expect them to look to success in a very hungry fashion. Line up and knock down. Ooh, 3, 4.
Honestly, mate, that looks so easy. Was it as easy as it looked to us?
Yeah, like, I'm pretty much playing Omen and Brim. I didn't do my teammate just did their thing pretty much.
How is this happening? A 5 versus 3 with Classic.
When you look at their stats, they're amazing. They have about 100% win rate on some maps, arguably with an easier record, but they didn't have to battle such big teams.
Catch the rotates. I mean, they're running in with their knives out. Oh, 4 kills.
Our opponent is going to be Team Liquid. I know all the players. They came from CSGO. Liquid with the Screen, they are even better, but I think we can beat them. But I think it's going to be a really close game for sure.
We have Sliggy and Scream indeed, but they also have Fish123. Let's not forget, one of the most celebrated teams back in the beta. I mean, they have everything. They have a good coach, they have a great org, they have the backing, they have the support. In fact, there's not many things that, quite frankly, they don't have. But taking that into consideration, Mitch, do we feel like maybe they have underperformed and haven't gotten the results they should be getting, given the resources they've had over the last few months?
I mean, the only thing they're missing is a trophy at this point. And for Team Liquid, it's been a constant struggle to even get into that top 2 bracket. Really, it comes down to how the brackets are structured, whether they'll make it there. They struggle versus FPX, versus G2. And for a team like Liquid, sure, they'll be happy to be top 3, but, well, for now at least. But in the long run, if they start falling down now that these open qualifier teams come through, I think that's where the organization starts to have a little bit of a problem, where the team starts to have some issues. So I think, yes, they've definitely underperformed in that they're not competing. Because when you look at the FPX and G2 games, it's not like they're close. It's not like Liquid are almost there. They tend to just get absolutely stomped. They're in like this tier of their own where they're not quite able to battle the top guys, but they can still beat the lower down teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But I also kind of think the problem with Liquid is that they didn't find their identity yet. They were trying. They are known for being the most experimental team in Europe, right? They try different stuff. They try no smokes, only flashes. They try Reyna on Scream, then they pick it up for Sage, then it goes back to Reyna, and so on and so on. And finally now, I feel like in this tournament, this is a turning point for them to prove that with the Scream on Jett, they are able to play consistently and they are able to show off as a team.
Well, before we get deeper into what they're like in game, Mitch, I just wanted to quickly talk about how they got to where they are now, because even though we have this narrative of them maybe underperforming, definitely underachieving, they deserve to be here, and they did the work to get here. So talk me through their journey throughout this first strike qualifiers.
Yeah, just to echo that, they are definitely still one of the best teams in Europe, and they're very close to that top. I'd say top 4 is a safe bet for Liquid at the moment. They just need to push that little bit further. Now, going through the qualifiers, okay, best of ones, they are what they are at the end of the day. Anybody can beat anybody. That's the mantra we go with. They did have a close game versus Team Finest. It was 13-11. So we very nearly saw them have to go through the second qualifier to get into the first set of playoffs. When they made it to playoffs, again, BO1s versus HS Deer was a notable team where I was a little worried for them. They managed to come out with that 13-7 win, pretty decent. And then finally versus Prodigy, the best of 3. 13-11 on the first map. I'm getting a little bit worried, and they smacked them 13-5. At the end of the day, they went through without dropping a single map, which is fantastic for them. They made it through the first set of qualifiers and straight through the playoffs without losing a map. I don't think you can ask for much more. Again, though, some of those games were kind of close, so it's not like they're untouchable.
Well, just after everything we've seen them throughout the qualifiers, I know we didn't get that many streams, but we did see them play a best of 3. So Lothar, with all that information taken into consideration, what can we expect from this team once they get on the server? Like, what are we looking out for?
That's so interesting to talk about because, you know, from one side, we would love to see Team Liquid play more official matches, like get more information about them in general, how they play, right? But at the same time, since they only played 7 maps in the first qualifier and they just got through to the main event, they have more time to practice. So what I expect from them is to come up with something new. Train on Icebox, be prepared for that new map, maybe train with Sky, get that new, let's say, composition to surprise the enemies. And I think this might be also a factor that will put a lot of, let's say, how do I say that? Strength against other people, or other teams that didn't have that much time, especially since Heretics, they went through the second week, so they might have less time to prepare with those new stuff.
This team, they like prepping their stuff. For anyone that's been following the Valorant scene for a while, they do their homework. And that's sort of massively down to the team they have behind them, the coach Sliggy and so on. Mitch, you've worked a few events now with Team Liquid, and you've seen how they've grown and developed and how Sliggy has managed to bring so much to this team. How would you sum up sort of his efforts and his impact to a team like this? So
invaluable. I think you see it in the video there where Eccles was saying, like, we have Sliggy and we have Scream, and to be up in that area where your name is alongside Scream without even having to get on the server, I mean that's phenomenal. And you can see it in that it's not just in the prep he does behind the scenes, because let's be honest, there's no way for us to know exactly what he brings to the table because we're not in those practice sessions. But then you watch even when he just does on his own streams, he is watching every region. He knows all the compositions that are out there. He's theory crafting constantly and pushing the team to try new things. And I think the best thing about Liquid for me is the fact that they're not afraid to be laughed at. And what I mean by that is that what you said about this Blast comp, right? When they came into Blast and they played with no smokes or nothing but jet, they're playing majority flashes. It was a composition that everybody was saying, like, how the hell do you think you can get away with that?
And it's a big tournament as well.
It was a 50K. It was the biggest tournament to date at that time. So they came into that trying a completely new thing. And obviously, and I said it at the time, so I was working that event, if it works, you're a genius. If it fails, you're a moron. Everyone's just going to laugh at you and go, how did you ever think that was going to work? But that's how you find out new things. And in a game like this, that kind of innovation is necessary. And Liquid are not afraid to be the ones to step forward and say, hey, we're going to innovate. And I guess you don't expect it from someone like G2. If you're at the top and you're winning every game, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? You're not going to mess with that comp. But for someone like Liquid, they know where they are. They're good, but they need to get better. And so they do exactly what they need to. And without Sliggy there, I don't think it will be possible.
Yeah. What I really love about Valorant is that every single 2 months, we're going to have a new agent, right? So this will change the metagame constantly. Teams will have to innovate. There will be no stale moment in the metagame where teams can just be like, whatever, we just play whatever we play, right? And then there will be no innovation needed. Because I feel like those teams that will just be in their own safe place, they will just get wrecked at some point by the innovative teams.
Well, it's fair to say that Sliggy probably hasn't been challenged that much yet throughout the first Strike qualifiers, but they will have a massive challenge today because they're going up against Team Heretics, a team I know that Lothar is extremely excited about.
Yes.
Tell us why you're so excited about this team, because on paper, they are not as well established as the likes of Team Liquid.
Well, they almost went through the first qualifier, and they lost to NIP 11-13 on Aston, which was very close, by the way, like insanely close, even closer than on paper. But in general, this is a team that caught my eye because they play in a style that I love. You know, they work as a team, as just like 5 fingers on one hand, working together to establish map control, to get informations, to trade, perfect usage of utility with follow-ups. It all looks just so nice, you know? And because of that, I really put a lot of faith into Heretics when it comes to this tournament, because I feel like the public eye doesn't really know them well, right? So they don't expect anything. But when it comes to professional teams, professional players who scream against them, they actually do say they're very strong. So from my perspective, I feel like Heretics might be actually a little bit favored.
I mean, Lothar, you mentioned earlier when we talked about those 4 teams from the first batch of qualifiers that in theory, Team Liquid, G2, Summon FC and FPX, you know, are the stronger teams. But if you are saying that Team Heretics could be the favorites going into this matchup, are you then by extension saying that perhaps Team Liquid are unlucky that they drew the short straw? They probably picked the worst and the hardest opponent they could have gotten?
I do think so. I think Heretics is the strongest team coming from week 2, and it's a little bit unlucky for Liquid to already meet them.
I think I have to agree with that 100%. I think they're the toughest team by far. No, Panky would be uncomfortable just because they've got those individuals, but a team like Heretics, I mean, I've got personal history with Niso. I know him from way back in Battalion. He was an insane player back there. He's coming into this, again, delighted to see him coming in on a top team. What was interesting to me even, and it builds on your point of saying Heretics are the favorites, and listen, for the last few months, I've been a big spokesperson of, as everyone has really, ranks mean nothing. And I don't just mean that in my matchmaking games, because I'll say it there too, but ranks in terms of the ranking systems that websites have. But if you look at VLR.gg, currently rated number 4th are Heretics, while Liquid are 8th. So actually, even according to that system, now take it with a massive, I wouldn't say a pinch of salt, I'd say a bucket of salt, but still, you will see that those stats say that Heretics are the favorites. And I think we're in for a really tight game between these two. I think Heretics will bring the fight to them. And for Liquid, this is someone that they might even struggle to prepare against, because a lot of the maps that Heretics have got on record are in that first strike qualifier where they weren't actually being streamed. So that's another big issue.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
In general, the rankings right now are kind of like pointless because we don't have just enough sample size to actually judge the teams. But once we're getting more and more into, you know, competitive scene, more tournaments next year with the Challenger Series, Master Series, and then Worlds, this is something that will just show which teams should be perceived as the best ones. Right now, it's very fidgety, let's say.
I mean, I'm just going to have to speak up for Team Liquid real quick, because there's going to be a lot of people watching this who aren't going to be massively happy with you two saying that Heretics are going into this as the favorites. But Mitch, I'm going to let you tell us how Heretics got here, because maybe if we had a little bit of context, we can sway a few people.
Well, I mean, their route has been pretty tough, right? They had to fight in a lot of games. As I said, you were bringing up earlier.
13 maps.
30 maps?
13.
13. So the system that they had, they were building up across 2 weeks, BO1 after BO1 against teams that they didn't know. And it's tough, you know? These open qualifiers is something that we highlighted. And actually, to be honest, I didn't think we would see G2, FPX, and Liquid all make it through in the same run, especially with Summon there as well. Those are what I consider the top 4 teams. I thought someone would be upset, you know, a random team you've never played against. Maybe they're playing Sage and Viper or something like that on Haven. You're just not ready for it. But no, they managed to make it through. So for Heretics, it was a real grind for them. The problem for me is that even with the fact that they managed to make it through, you look at their history, they're mostly flawless, but you look at the teams they're playing. They're never really the best. They haven't played any of what we'd say are like the top 10 teams out there at the moment.
Well, in week 2, it was definitely easier for them than in week 1. Not even because of the fact that they advanced for week 2, but the results in every single map they had was like 13-4, 13-5. the closest one was against Martin Gaming 13-10, but that's about it. Every other map was just basically a stomp. In the playoffs for them was against Finest, which they won 13-2 and 13-3. Like, that's basically nothing.
And actually, an interesting point then, what I was saying about Finest earlier, that was the team that Liquid beat 13-11 on Bind. So a very different scoreline there between those two teams playing the same opponent.
I mean, we can't judge anything by that. I think we're
Transitive
getting
properties.
dangerous territory here. It's interesting you guys brought up maps because for the first time ever, we will have 5 maps in this tournament. And the new pick and ban system means there are plenty of chances for teams to bring out Icebox. I do have confirmation that the map vetoes are in. Let's see what Team Liquid and Heretics decided to go with. Well, we won't be seeing Icebox, unfortunately, because it has been banned out. Heretics banned Icebox, and Team Liquid, as kind of predicted, banned Haven, which means they are going to start on Split, and followed by Ascent and Bind. Starting on Split, for me, is absolutely crazy. For those of you who don't know this, it's a massively Team Liquid favorite map. Of course, they picked it. I am actually surprised Heretics didn't ban out Split and just float Icebox. But Lothar, what do you think about those map picks?
That's exactly what I wanted to say. Like, Heretics, I don't think they ever played Split in their week 1 or week 2. I don't even think they played it in any officials. So
they played it twice, I think I managed to find in officials. But that's going back a while. That's across their 35 on record.
So when I was watching their VODs, I never have seen anything for Split because they just kind of don't play it. So I'm really surprised here. Really surprised because we know that Team Liquid is very strong on Split. They have it prepared. I think that, as you said, might be their favorite map. So letting them allow to play it, it's kind of weird. But at the same time, this might be telling us a different story. Maybe Heretics know that Liquid prepared so well on Icebox that it's even stronger for them than Split.
So the games that Heretics have played on Split were versus Giants and Movistar. It was 2 out of 35 of their maps on record were played on that map. That's pretty tough. You know, to leave that through, to me, tells me that they've actually been preparing specifically for First Strike. That they've come into this to sort of float and allow the statistics to say that maybe this isn't a map that they play, probably something they'll ban so teams don't prepare against them. And it's something that we've actually been excited to see from a lot of the teams out there. Were they going to be hiding things, hiding strats, hiding map pools, and faking out? Maybe you scrim constantly on Haven, but you plan to ban it. That sort of thing. And evidently, or I would hope so, that's something that Heretics have done because this is the strongest map for Liquid. In the last 3 months, they've played 13 maps, and a lot of those have been split, and a lot of those have been split wins as well. So I would be quite scared if I was Heretics coming into this one blind.
Yeah, I mean, I would not want to play Liquid on Split. That will be my permaban. However, are we saying that this could be like a 10,000 IQ move by Heretics? Because there is no VOD out there. Sliggy cannot possibly anti-strat Heretics on Split. This could just be a free win because there's plenty of things they can watch Team Liquid do on the other side. So they might actually have the upper hand coming into this, knowing what Liquid are going to do. But to be honest, we aren't quite sure what Heretics could do on Split. But that also means that Liquid aren't quite sure what Heretics are going to do on Split either. So either, I feel like, it's going to be a stomp, or it's going to be the biggest brain move ever. And I'm hoping it's the latter. And I'm sure you are as well, Lothar.
I hope it won't be a stomp, but this is a beautiful example of, the first Valorant major. For us as analysts, this is absolutely delightful because we can read into the strategy of the teams, learn from the teams what their playstyle right now is. The one thing I worry about is that Heretics are playing Split first. If they will get stomped by Liquid in the first map, it will put a wrench into their bike right now and they will just, fall off it because there will be no momentum. So this is a little bit worrying for me.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think realistically for Liquid, this is a high pressure zone for them. They've gotten the map out that they would probably want, at least from our perspective. But there is always that thing in the back of my mind when it comes to an event like this in a scene that doesn't have anywhere near the same amount of games that you would have in other FPS titles going on officials, that is. You do not know what's going on behind the scenes. We don't know if Heretics have exclusively practiced Split against the teams they've been playing. We don't know if they've got an amazing amazing approach to it, but based on what we're seeing, that is, on paper, a very easy first map for Liquid. I mean, I view that as a mistake because Icebox, we know Liquid have been looking to play it. I mean, Sliggy's been talking about it on a stream, the comps they were playing around with. For Heretics, maybe they want to ease away from it because they haven't got much prac. I know a lot of players don't like the map currently, although players just don't like change in general. And then the fact that Liquid have pracked it, maybe they got a little bit spooked. But maybe that's exactly what Liquid wanted.
Well, with all this on the table now, are we sticking with our predictions? Because I feel like, Mitch, you've switched teams after seeing the map vetoes. You've gone with a bit of a Heretic because, you know, they could be the favorites too. Yeah, they are losing map 1.
Look, I think I'm going to go with the stats every time. I'm going to go with what I know. There's always going to be factors we can't take into consideration. So for me, Liquid get a free map. It should be at least a 2-1 win for them. I'm on their side.
Oh, Lothar, what about you? You're going to have to really sell this one for me to believe that Heretics have a chance.
You know, I was favoring them 55 to 45. Right now, with the map, the first pick, I'm not really sold myself on that 55% for Heretics, but I really hope they will just pull through and do basically an upset right now, because we all perceive Team Liquid as a tier 1 team. I'll be, let's say, maybe more certain about what will happen when I'll see the characters agent selection, right? If Heretics pick up a Viper, I'm gonna know they are prepared.
Oh, I love that, Lothar. I love that. Well, it's good that you mentioned Agent Select because we are going into Agent Select. And now, let's see what these teams have prepared for on Split. I think on the side of Team Liquid, we are probably going to see some things we've seen already. I would be surprised if Team Liquid decide to sort of switch it up. But as you guys can see on your screen right now, that they are locking in their agents. What do we think, guys? First impressions?
I like that Scream is going to be sticking with the Jet. I think in combination with Link on Omen, they can get a lot of those executes in towards the site. As we said before, you know, Scream, we didn't talk too much on the desk about it, that he doesn't actually use the operator with this Jet. If you're looking at this, you know, as a new viewer, you're coming in, you're like, oh, okay, so Scream's the opera for this team. That's odd, because he never used it in the past. And actually, no, he still doesn't. Instead, uses those smokes so that Omen, obviously, he has that wind-up time. He lines up a smoke, throws it. You can do it at the start of the round if you want to faster execute. But then you have to get the other one, take it out, throw it, kind of line it up again, push it. There's time for it to travel, to land. It takes a long time. You're telegraphing the play that you're going to push that site if you're going for a faster execute. So that's why it's nice then to have that Jet to throw down another smoke separately and you get into the site very quickly.
Yeah, this is a very good point, which now Heretics are actually lacking. They play, instead of a Jet, instead of a Jet, they play Reyna, which is a very egoistical character, right? She plays for herself typically. The flashes, rather the blinds that she does, have an activation time so people can follow it up, like a breach, an example. But still, the character puts a lot of just, you know, pressure on herself instead of the team. And I'm really surprised actually by this pick, because I thought they're going to be playing with a different set of characters, since they will lose a lot of possible let's say execution time on attack, right? When they play Reyna, they lack the mobility, which now the Liquid has, and this is going to be amazing to watch because they should have a plan how to use that Reyna.
The other aspect as well that I think we need to touch on is the fact that Heretics are one of those teams that play with a Sage. We see it come through here again, and when I say one of those teams, I mean Heretics are the team. I actually don't know another team that commits as heavily as Heretics do on every single map. Could help them out on Icebox for sure, but as we come into Split, this is where I'm curious to see exactly how they're going to deploy it. I really like their combination of the Sage and Cypher to maintain control when it comes over towards Haven. But on Split versus a team like Liquid, it's going to be quite difficult to really pump the brakes on that team when they've got that faster execute potential.
Yeah, I'm kind of just weirded out by the composition by Team Heretics, because who will be on B, right? It has to be Cypher, then we have Reyna on A, but when you play Cypher on Split, you typically want to also kind of like, you know, change it up a little bit, go on one side this time, go on the second side this time, but then that leaves probably B out for Reyna. And you would like to combine Sage and Raze on Heaven B to get the combination of slows and the paint shells to get the maximum damage possible out of them. So it's gonna be a little bit awkward with that Reyna on defense. I'm really wondering what is going to happen here.
Well, I'm very excited to see the Reyna because it is Niso. It's finally time, guys. This is the Valorant First Strike EU main event, and we are heading into map number 1 of Team Liquid versus Heretics. Take it away, Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute pleasure to bring you guys this. Hypoc, I mean, we've got the agents, we've got the maps, we've got everything we need to get ourselves locked in for this very first map. But what stood out to you? Lothar questioning some of the picks from Heretics. The map pool even brought into contention as well. This is curiosities we're seeing coming out.
I think it is. I mean, they made some really good points on the desk there, especially the fact that Heretics actually is kind of an unknown coming into this. It definitely stands out as one of the stronger teams coming through, and definitely one of the challenges if we kind of separate that top four that we've been used to talking about. The one thing I will say is we're going to split first. This actually sets the upset story, to be honest with you. If Liquid lose this one out, this is, I want to say, their strongest map in terms of macro and preparation.
All right, guys, girls, everyone else. It's the first time we get to see this. First game, first map here for First Strike. You're going to have Liquid. Some of the first big names picked up. They had Scream coming in on the roster. The man's a living legend. Up against Heretics. Now, the desk highlighted it, and we're going to be keeping on this. These guys, we don't know what to expect. The murmurs behind the scenes, in the scrims, and everything, they turn some heads, but we haven't seen it officially. We're into this one, Hypoc. Where are we looking right now?
I mean, looking initially, obviously got a little bit of a technical pause to start things off, but looking like we've got a heavy stack over towards being the pistol round. And one thing I will say, Liquid's pistol success rate on both attack and defense on Split, it's head and shoulders above the other maps. And also, you know, on the back of that, the round 2 conversion, we know how quickly things can kind of get out of hand on Split. You know, a map can very quickly snowball.
You're spot on. And I kind of want to, though, flip the coin on that and kind of highlight the fact that we know Liquid are very good here. These guys certainly have kind of made their mark up until this point. On this map as well, some of those pistol rounds, as highlighted, this isn't something unheard of. If we know it, hopefully, the other team knows it as well.
Yeah.
They better be prepared for this. This is why a question mark comes in with Split being able to be played. Icebox being floated makes some sense here, but it does open up that pick to fall to Liquid. So again, it's a dangerous territory, but it could be looked at by Heretics.
I mean, grand scheme of things, yes, Heretics will have a better data sample to go away, do their homework, come to this event absolutely best equipped to cause that upset. But also, you know, in terms of confidence, right? Getting a front runner out in round 1 and advancing over that for this team, I mean, so far relatively undecorated. Not really their own fault, but this is the big hurdle, and it's the first one for me.
Yeah, and again, guys, no need to kind of keep you in the dark. Obviously, a little bit of a pause coming in, but once that's all resolved and good to go, we'll be jumping live into it. Do not fear. It's time for you to get your predictions going. Get a little thought going in chat. I can't read it. I've been told off. I'm not allowed to. But I promise you, someone out there is monitoring your predictions. I'm lying. But still, let us know who you think is actually going to be coming away with this one, because those in the know have definitely opened up a chance for a bit of wiggle room, and we may not even see it in map 1. The danger does become with the potential of a reverse sweep. I'm sure the desk could discuss that if we do see what we kind of theorize here, that technically for Liquid, I feel they are the ones who have the most to lose in this, whereas obviously the opposition here, not the same scenario. They can kind of come in as the underdogs, no real eyes on them, no real stress.
I mean, they're setting us up. They're setting us up potentially for the reverse sweep. I mean, if Liquid drops Split. And again, you know, stats-wise, there's not an awful lot to look back on and say, you know, Heretics versus Liquid, but I mean, stats-wise, you've got to be leaning towards starting as a 1-0 for Liquid here.
100%. And even then, beyond that, let's take a wider picture. I know some people have been really keeping up to date at home, but Liquid have proven themselves in far more best-of-3 scenarios. So when the game has not just been that best-of-1, they do very well. They've shown depth to their map pool. They have Sliggy, the coach behind, the kind of puppet master, if you will, he's a geeky man, all right? He's worked out all the keen stuff. He's been there grinding and setting up the team. Look, Scream, that is the headshot machine, all right? He just takes his time, you know? You don't want him fired up straight away. You slow build.
Isn't that iconic, though? That's the energy we're entering this first best-of-3 series with. I love it. But you know what? That's when he's most deadly. When he's kind of relaxed, he can go out there, do his thing. I mean, he's built that name for himself.
Exactly. I mean, this guy, when you talk about Scream, I've had the honor of casting some of his highlights from the past. And this guy knows how to handle pressure, how to deliver under pressure, whereas these other players with Liquid, yes, as of late, they have been in the spotlight. They have had pressure on them, but not to the grand scale of this. So again, having him there is actually a big bonus.
And it is a big thing. I mean, if I'm to dive a little deeper into that, Lauren, Liquid have had a rough time.
Yeah.
Since losing Ardis. That Fish 1, 2, 3 kind of legacy, there's a there's an allowance period after obviously that roster change. And obviously since Scream coming into this, we've seen glimmers of hope. We've seen glimmers of magic from Liquid, but they need to solidify that consistency.
And I hate to be the naysayer. And I'll do it for the sake of those who know this game inside out, who've been dedicated since the very opportunity to watch it. People did question, was Scream the right fit?
Yes.
Is he a natural-born opper, for example? Because that's what they were kind of missing when they lost Ardis, who's proven to be a very diligent secondary opper for G2.
Yes.
Now, picking up someone like Scream, you do get a couple of bonuses, right? You get the man can hit headshots, and at the very core of it, you put the mouse on the head and you click, and you win at least the fight. But there has been that question for sure. I think a lot of people are still impressed, and it looks like we are almost ready to go. So guys, thank you for your patience. It's time now to get ourselves ready. You can see everyone's back in the server, but as we see it's in the server, I have full faith the game will be starting very soon.
Well, as well, this other conversation on the desk, and I know they touched on it with Screaming over to the Jet. This is, I think, going to be the first real test of that change, that internal change. Because obviously we look at Reyna, she's very self-sufficient. You know, you've got that peel ability. You can put yourself into a one-and-done spot and actually have that get-out-of-jail-free card if you hit the shots. And again, it goes without saying, Scream is a player that will hit that shot 9 times out of 10.
Now, kind of let's take it a step back as well. It's not just the Scream show, though. Liquid have proven, without him, you could argue they were just as strong, if not stronger, in a different meta in the game, in a different version of the game. These very early start with Ardis and when they were Fish 1, 2, 3. But that was a different time, and these are very different opponents. The opponents they're coming up against, these guys are grinders. And if people have paid attention, they'll know a couple of names. I know a couple of names. They come from previous titles. They have experience aplenty. Who stands out to you with Heretics? Who's the name you want to watch? I'm looking at to see if Scream performs to the level I want to see Scream perform at. But from Heretics, where's your eyes going?
My eyes go towards Niso and Pora. Those are two guys that have come up huge time and time again in terms of clutch and just putting in consistent work for Heretics.
All right. No pressure, guys. You just have Hypoc judging you. But the time is almost counting down. Again, once again, thank you for your patience. It wouldn't be the first event if there wasn't a lot.
You get to listen to us for a few minutes.
Here we go. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. All right, we are live into this one. We can kind of take stock of everything we've expected, but I want a vicious start from Liquid to really pose a threat and pose a point to be made. But it's Heretics getting a little aggy to start with. I like this, but look at this mid-control straight away, flying up, instantly looking for fights, and they're going to find them and lose them. Scream goes down early, and Heretics, would you go back? Would you? Oh, the double dip, going to take down 2, but now an avenue is opened.
Yeah, and actually Niso kind of staying alive for as long as possible. Pora's actually got a huge task ahead of him here. Echo's going to fall, Nukia finds that one. Soulcast trades back, Cryptix finds Nukia as well, so it's down to one-man Cryptix now coming into heaven. He finds himself in a 1v2 situation. Peeks actually out, finds that one.
He's isolated it, but does he know where? Oh my word, I thought he had it. I thought he'd isolated the Omen on the other side well enough, but no. And we discussed those pistol rounds for Liquid. They were a high point, but the pace the opposition just came in with, they were willing to find information fast.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, I'm going to take a look at it now, obviously with the benefit of seeing how the buy's going to come out. Liquid, notorious for buying back into round 2. This is that play with Niso in ropes. He actually gets the heal up. The trapwire gets activated as well, but the double swing from Liquid obviously eventually trades that out. But, I mean, the round's kind of done there when Rain is able to get 2 kills in ropes like that.
But I liked what Heretics did on their defensive side. They got aggressive over by B halls, and we might see it again. This might be a consistent or something they just simply want to train into the heads of Liquid. This could be something that, hey, you don't get this for free. So we keep map control building in our favor.
Yeah, I like this. Heretics, again, like you said, starting that conditioning process. Nuki actually sends the boom bot into mid. Link's lined up with this paranoia as well. He's actually going to send it in. Nuki's going to get caught off guard here. The triple swing through Mail does get away with his life. They do have the option to heal. You see now we'll send that over, but Liquid finding 4 in heaven here.
They're playing for territory. They've taken angles, they've taken space, and if they're patient, they'll hold for a second, see if, again, anyone gets over-aggressive, if anyone peeks into this and allows a pick to happen. The purchase is substantially better with Heretics. Look at the guns. They've upgraded a few, no big rifles out, but enough to, pack a punch here. So looking at that, you've got to consider here that Liquid are playing a smart game. They want to try and force the opponents to make a mistake, but for now, we're seeing a very patient side.
Yes. Yeah, you can see now they're just waiting for... I mean, Heretics not really giving anything away, obviously, against these pistols. They're going to go for a full-on push towards the stairs here. Cryptix will eventually trade that one out. Niso now in the defensive spawn, got to get something done to stop this push.
yes and no. He can hold this deeper angle. It does give up the site, and they might fall into a retake, but with Scream doing some work, this is getting dangerous. That's a nice little response, though. Scream being quelled is going to help, but keep your eye on the spike and where they go with this. They're down to 18 seconds. They're running the clock low, and they're running the opponent slow, but they need to make their move. That frenzy to hand is going to kind of pale in comparison to even these SMGs, which are doing the work. The spike plant would be fantastic. Gets denied. Well played by Heretics here. Maintaining composure is absolutely essential.
Now, it's going to be important to note here whether or not we see Heretics again go for that control of the garage, again start that conditioning process and kind of make Liquid just second guess it, be fearful of whether or not that push is going to come out. Obviously, a few weapons going to be saved across in that round from Heretics. One, they are coming onto the board, but obviously the buy from Liquid is strong back into this one.
Yeah, looking back on the buy, we do seem to have rifles out. Look towards Scream. Maybe some aggressive play towards middle could be the way to open this one up. I'm still looking at Scream on Jet to see what he brings to the forefront with this. Mid control is going to be key, especially on Split. It's one of those maps that really does lend to it. However, seeing Heretics take extremity control is also a wonderful answer. Quick little mid fight. That's a little bold, but it does force some utility out and show presence.
It does indeed. And you know, getting some damage down on Eccles as well, that can cause a problem later on in the round. But he's got 3 to worry about. His Scream just swings on that one, lands the headshot.
What? How did... excuse me? What is going on this round? This is very, very messy. This looks nervous play, almost. I hate to say it, but it doesn't look as clean as they'd like. And, well, for now, we do see the res coming back up. So for Heretics, they will at least get some of their buddies back into action. Scream... You know, we're gonna let it slide. He's still a little new to Jet, but you're right. They've caused rotations. Omen's still lingering, so you're gonna have at least information. And look at those rotations. 3 through spawn for Heretics. They know they're in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Scream's gonna lead the way, but already players being lost left and right. Where is that spike? In the hands of Omen for now. And there we go. Spike should be planted, and we should be in a post plant.
You can see actually Heretics stacked up over towards defensive spawn. Pora headed over towards the heaven. Let's see how they try and crack this retake here. A little bit of utility down on site for Liquid as well, so it's going to give a little bit of information if any of those players do decide to peek out. But okay, the dark cover comes down. Here comes the push.
Yeah, Niso's going to be the first one there, at least for now. A little bit of an alarm bot will ring the alarm, but it's patient. It's slow. They're waiting for that pick to be given, but they're not getting one, and suddenly Scream denies the first. That's Pora dead. We're down to just 2. Niso and Lol trying to make something happen, but they're given no opportunities, and Scream is denying everything. Just a 1v2. And maybe they can do some damage, but the defuse was a mile away from ever happening. Link going to be the safe pair of hands.
Yeah, initially I like that. Heretics obviously backing away, giving up B. They're kind of resorting to that retake factor, feeling as if I guess they were pretty well set up for it. But also, you know, of over playing his life effectively there. There's no point him committing to holding site, maybe getting, you know, 1 or 2 kills on the way in. They still lose the site. The spike's going to go down. So really good stuff from Heretics there defensively. Unfortunately, couldn't pull together the retake. Looking back at this, obviously we did see the economy was a little busted for Heretics there, so seeing a couple of scuffed weapons here. But Scream did fantastic work from the backside here. Again, Link just has to wait this out. At this point, time's in their favor.
Yeah, playing the time perfectly. And it looks like we're right into this. Again, pacey start, but I still have to go back to that conditioning until Scream's taken 2. Just cracks open middle, continues forward. The man's aggression knows no bounds. He was desperate for it to land, but he just styles on Avova. Goodbye, I've just got the sight for you. Is that a little bonus maybe from Liquid coming in the paycheck? I feel so. And maybe he's not done. Finally gives it up, but the information's found. The sight's theirs and the spike's down.
Yeah, absolutely love that. Again, the aggression that Heretics showed gave Liquid an inkling they can push mid like that, and Scream just absolutely popping off. I mean, you shouldn't have got that 3rd kill, I'm going to say.
I mean, the thing is, rolling it back a bit, it was on a lighter purchase coming out from Heretics. It wasn't the full investment. But having a freebie like that and getting Scream confident like that is going to only help you going forward. If Pora can get some damage done here, that'd be wonderful. Maybe take some rifles away. Not going to be the case. Cryptics, again, well played, calm, controlled, and we look at a pretty even start here.
Yeah, it has been. I like that response from Liquid. Again, just kind of bouncing back off of what Heretics has shown them in the first couple of rounds. By committing to that kind of B garage presence, Liquid there. I mean, in the previous round, we saw 3 stacked up. It was Scream, Eccles, and I think Cryptics down the bottom here. This is that 3rd kill. Avova should have had that one, but I mean, we'll give it away to Scream. But like I said, I love that response from Liquid to kind of just pivot to another side of the map and take aggressive control early round.
Yeah, I want to see Heretics' next kind of level. We're starting to see at least Liquid smooth back into this game. And again, the mid presence going to continue. It feels like they've just let Scream off the leash. They've gone, right, take your fights. Take your fights and do that. Open it up again and again. This confidence is building. Information relayed, but well played by Pora just to deny any take there, to be too quick.
And actually, nearly getting caught off guard there as he tried to activate the cage. Nobody from Liquid opting to push through. You can see Soulcast has got himself tucked in at the top of rank, and now a slow push comes through. Maybe a bit of a stalemate here with this wall cutting off Heaven.
And I don't mind taking a pause for thought here for Liquid. They've taken the early damage. Initial picks will always favor an attacking side, even if it's a 1-for-1, because generally they can stack a site. And it looks like a potential misread, or maybe just hedging their bets for the defensive team here. They've already kind of backed away from the stack towards A they were considering.
Yeah, maybe this is to explore some information back towards mid, but here you go. Cryptic's actually going to drop down the ultimate in Heaven. Nakia, I mean, he's kind of stuck in this corner. He can't really go back to the defensive spawn. Cryptic's eventually going to shut that one down with the Bulldog. Now the rotation comes through. They have to hold back in the spawn for the time being, which is going to give site control over to Liquid.
Yeah, this should be a spike plant and a decent post plant as well to boot. This should be pretty comfortable. Retake-wise, to be fair, these post plant positions are all on the site. So there is actually an opportunity for some damage to be done. Spike is going to go down. Let's have a look at where they try and find that first foot forward. Not any players playing outside of the site. I don't know if I like this. This gets a little risky. Again, I feel as though they should be able to control it. First contact made. Draws out the utility, backs away, but now double dipping in. Cryptix is there on the crossfire. This is going to get sketchy, but already a 1-for-1 trade out. Numbers still favor Liquid, so they will control. But again, it's getting a little close and a little uncomfortable, but we do have now the 1v1. Looking at Lol here, he looks like he's got the angle, but it gets ripped away. And yes, Liquid, this is getting dicey, but they are just winning out.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the decision-making happening there. Cryptix managed to get his utility into elbow. Eccles was considering sending that fault line down, or maybe sending through a flash and clearing out screens. I mean, it was two players stacked up there, so potentially could have backfired on them. But this lockdown here, again, completely zoning off this control from Heaven. Once they find that kill, it pretty much gifts them site control. But you make an interesting point. They didn't make it easy for themselves by all committing to site post-plant.
Potentially they didn't expect Heretics to back away that much. They probably thought there were a couple of players closer by, and I actually think that's a pretty fair shout. We do see a bit of an eco round coming in. It's going to be a lot lighter. Last time around on these, we did see Scream kind of just pop off and run through them, but maybe some danger could be found. It looks like a little bit of damage could have been had. No, Soulcast deals with it very comfortably. The push out may have found information, but this default has held perfectly.
Yeah, again, just, I mean, Heretics just looking to do some damage, maybe take a weapon off the board for the next round. I mean, at this point, you know, Nakia, anything that he does get done is a bonus at this point. But again, this is the first time we've kind of seen Liquid resort to that default. Again, reading into the buy perfectly. They're set up to counter some of that early aggression we've seen from Heretics.
Yeah, I think that's a great mid-round call. Whoever made that for Liquid, very well done. This could be just how they approach it now. Maybe they've gone through the depths of, right, when we know we're up against an eco, maybe a little bit of a forced up purchase, we hold a default, we just hold the line, and then we just lean in towards a site eventually. So a very nice play coming out, and it's kept them all standing. This will build their economy to a much better point.
Yeah, I think actually Eccles might catch the time in here on Nakia. He's tucked into sewers. He's desperately looking for, I mean, he just wants a kill at this point. Link, I think, he's going to find it. 3, 2, 1. There we go. So, going to clean that one up. That is a flawless gaming presented by Prime Gaming. Really good stuff again from Liquid, kind of holding on to that. Not allowing Heretics to find any value, to be honest.
And I do want to see now the reins kind of being taken back by Heretics. Those initial rounds, those initial moments. The pistol and a little bit of a run seemed to go well, but then Scream arrived and went, no, absolutely not. So I need to see them take back some control here. I like the initial foray they had in towards that aggression towards B-Halls, the Omen there, pushing up a little, getting in their face, but they then lost mid-control. So there has to be an answer to this mid-play, and it might be this. A little bit more attention, a little bit more of a committed player towards it could be an answer.
Yeah, I mean, they've read into the fact they cannot give this up for free. They have to hold it in some manner. This time around, again, Liquid with a heavy stack, really, you could call it 3 players. There's 2 down in sewers and 1 over towards Sushi. You can see Link crouching behind that dark cover, and now that that's dropped, maybe this is an opportunity for Scream to swing again. The fault line comes through. Niso's managed to tuck himself behind boxes here. If he can get one in this position, he might be able to peel away. Scream misses it. Niso going to grab that, dismiss away, makes it into mail. Fantastic play from him.
Yeah, that is everything you wanted. He has achieved his role perfectly. He can fall away from this now. They've lost that mid control that was working perfectly for Team Liquid. Now they have to look towards other options. And they haven't had a great deal of information beyond mid so far. So it looks like potentially A is where they're considering, as you can see the lean starting to come out. Still utility being put down by the defensive side, but let's see where Heretics take this. Already you got kind of a 2-play lean towards A. Middle is being slightly controlled by, a couple of players, but it's passive. Now hearing this, they've got to know what's coming already. Soulcats just leaps in. This is going to be big ground gain, and he's further ahead than they expect, but my word, that was just absolutely whiffed from that. Pora's done so much, even without being on the side. And Pora's continuing to do more. Niso's already over there. This is now Liquid looking a little worse for wear. Cryptic's trying to hold on, buy some time, puts it down. We hear the ult being popped, comes in, does get Link, but now it's Cryptic's left in a 1v4. All the utility now poured in. He is surrounded on all fronts, and Heretics hold the line.
Fantastic round from Pora, and that's those situations we've seen him in before. He's able to just peel away, play it from his distance. Again, both trap wires working out fantastically for him on the crossover to site, and both cages lined up as well. So that's 2 free kills just off the back of the placement of his utility. Really, really good hold from, on the back of Pora's work there.
Yeah, I think that was a very quintessential Cypher round.
Yes,
Look at that as like everything you've ever dreamed of just comes through. And again, I still want to highlight that back to that Reyna play towards middle. That was the first step that got them forced into the position to have to lean towards the A side. That is a lovely adjustment coming through.
You said yourself, that's textbook. He's in a one-and-done spot, he finds it, but the fact that Reyna can dismiss and peel away, that get-out-of-jail-free card is so huge when you make kind of solo plays like that.
4-3 now. Liquid's run has definitely been met. The answer has been made, but it's hard to replicate that. You can't put Reyna back down middle. That's something you can't do. It's not something that's easily replicated, but it's definitely sent enough of a note to Liquid that they're going to consider something else. This looks all in.
Yeah, there's 3 players of Heretics on this side of the map. Over actually stacked over. They do have the wall down blocking off entrance from Garage. Obviously Liquid going to get this information as soon as they come across it. Probably going to be expected. You can see, actually, going to clear that out with some utility from Eccles. Vova going to opt to maybe put down the dark cover to time it well with this wall dropping, but Liquid hesitating a little bit on the fact that they're greeted by a wall at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, clock's down to sub 1 minute now. And I'd have loved to see Heretics maybe starting to explore the map a little, but that could potentially play into opening up to a pick on, for Scream. But this is going to run the clock incredibly low.
This is the problem. If you stack 5 up like that into Garage, expecting to be able to push in, you then have to second guess yourself on the entirety of the rest of the map. You've got to consider, have Heretics wandered out, tucked themselves somewhere. Looking like actually now going to default back. Spike's still in Garage, 3 members going towards Heaven here. Left. And actually, the Rolling Thunder comes through, they're going to push in, Lauren.
Yeah, it's going to be led the way by, it looks like Scream for now, but no real contest met until then. Suddenly 2 quick kills come in for the Heretics, and they hold everything that was being poured in. The only bit of success came through the B main push. That's about it, and now you have Link slowly creeping his way out. Down to about 10 seconds, though. They're running low on time. Left. Now the retake could come in, or they could take the fight now, and it looks like they want the fight now. Already, Link's gone, and we're down to just 1, and maybe 1 is enough. He's got to rush this, though. He has to find the kill, and Pora denies it. A little bit of a sniff of what could have happened, but no, a swift little backhand, and Heretics, they hold under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Pora, fantastic crosshair placement just to find that. And again, I don't think Eccles, it would have been close if he'd have found that before the clock ran down, left. But that actually ties things up. And again, I got to say it, that just the fact that you're committing that much to Garage there, the wall basically breaking that round down. Like I said, you saw how slowly they had to progress through mid. And yes, then invested the Rolling Thunder to get access to B Heaven. It kind of puts yourself on the back foot once you've burned off all that time.
Looking at that early utility investment and positioning, this looks like maybe a mid to A split, at least for now, considering where that Spike's currently being held with Cryptics, but they haven't had a massive amount of information on this. They've done a couple of late plays, but this has been read. Whoever's got the information from this has got it perfect. We have 4 players stacked on this side already for the defensive team.
Yeah, you see the camera placement there is perfect for the cross. Scream again, walk up through middle. Niso tucked down into the ropes, but the fault line actually coming through. It's going to stop Scream from advancing and closing down the kill. Does clear out the trap wire though, but Heretic's got to hold the line here at Heaven. Oh my god, Niso dropping down, finds Scream in ropes.
I've got to say, Heretics have a fantastic read on this. They are in the right place at the right time. Liquid are up against it. Normally you have player advantages, but for now it's a great isolated pick up there. Now looking to further up, you still have players here and you still have the kills coming in. 2 huge kills towards Heaven has created so much space that suddenly that stack actually might not matter.
You go, Link actually going to try and find something on the backside. Pora finds a headshot from sight. They trade out by Cryptix. Not expecting the second player. And Soulcast actually going to bring this down to a 1v1 now. They're all down on site. Half HP. Soulcast still up 100. He's actually going to commit to the rest here. Pora back on site.
That is such a risky play and so well handled. Oh my, we are making me nervous here today. These two teams are so well matched. I mean, okay, we came into this saying that this is Liquid's good map, right? This historically has been excellent for them. Pistols, everything. We've seen it against tier 1 teams, but this is a lot more resistance than I expected.
I think the one thing that kind of plays to Liquid's advantage is that they can set the bar. Obviously, we know Split sometimes is all about your attacking half, and I mean, I still think you're better off attacking first. You set the bar, you obviously then know what task is ahead of you for defense.
Okay. Liquid, you've got to have more up your sleeve here. You're going to see Soulcast on a bit of a lighter purchase, it seems. A couple of them maybe lacking some of the funds, but that mid control has once again being at least commandeered for Heretics for now. You have the Reyna placed there again, the additional player put through, joined in as well. By at least one other player kind of floating between kind of B Heaven and a little bit towards Melrin, but aggression again, Pora isolating Soulcast, and now information aplenty. It's all going to be seen here. Scream does succeed towards middle, so maybe a quick switch up could come in, but for now, if you're Liquid, you feel like you've been a little too seen.
Yeah, you can see actually he's going to draw the rotation back out on the back of Scream. Manages to get himself up here. Nucky actually inside the cloud burst here. He's going to be met by 2. Scream finds another headshot. Now Liquid going to find themselves into Heaven. The Paranoia actually going to come back in response potentially. No, not yet. He's going to wait on his teammates. I like that from Avova. Saving this utility for the retake should it come through. Actually, he's going to come through. Link will shut him down.
Yeah, trying to be a smoke criminal, but Link shows him how it's done. 2 big picks, and now we're going to see just one. Where is Pora in this? A mile away. You know, it is the downside of having to, bide your time towards A, but this retake is so unlikely. Maybe take a couple of guns away would be ideal, but let's see what Pora can do. The man is incredibly talented, but this is beyond steep. A double stack towards sight, it seems. You still have Jet towards Heaven. There's so many angles to get through. Pora knows it. Maybe trying to just play for a couple of kills would be good, but now time beginning to tick. And just reveals position. Nicely done by the Killjoy, and the aim was nice on the first for Cryptix, well controlled on the swing there.
Yeah, I mean, really good stuff from Liquid on the back of that neural theft to obviously swing back to another side of the map, rethink things a little bit. You made an interesting point about, what do they pull out of their sleeve? Do we think Liquid are going to kind of show some strats here? Obviously, this is Split. You've got to say this is their best map. Maybe this is the one where the playbook is deepest. Are they going to want to show their hands against Heretics in the first game of this tournament?
It depends how much you read into this defensive side that we've seen so far from Heretics, right? This is the first look at things. This is the first kind of example of what Liquid have been up to in that little bit of a time down and how much they're prepared for this. It's hard to take a huge amount away from this, but again, we're seeing that wall come in. I like this. I actually really like what Heretics are doing here on their defensive side. This bodes well for me. But this mid-take from Scream has been a problem, and it's been a hard problem to deal with. This guy is a nuisance, and he's creating space for the rest of Liquid to try and crack open on towards one of these sites.
Well, I mean, they're able to convert it, and that's the important thing. Once they're given this territory, you can see in, just the speed at which they react, and they convert that into 1 or 2 kills potentially. It's getting them access to the site time and time again.
Yeah, the op a little bit trickier to get a hold of these days. The economy changes, making it certainly a prized possession. And you can see Jet, I thought that pick was there all day long, but again, territory is gained, and that op becomes a little bit more neutered every single step of map control that they garner.
Yeah, Nokia having to back all the way up into defensive spawn. Liquid still lurking around here. 3 in mid. One actually, you can see Soulcast looking over towards. He's got a surprise if he swings on this. Pora actually going to find the headshot with the Bulldog, shut that one down, and that's a bit of a problem for Liquid now. I think it's going to be the catalyst really to push them towards this B site potentially, but Spike going through ropes here, Lauren.
30 seconds
Yeah, and I'm looking at Pora. They still have players here.
Yeah.
And if they get... Wait, are they misreading this? Are they over-rotating? Oh no, if they just hold the line, surely Pora's going to feel this out. He now knows the pressure's on. He now knows he's in trouble. Scream is checking every angle, but not the right one. Suddenly, you've got Reyna making a bit of a last-minute appearance, but with 10 seconds on the board, that spike needs to get to sight. Lol tries to do everything he can. You've got them pouring in, and it's all gone so well. Heretics just about make it back around.
I mean, I can't believe that. They were halfway through rotating. I think they must have got an audio cue or something to stop that, because they were ready. As soon as the lockdown went down, that was what pulled those members of Heretics away from Heaven into the defensive spawn to start that rotation. So, I mean, the time is a factor again for Liquid. They're leaving it down to the buzzer.
I mean, I like mid-round calls. I think they're fantastic. I think they can get you a lot of room. But that was dangerous and very late in the day, and you're leaving it down to elements that you can't control anymore. So, right, back in we go, back into the fray. This looks like a hefty lean, but we haven't seen a big fight towards Avova early game. He's been kind of getting away with taking this much control and then obviously setting that stage wall into play.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid are happy to kind of give this up. I say that. Look at this. Scream actually going to updraft over. Trey's 1 for 1. Avova's still there, and we'll find Eccles. So coming out on top initially for Heretics.
They've done incredibly well. It's the first time we've got to actually see what that looks like, and we're seeing it time and time again. Avova's success towards Link is just merely marking that, and yeah, the little Roomba can come for a party, but it doesn't seem to matter. For me, this is on Scream to find some more room. Knives out. He's got to do some heavy lifting, and if they get this pick in mid, suddenly the map feels wide open.
And Niso again himself into a cheeky little spot. Even if he finds the one here, it's good.
Oh, it's not clean, but it does mean at least Scream is down. That's the Danger Man gone, as Soulcas is left with a 1v3 at hand. 40 seconds. Spike is in play, so he at least has that. Gonna clear out as he goes, but it's not subtle. And for now, hearing that's going to make you feel so paranoid, but you're going to see the utility pop, the ultimate comes out, tries to clear a corner for free potentially, but it's take your pick. It's no good choice can be made, and there is no right choice as Pora is there. Excellent work from Heretics. Again, I love this aggression. They're ready for it. They are bringing out everything right now.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic statement to make, really, by Heretics here in Game 1. Starting off on Liquid's strongest map, arguably. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far, Lauren.
Yeah, this is a statement piece already. Guys on the desk, break this down for me. There is so much already to take away from this. Hello.
Hello.
We'll go back to the desk in a second's time to talk you through that, because there is a lot to be said, to be fair. That was an incredibly good start, at least I feel, for Heretics to make a point, is what I'm going to say on that one. However, I'm going to leave it up to the desk, hopefully, to give us a little bit more insight on that, as they are truly capable of doing so. So we can head over there, hopefully.
Thank you so much, Pansy. Wow, 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 and wow. We knew this was going to be a close game going into it. We maybe had a less faith in Heretics because it is on a split. But they had a fantastic start. I did not expect Heretics to be the team that will be able to win a pistol round against Team Liquid on their map pick. Lothar, you watched that round and you had your jaw absolutely on the floor. Talk us through that first pistol round and why you think Heretics came out on top.
There were a few things that really surprised me. First of all, Heretics bought 5 ghosts. Not a single person went with a small shields, with a utility, that would help out the team. They instead went for the firepower, and instrumental to this round was actually the Reyna. Reyna, when you have a Reyna on your team, she is basically built to win pistol rounds on her own. She's a tank. When she gets a first kill and then heals to 150, she's almost unkillable. And here, Niso getting the double kill on Vents was basically setting up the entire round, because they have a 4 versus 3 after that. And it should have been a 100% win for Heretics. But it wasn't that easy, because right after that, I feel like Liquid caught the moment in the timings to catch Heretics unprepared. And they were typically something that we see in Heretics is good trades. In this pistol round, it was lacking. They didn't have good trades prepared, they didn't have the timings correct, and they had to guard the spike on Heaven while being in a 1 versus 1 fight. So in general, it was a little bit messy, but Heretics came on top, and that was instrumental to getting a 7-5 health.
Yeah. You know, one of the things actually, when you talk about Arena, having her on your team and the pistol, absolutely, it's valuable. I think a lot of the time that opening, you'll tend to see dismisses out of it, but because the double is there, you can dismiss and heal. It's the best of both worlds. The other side of it as well is not just in the pistol, but you better be fragging, because there is very little argument for Arena being a support player, you know? We saw Scream when he first took Arena out way back a couple months ago. He was actually playing that as a flash. It was instead of the breach that they slotted it in. Then realized, you know, when people start getting very comfortable just shooting those leers, it's probably not best to have that kind of a role. They switch over to the breach, and then it evolves from there. So what I'll say for Niso is he fulfilled his duty. He's been fragging. He had a good half. That's exactly what we need. Now it gets a little bit scarier because on the defense is where we highlighted Reyna as being a problem for the team. On the attack, though, it's kind of the opposite. She can force those fights, take openings, re-heal off them, and open a lot of space for her team. And considering Niso is already feeling it, and I've seen it from him year on year over in Battalion, this guy, when he's confident, he is untouchable. You will not get him, you know, it'll be very hard to knock him down a peg. And right now, he looks like he's on fire.
I mean, it must feel so good to be beating Team Liquid with Arena. You know, you are getting into Scream's head. I feel like this is what you need to do when you're playing against Team Liquid on Split. But I also want to stress that, like you said, going into the next half, Niso, we are assuming that he's going to frag out, but if he doesn't step up, is he almost going to be a liability for his team going into the next half? I mean, 7-5 is looking pretty comfortable for Heretics, but is that enough, especially if Niso decides to take a break?
Yeah, I think 100%. If Niso slows down, that's where the problems start. Like, this is his time to shine. This is his half with the composition they've gone for. And really, we need to see then Niso deliver. I'm excited. I want to see him come out fragging. I mean, as I said, we go back a long time, so it's really fun to see. But at the same time, 5 rounds on the attacking side for Liquid, I feel like it's comfortable.
Well, I would say that in professional play, Split is actually way more balanced when it comes to attack and defend. So 7-5, I was thinking it was going to be a 6-6, to be honest. 7-5 is not really surprising to me. What is surprising to me, though, is Liquid playing like till the last moment on the clock. You know, in many rounds, in round 8, in round 9, in round 11, all the attacks were just drawn out to the last possible seconds, and they lost 3 times because of that. So I wonder if that's lack of confidence, lack of problems with communications, or just, you know, just planning it wrong, because they had, let's say, issues with committing to a plan, and then when they fought the opposition, they didn't have time to kind of get into the fights, and they couldn't push on sides, and they were just getting dismantled by Heretics.
Well, as I said, Niso does need to step up, but they are 7-5 rounds up. Let's see what they can do in the next round. Back to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, 7-5, I don't know how much I take into this yet. I mean, it's a very good start, and I want to give credit to Heretics for it. This is just the first foray, though. This is the first look at what to expect, and I'm going to say it. I think, you know, hearts are racing, everyone's a little nervous, no one's quite settled in yet. But this is a statement to be made to start with, for sure.
It is. I mean, dare I be the bad guy and say you should always win your defensive side on Split?
I'm with you. I am with you.
I'll go there. But yeah, I mean, the important thing to note is that looked good from Heretics. For me, I'm very impressed so far. Again, a team relatively with a few question marks around them coming in. You've got to pit them as the strongest of the outside of the top 4.
Yeah.
So far, I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I want to see if Liquid calm down a bit. I feel like the pace they're coming in with is a million miles an hour. I feel like some of the decision making is good, but when it gets to the mid-round calling, they are stumbling a little bit here.
I think you're absolutely right. Those audible calls where, you know, first 40 seconds has been eaten up and then they have to go and re-explore mid and you know, find that space elsewhere to move up and get set up. That kind of was the demise of them in a few rounds. And I mean, it's heartbreaking to ever see, you know, a team kind of be set up for something and be denied by a wall. And that's a factor.
I mean, but you say that. There had been pressure on that side of the map by Heretics constantly, and Liquid didn't explore that early enough. So they get punished when they walk into it late, and they're like, oh, so this is what they've been doing, and we hadn't really been testing it because we've been running Scream up mid. So it's kind of, if you don't default and get the information, eventually you're going to kind of fall foul to that. So again, I do want to credit it to Heretics, but I'm hesitant because this is the first half. So I think pinch of salt still. I'm still going to I'm leaning on experience here.
I mean, with the way we saw Scream play in a couple of those rounds, you got to say that's going to be a factor here on defense for Liquid. If they can assert dominance over mid, on the back of a strong Scream performance, that could be the deciding factor.
Okay. It's time to see what truly Heretics are made of. The pace change, it's on them to set the tone now. That's what I want to see I want to see if they're this bold still. If it still comes through on the attack, game on.
Well, this comes down to actually, we can really put to the test Heretics' homework exercise, to be honest.
Not bad at all. We'll see how well prepared they are for this, because we know that this, again, is one of Liquid's specialties. All these pistol rounds, these early rounds, very choreographed. We'll see what Heretics do with this already. A couple of players towards mid, clearing out as they go, removing any sort of markers on the way, any utility, any sort of giveaways, and they're through pretty scot-free. This is a very passive Liquid hold.
Yeah, Soulcast back over towards the steps, and actually Scream forced all the way back into the defensive spawn. They're going to give this up and opt to play also a retake, but yeah, I mean 5v5 retake on B site here, it's no easy task, Lauren.
No, and Scream going to be absolutely ninja'd out in the smoke. There are no smoke criminals here. This is a different game. And already you're going to see that advantage lean heavily. Heretics pretty happy with this. Cryptics with a quick one back, though. Going to punish that overpeak. That little bit of a look down towards that defender side, and you're going to get your head taken off. But this retake is tough. This is tricky. They have so little information here. Is this really how this is going to go down? Heretics just need to buy time now. Plenty of utility still left with Liquid, though, and we're going to see that come through. The screen just torn asunder by this. Soulcast going to use the time well, but Nisa with the response, and a quick one at that. Exactly what you want as Pora. Holds back, but does get traded on, eventually leaving in a 1v2. Nisa isolates one, takes Soulcast off the defuse, and the 1v1 is his. Heretics send a message in the clutch.
And that's a big round. We're in pistol round attack on Split. Again, we talk about Split being a map that falls victim to that snowball factor, and we know how that's kind of a strength for Liquid, is winning that pistol round and then converting round 2 as well.
That can be a Red Bull clutch right there. I'll give that. At the very start of the game, hell yeah, why not? 8-5, and now there's a problem for Liquid. At the start, if you pick up the pistol and you come back in on the second half, suddenly the scoreline doesn't feel so bad if you're trailing. You catch up probably too. Now you get a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, for this is going to be a great question to answer, is how much respect Heretics show Liquid here. Again, Liquid notorious for buying back into round 2s. They haven't done so this time around. See how they're going to play this one out. They're not looking to find any of these early kills. Let me get some of these weapons off the board, but again, fairly spread out on both sides, to be honest, Lauren.
Yeah, I like a little default to start. I mean, when you're coming up against maybe a slightly upgraded pistol, team like Liquid currently have, you want to kind of feel out if there is a stack. Are they up to any cheesy business? Have they done anything a bit naughty? Scream's going to be already forced slightly further away, but does draw out the initial utility. But this should be go time for Heretics.
He's actually going to come through. Dark cover coming off the defensive spawn. Cryptics on site behind default here. Actually, Spike going to go down. Scream finds one. Cryptics finds a second. Niso good for a trade, and Avova finds the kill onto Cryptics as well. But side control initially contested here.
Yeah, they've been brought into the blender. This gets a little tricky and a little bit too sketchy, as now there's still players alive. What has Soulcast got to work with here, though? Look at that HP. It's so little. I want to see it from his perspective. If possible, he's trying to go up and over. And that's a big deny. And that should be comfortable in the end. But there was a second where that could have been robbed away.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, the trade's coming back fast and furious there on site. Important, though, as well, Scream having to use that the tailwind early on. Again, that was his get-out-of-jail-free card, and not converting that to a kill instantly puts them on the back foot. And, I mean, it looked like they were going to kind of revert to holding for the retake, but they actually fell on challenge for control there.
I mean, they're up for it, but a round's a round. We're almost at double digits for Heretics. And that's where you put the marker down of this.
The scary number.
Yeah, it is. It's as soon as you get double digits against you, it is scary. So Liquid know the pressure of this round. And they've gone for a bit of a cheeky purchase here, Heretics. They've kept over some of the lighter weaponry as well. They've still ensured that they have a good buy with a couple of rifles, but a dash of lighter guns. So if even, let's say, this goes astray, they will still have money going forward.
Yeah, it's damage control. Obviously, if they lose one of the 2 SMGs, they're not going to be too upset about that. I mean, the Bulldog as well, to be honest. So, kind of, I guess, equipping themselves to maybe close out the half in the next 2 rounds, to be honest with you. Economy-wise, obviously, once that gets steamrolling, can be a problem. Speaking of problems, actually, Liquid, 5 of Heretics staring down A main right now. The dark cover going out across heaven and screens. Looks like we're going to have the push through.
Yeah, they're on the way. Scream's going to have to get over here quickly. Pora already with the opener. Link's now gone, and there's now trouble aplenty. and it's going to be Nisa on towards the side. Where's Scream? And the Scream only gets a 1-for-1 trade. That should be the side theirs. Surely the spike's going to go down any second now. They can control this pretty well. Cryptix and Soulcast on the retake, both from the defensive side spawn. Lol could be good for this as well. He's currently watching towards Heaven. It's a bit of a dirty angle, but in pressured moments, if Liquid don't check this, they're going to be in trouble. But luckily, Soulcast, smart play to split up from the other teammate for now and try and clear as he goes. Create maybe a safe haven. Good work from Cryptix, clears his corners, using the turret incredibly well. Soulcast finally gets that first bit of contact, but Cryptix does find a Vova. Quick trade now. We're coming back into this. So again, closing down. Very, very stable play from the Reyna here for Heretics, and that is the danger number. Double digits coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a factor on both sides. They're not a lot of utility. I mean, Heretics invested nearly everything to get onto the site there, but I mean, once you get it and you're waiting on 2 rotations, you don't necessarily need utility to hold onto that control. It's going to be interesting here, economy-wise, just taking a quick look at it. Obviously, did lose a couple of weapons there on the side of Heretics, but looking like we're going to have, I mean, 3 ARs back on the board. A relative investment, to be honest with you, and Liquid actually, I mean, force it up, to be honest with you. They're buying back. We've got 2 judges on the board.
Yeah, they know the value of this round. They need to stop this. And they haven't had an answer yet. And honestly, for Heretics, they've been running just kind of straight up sight hits. There's nothing too fancy about it. No kind of defaulting, pulling rotations, trying to get the pick. No. It's just get in there. And Link. It is a treacherous position, a dangerous one for sure. Already, you can see everything being set up. All the build coming into play. Poro will probably be the first through here. Acting as entry, Link does deliver. So that's first down, but can you do more than a one and done here? That's my question. No is the answer. Already Heretics getting the first step towards the site.
And some good support from Eccles, though, sending out a couple of flashes. Actually, this one's going to be huge if you can do it, but the wall comes up and blocks him just before he wanted to peek out off the flash. Soulcast heading over towards ramp, though. Again, a concern. Heretics are kind of boxed into on the site here. They don't have an awful lot of control outside of that.
Yeah, but you've got to say Judge's Bulldogs on retakes are going to be pretty rough. And time's ticking now, and it's favorable towards the Heretics. And look at the time towards the defensive side. Just seconds being bought and playing in the additional man. There could have been damage done, but Scream knows better. The man's a veteran of the most highest variety. Soulcast dealt with, and now still plenty of opportunity, but time ticks. Scream needs to go right about now. There is no second guessing. He's got to spray and pray and hope they land. He's going to find one, but the second evades him. And Heretics just about hold on again.
I mean, that was a huge round. It comes down to a 1v1 at the end of it, but economy-wise now, I was speaking about Heretics potentially being able to close this out and have an absolute stranglehold on Liquid. The fact that Liquid forced back into that now, I mean, that double-digit round score becomes even more terrifying, Lauren.
Are we really going to get an upset on the first game?
Yes, wouldn't have it any other way.
Liquid fans in dire straits now. It's map 1, it's okay. It's a best of 3, do not fear. We'll be alright. It's only one of the best maps for Liquid, but still, the buy's a little light here this time. You're going to be seeing Sheriff's bits and pieces, but an ultimate pop is going to at least keep Scream pretty viable this round still. Beyond that, though, I still see Bulldogs. I still see slightly weaker purchases, and I like this switch up of pace from Heretics. Let's talk about that. This kind of more standardized default round. See if there's any naughtiness going on across the map.
I mean, Heretics initially a much slower approach this time around. Maybe expected a much worse buy than Liquid have, to be honest with you. The way they're approaching this, they don't really want to give away a free kill at the start of it. Again, pretty much a default spread. I mean, Poor over here doing A-main things as we've seen him do previously. Avova actually making all the way into the vent.
How's he gotten here?
I don't know. I mean, Soulcast maybe just got timed out here. Speaking of timing, how's he going to get found with a headshot there? So
rotations, they're done. They can't get to the other side. That is incredible from Avova. As soon as they got contact towards Heaven on B, instantly he knew they'd try and push and rotate, and he gets everything they needed. Liquid are in trouble here, and there's no two ways to put it.
No, I mean, Neural Theft goes out for good measure as well, but it's a series of bad timings, to be honest with you. I mean, Heretics, just a fantastic reaction based off that information, too.
All right, Scream and Cryptix, shot in the back, put down, have a little nap here. Cryptix now going to be dealt the same fate. This is Heretics sending more than a message. This is a beatdown. This scoreline, I expect it to be the other way. I wanted to see maybe a little 12-5. Okay, let's keep that narrative building that maybe Liquid have something. But this isn't pretty.
It's not, and again, just economic turmoil on the side of Liquid. Again, we're obviously backs against the wall. Going to be a force out here. Managed to get 2 Bulldogs. The Phantom obviously Scream previously saving that money from popping the Blade Storm. Eccles, I mean, whichever way he leans towards. But yeah, this is it all comes off the back of that pistol round. The round 2 conversion with what money was invested back. It just instantly becomes a problem with that scoreline.
Okay, so we do have a little bit of a second of a pause here to actually let's talk things through, because there was a lot of kind of win conditions we put with Heretics that could have happened, and it seems that a couple of them have happened. Now, the one thing we kind of added to that though was that this was traditionally a good map for Liquid.
Yes.
So Heretics have kind of come true and come good on all of their promises, but I don't feel I'm seeing the best out of Liquid here.
No. How much weight we can put on the fact that Heretics have a fantastic opportunity to prepare for this. They have a great data sample, right? They can go back and say, what's their best map? What's the map we wouldn't want to play them on? Let's rehearse that best. Because they seem very well equipped to deal with them even on attack, yeah.
Heretics just took a tactical timeout. Just let them stew in it for a second. I love it. If that was actually the case, if that was the reason.
Mind games.
Oh, it's gorgeous, because you know Liquid do not want. This was not the start. This was the debut. And these guys reigned supreme for so long under various titles, Fish 1, 2, 3, and then the addition of Scream was meant to be the crowning jewel, but it looks like the crown weighed a little too heavy, and others have certainly kind of already usurped that throne, but there's still a round to go, and this is only map 1. Best of 3s, it can be a long series, but if we keep seeing this from Heretics, I'm on board. Get me the t-shirt, buy me the jacket, I'll go full Simo.
Hey, this is if this is them playing on Liquid's pick, I can't wait to see what Heretics have got up their sleeve for their map pick, to be honest with you. Soulcast tucked inside the dark cover right now. Going to allow 3 to pass. Actually, the slow wall comes through. Dark cover drop. Scream good for 2 from this spot, though.
Yeah, Scream going to control it. The veteran just gripping onto this round, maybe a lifeline at this point, but Avova gets a freebie, and suddenly, again, it's opened. You're going to get a bit of information, though, filtered back through towards Liquid, but you can see the intention that Avova wants to paint. The spike is on the way. We still have Cryptix on the site. He's going to see 1. We're going to see Cryptix at least get Avova, but now here comes the rest of the hit. And Cryptix back to the wall, holds it together for Liquid. Dire straits, but he does deliver.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If we can see Liquid, I don't want to say dig deep. It's a tall order to ask to get 6 on the bounce on a map like Split. But again, just staying alive for so long and creating that pressure from Heretics, they have to focus their efforts onto him. And look at this, picking up 3 from site with the Bulldog. Just absolutely brilliant work from him.
Okay, so you just need someone to get 3 kills every round.
Yeah,
there's the bar.
Yeah.
Get to it, guys. Yeah, I mean, some of these players are having a little bit quieter of a performance, and they do need a little more than this. And to be fair, from Heretics, I wanted to look at that as a kind of slower-paced round. It looked like there was an opportunity, and they leant in towards it onto A, but that faded away pretty swiftly. But are they going contact on this?
I mean, actually, the turret's going to spot it out there. Nakia walks out, does get greeted, but you're right. Nobody actually committed onto site here. The lockdown is obviously in the back pocket. You can see Cryptix positioned over towards the defensive spawn, so happy to give it up.
Is this a fake? If they are pulling a fake, look at the spike right now. Oh, if they're going to try and draw, at least, if they can keep 2 of the players present towards B, ideally 3, just off the back of that little information on the turret coming in, that would be everything. Now, you're going to have the likes of Link over here, and it looks like Scream will be as well. So 2 heavy hitters, to say the least, but still, first bit of contact's going to be made any second now. Once they breach in towards Heaven on the top side of those rafters, Scream's going to get first contact, and it does seem as though they have the rotation in the right place. So 3 players now present for the defensive side, but this is quiet so far from Heretics. They're going real slow, and Scream's already found 1 and 2. So the split that was coming in has been dealt with well by Liquid. They are holding just about onto this, but the site hit's still in motion, and it's still delivering. Uh-oh, suddenly, where is that spike? How close to site? It's on. So now we've got to look towards... Oh, Nuki needs to hold this together. He has to take the information fights. He has to be about this, but Killjoy could be such a nuisance now.
Yeah, the lockdown goes down. It pretty much blocks all of sight except for the back 2 corners here. So going to force Niso into a tough spot. Nukia, he's got to get some damage done here. Does get locked down. Scream going to swing out. Scream didn't see him. Oh my word!
No. How is this happening? And Niso's got him. Oh my god, this is a absolute fumble. Soulcast saves the day, but I am baffled with what I just saw.
That would have been the most heartbreaking way to lose out.
Can you imagine?
Oh my word.
He's having to explain, like, no, Scream, he was literally standing there, dude. What?
I love that though. With just the hands poised, watching a jet up, tailwind pass. That was brilliant.
Oh my. 7 to 12. Let's look at the money now coming in for Heretics, because they've had a good couple of buys. I'm pretty sure they could probably still buy, but yeah, this was all great and dandy. Scream potentially missing a player. As you can see, it was happening, and the information being filtered through to the other teammate. If Soulcast didn't just go absolutely clutch then, I would have lost my mind.
I actually feel bad. It looked like Niso almost baited his teammate there by dismissing into screams. That feels bad.
Well, the main thing is that, to be fair to Liquid, they have now broken the money of Heretics. There's enough to get a bit of a force buy going, but it's far from ideal. Ooh, a couple of ults being committed, though. This is... Liquid putting a lot into this round. Already Soulcast getting aggressive. That's pretty dangerous. This 3-play stack down middle, I don't mind. But you're doing it against lighter weapons, which can be a bit risky.
Yeah, that's a lot to throw down on... I mean, in terms of investment, there's not an awful lot put in from Heretics. It's... especially to not convert anything off that. I mean, it's not really great map control, and they haven't taken any players off the board either.
Yeah, I'm not blown away by it. I get the intention, but the execution and maybe the round timing was not so perfect. For now, though, Heretics are going to regain this control. Because they didn't post anyone deep in towards middle, that whole aggress down towards a deeper end of mid was for nothing. So suddenly, there's a bit of a problem because you've got only Scream here? Oh no, there is one more player. Okay, Link's already filtered across, but that's a bit of a misread. That could be a bit of a misread of information because Scream's now dead, and the site's looking real open and available. Avova has to be careful. He wasn't careful enough. People need to check their corners. As Avova falls, Link controls this, and now they know the intentions completely.
Yeah, the delay on the dark cover there. Actually, we're going to get the revive invested here. Avova back on his feet. The paranoia comes through. Link now going to swing through Screams. Let's see if we can get into dark cover back down, and actually the turret going to be negated. Link finds the first on the way in though.
Yeah, Link's still doing well here, desperate to hold on. Avova, it is a one and done, but with the utility, it does suddenly have a little bit more depth to it. And the time's ticking. Liquid, what is the plan here? You have to wait for some of that utility to surpass and fade away, but this is a filthy crossfire. These two players are holding this, and there is no opportunities being given. Is this really how you're going to lose the round? Soulcast says, no, check your corners! Avova's got two! That was meant to be a one and done, and now it is a 1v1 as Nisao is trying to play the time. Play it perfectly, but Soulcast, he's on the spike. But has he got enough time? No. They've left it too late, and as if that's the way it goes down, I am beyond belief here. But Heretics are probably beyond their minds winning this out.
That was crazy. I mean, the fact that Avova stayed alive for that long, the fault line came through and stunned him in the corner. Not only that, he gets stunned, still finds 2 kills from there.
Okay, Liquid just lost Split, arguably one of their better maps coming through. I do not know what to make of this. Like, this retake, how did they not check this corner? How is this happening for Liquid? These guys are... I want to say better than this. Credit to Heretics all day long for doing this against them, but there's some sloppiness coming out of Liquid here.
Sloppy is the word I was just about to use. It didn't look... I mean, even in the rounds that, you know, on attack, the Liquid looked very confident. I mean, they took those rounds easily. The ones... I mean, I'm going to counter what you said. You know, that running down the clock the way they did, that was kind of their demise in the majority of rounds they lost.
All right, I need to catch my breath and, I don't know, put my brain back into my skull because I really didn't expect to see this kind of go the way it went, if I'm honest. I wouldn't have minded a closer game, but Liquid look a little shaky here and Heretics mean business. I mean, the guys on the desk highlighted this, so I can't wait to hear their thoughts. We're going to head to a short break. When we're back, more maps coming up, more breakdowns coming your way, and maybe, just maybe, an upset to start off First Strike.
Insecto. player standing. One player remaining. One player remaining.
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up. 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 Back that up
to the first quarterfinals of Valorant First Strike Europe, where Team Heretics have just beaten Team Liquid on Split. I know Pansy was absolutely speechless by the end of that map, but me, Mitch, and Lothar have plenty to say, especially Lothar here, who has been gloating, let's just put it that way. Put it lightly, he's been gloating. So, we started with a pistol round the last time we talked about this in the break, and I think it's only fitting that we go back to the pistol round because Team Heretics won 2 pistol rounds against Team Liquid, and Team Liquid aren't a team that roll over during pistols. They're super organized. Sliggy knows what he's doing, but for some reason, and the reason where Lothar is going to fill me in now, Heretics were able to just take another one.
So there was a good plan from Team Liquid. They wanted to do a 5-man retake on B, but the problem is they lost control of mid. When this round was developing, they wanted to rotate and retake the B side with Omen just blinding Heaven B, so they had no idea where anyone is. They had no map control, even though there was already a bomb planted. They had no certainty where everyone is. They had no certainty of any crossfires. They actually look kind of honestly lost, you know? And I feel like when you compare it to Heretics, Heretics had a plan, and it was a very good plan. They knew exactly what they're gonna do. They bought this time classics with utility on Reyna and Raze, which is a stark contrast to what we have seen in the previous pistol round when everyone went for the ghosts. So for me, from my perspective, Heretics are really well prepared, and I was a little bit worried when I saw they're gonna play Split against Liquid as the first one, but now I'm almost certain that this is gonna be Heretics all the way.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, statistically, this had to be Liquid's map because the numbers don't lie. But there was the caveat there. Heretics are not terrible at this map. We just don't know how good they are. And now, I think we do. Also, that pistol round, we talk about, yeah, they played the classics, this, that, the other. It did come down to a 1v3. And in the end, it was just Nisao abusing the right click of that classic. I've seen so many tweets, heard it on so many streams, that right click needs to be nerfed, and you see the power of it there. And not just the power of the right click in general, but when your Reyna has already had those kills to get up to 150 health, and those other players have been tickled down by your opposition, and you'll see it again and again, Nisao actually doesn't dismiss nearly as much as most other Reynas do. He prioritizes that heal to just get back into the fight straight away.
It all depends which angle does he get. In the pistol round, he actually isolated the breach. He knew exactly when there was a skill happening from the breach. He timed it perfectly to get a kill on him, and then he knew there's absolutely no angle. Someone will peek him, so he just healed instead. In general, I feel like Heretics played this really well. There was seldom any occasions where there was no follow-up on trades, which is, as I said, a very stark contrast to Liquid, which kind of like were always alone on sites, no trades, no follow-ups, certain difficulties when retaking sites as well.
And I did love the fact that in the pistol round, so before that, we had our halftime analyst desk, which was a first for me, but I really enjoyed. And we talked about how, you know, okay, coming into the next half, this is where Nisao needs to deliver. This is where he's in a position. I'm doing it now, Nisao. This is where Nisao needs to deliver, because on the attacking side, that's where the most pressure is for a Reyna to really come through. And then he opened up the pistol round the way he did. And I thought it was almost poetic. Like, he was just showing, you know what? I'm not here to cool down. I'm here to win us this game.
I felt like he heard us, because all three of us were like, this guy needs to actually step up. And it's very rare that we see players who understand and know that they need to step up and actually deliver. And, you know, in Europe, whenever we talk about Reyna, it's always Scream. You know, we almost criticize Scream sometimes because we feel like maybe he shouldn't be playing the Reyna. But honestly, after today, if Niso wants to play Reyna, Niso, you go and play Reyna and you win on Reyna, because that was absolutely beautiful.
It's like a little bit of a BM, right, from Niso here, showing Scream how it should be played, right? Because he was absolutely stomping people in this match, and he was, for me, he was the MVP. It was a little bit, you know, shaky in the beginning. After the pistol rounds, he didn't have like clear showing, but later on, he was doing massive work, massive.
Before we move on to Ascent, we just have to take a replay, another look at the Scream Killjoy ulti there. I just want to, like...
I can explain what happened.
Yeah, I want to propose a question first. In this scenario, do you think Nukie inted more, or do you think Scream inted more? Who is the bigger inter in this situation, Lothar?
This was a very unfortunate series of events. First, Nukia coming into a position where it seems like he wanted to catch someone off guard and then destroy the lockdown from Killjoy, but he was way too slow on that, on the execution. Then he knew he was kind of like in the middle of it, so there's no way of him doing anything, so he just had to hide, right? But then Scream, you see him actually taking a 90 degrees turn, but it was straight into the wall. So he made the small flick. He didn't see anyone because he didn't clear it exactly, and then he dashed. And he just didn't see Nukia at all. It was a miracle upon a miracle. And then, to top it all, Niso with the dismiss on his kill on Scream. He went to position to Nukia for her to have a trade, but Nukia was only like released from the stun, so he was picking up the weapon. It was barely, like I think, milliseconds for him to be ready to shoot at the guy coming after Niso, and it would have been actually an end of the game, and that would have been absolutely hilarious way of finishing that match.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch, what did you make of that one? Who inted more? I do want an actual answer for this.
I genuinely think Niso was the one that inted more. And I'm adding in an extra answer, making my own little box down the bottom, because the situation he was in, when he dismissed to his teammate, as you said, trying to get the trade value out of it. But in that situation, you're forcing your teammate into a gunfight. A trade is still a gunfight that you can lose. If he dismisses to the site and those players have to hunt him down, they're 100% certain already there's no one behind me. Because why the hell would Nuke be in that corner? He never would be. And Screen cleared it, right? At that point, you have a backstab. And a backstab, short of, I guess, the player closing his eyes, should be a 100% kill. So there's no risk to it almost. And all Niso has to do is then try to delay a little bit or win the fight himself. You should have at least one kill out of that instead of the risk of probably having one kill out of it. It was an unnecessary risk, but then again, I don't think that situation happens at all. I think Nuke moving forward to make a play, I think Niso going forward to try and get the trade situation, all of that came out of the fact that they were so far ahead and the confidence was there, because we'd seen it the previous round. Niso was peeking up on top of ice walls to just get every single frag that he could. And once that, as I said, I said it in the halftime, once the confidence gets rolling with Niso, it's very hard to really knock him down a peg.
To answer your question though, I think Scream inted more.
You think Scream?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Scream. He cleared that corner without any confidence. It was just like, oh, let me peek into that wall and then go straight,
I mean, it's not very often that we see A, Scream inting, and B, Scream going past someone and not shooting at them. I think we've seen a real first here today. But moving on to Ascent very, very quickly before I pass this over to the caster desk. Team Liquid must win this one. They have been in this situation before. They've been in situations where they've been on the back foot, so this is not new. But do you guys think that they can come back from this after the fashion they lost on Split and actually be able to win on Ascent?
Well, I mean, look, we do still need to obviously see the agent select, and I think there's going to be a little bit of a mix-up on that one from what we've seen on that map. What I would say, though, is individually, Heretics have looked far better. We have seen the struggle there from Eccles, which ever since he went to the breach has been in effect. That said, if he's setting his teammates up, like your Scream, like your Cryptics, who is surprisingly the one doing a lot of the damage on attack side Killjoy even, you are then going to have Eccles falling down, and then that's acceptable. What I'll say, though, is Link had a really bad game. On the other hand, I'll give him an excuse that he never really got to get going, because that operator on the defensive side is where he tends to really shine. He didn't really have a chance to get that op out. So then it only leaves one person, and that's Solkis on the Raze. Solkis, Raze, Split, you shouldn't be having you shouldn't be towards the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I wanted to point out one thing. You said, surprisingly, Cryptics had a really good match, right? But he is actually, I would say, the second most important player in Liquid to actually perform. And he was performing in the previous matches. He had an average combat score of 232, which is second, just right after Scream. Everyone else has lower than him. That was prior, of course, to this match. But in this match, it actually even kind of goes further down the line, because Cryptics had a decent match, while Sokas, Link, and Eccles, they want to forget this match, right? Yeah. They want to forget this.
I think all of them maybe want to forget this one, but they do have a chance to prove themselves on Ascent. Whether we think they're actually going to do it or not, I feel like you said, we need to see the Asian select, but I don't think we're going to see any surprises, because realistically, what are you expecting from Liquid? Do they change up their team comp? Is that the answer? Because I don't think so. I feel like they can perform on Ascent, you know. I think they should just stick to what they know.
They should definitely stick to what they know. I think the most important aspect right now is just mentality. We know Scream is a veteran. He played in so many tournaments. I'm for sure certain that he is capable of just wiping the score clean and just coming into this match with a really good mindset. But I'm a little bit worried about the other 4 players. They are not as seasoned as Scream. And if they're going to lose their confidence, this might spell doom for them.
Well, speaking of the other 4 players, we are heading into Agent Select. This is where it's going to be very, very, very important for the next map. And Mitch, take us through what you've seen so far on screen.
No! Oh, I saw Sky and I was like, yeah.
We're excited for just a second. Looks like it's just a bait though. Minus Cypher plus Killjoy over on the Heretic side. Minus Reyna plus Sova as well for Niso. That's exactly what we're seeing, so no surprises there. And for Team Liquid to see the swap up as well of Solkas from Raze to a Sova, exactly what we would expect. They are sticking with what they've been publicly playing and practicing. That is not something I expected to change all too much. Maybe though, the only thing I would have said that could have been different would have been the continuation of the Reyna on Niso. But the problem there is then you don't have a Sova on Ascent, which you definitely want. Who else can take one up? You could probably sacrifice the likes of your Sage, perhaps. But evidently comfort levels there for individual players, probably what's barring that from happening. So I'm fine with the composition they've gone for. I think we won't see Niso having as much of a lights out game as we did already. But that's not too big of an issue because there was certainly a lot there to pick up the slack elsewhere.
I mean, Niso had a fantastic game on Reyna, but in general he delivers results on any character he has. So cannot wait to see him see his Sova on Ascent, and I feel like it's instrumental to win Ascent. The Recon Arrow and Sova Drone gives so much more information on this map than you compare it to an example Bind or Haven when there are 3 sides. Ascent is so open, you know, you have many angles that you can clear with just 1 arrow. And that's insanely valuable, especially since you lack Jet in your own team, because you don't have a way of breaching a site instantly and just clearing more map control.
Well, Team Liquid absolutely have to win this next map if they want to stay in first strike. Let's head over to the Cast of Death now and see if they have what it takes to bounce back.
I bloody hope they've got more than map 1. I'm not gonna sugarcoat the pill. I don't think we need to. We've said the Heretics, did great. They did well. They turned up and did what I expected. Liquid did not. Liquid have underperformed here, and Heretics have taken advantage of that.
I mean, the terrifying prospect is obviously we're coming away from Liquid's, I don't want to say comfort pick. Again, Ascent isn't kind of an obscure pick to make. Obviously, Liquid have got their reps on this map. But I am worried in regards to the fact that Heretics have started so strong. And they looked so good on Split. Now, I mean, Liquid have to reverse sweep this.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I didn't want to have as a narrative was a Liquid maybe planning too far ahead. Were they considering the next game? Are they considering the bigger opponents? Were they, you know, tricks up the sleeve and now suddenly they've kind of fumbled a little early on and now they could actually maybe leave the tournament first round?
I think it's important to make that decision early enough on in a map to say, look, guys, you know, we didn't want to show our strats or anything to the other teams. Obviously, standing by watching this, expected to play us on further down the bracket. But, I mean, if you're up against being knocked out in round 1, pull them out. Come on, please.
I just can't believe that I just had to watch a game after saying that Scream's this, like, ultimate veteran, not check a corner. It burns a little sting there. It is what it is. We move on, and hopefully for Liquid they can mentally reset. Put Sliggy in there right now, and you give them the talk. You get their heads in the right place, because on paper, Liquid should have had a much better game, fundamentally, than what we just saw. Now, again, Heretics are a fantastic roster. They truly are. They've shown exactly why they're here, why they're dangerous, why the desk even said, technically, you could favor these guys. But there should have been more back. And we're now coming into Ascent. This is going to be Heretics' choice. This is where things get even scarier.
It is indeed. I mean, started off on a tag, looks like we've got 3 over towards B main and 2 stack at top mid. Niso now over here. But, I mean, this again, winning map 1 for Heretics here. Massive confidence boost. I want to see them carry that momentum into map 2 here.
Yeah, so far, I'm just going to see how Liquid approaches. Do they get a little aggy? They do. So aggression going to be kind of toyed with over towards A, at least pushing a little aggressively. But when you have deep players holding, like we see the Sova on the other side, they're waiting for this. This is a set play, this is a set intention, and they're being very patient, and they're slowly building mid-control. You've got a Vova leading the way, and you've got kind of a 2-man squad with him, and then you have Killjoy and Sova at the very back lines, making sure no one pushes too far out. And I think this is a great little approach to start with. Good clear towards middle. It's going to give away some of the game, but if someone pushes out, they will catch this breach, I think.
Yeah, 3 members of Heretics actually making it up towards market here, and only just now we get rotation coming out. Actually, Eccles going to find a little bit of company in the form of Pora over in the attacker side spawn. Turret goes out. Now let's see how they respond to this.
Could be misinformation. Now, it looks like the actual adjustment is going to leave the Omen pushed in, but it's Eccles' lovely push. Pora's going to be frustrated, but now the pinch comes in through short. You've already got them on the site, and you've already got Link dead, but there is support there. Scream was quick enough to make it around. The Jet, no slouch on making up some of the space, but that spike is now being toyed with. You've got Heretics going to get that plant, and now into the post plant. But look at Avova. He was the player who got posted up, pushed up towards middle, and he's already made a nuisance of himself. Bought a bit of time, but it's still tricky for Heretics to hold this.
It is Scream down to 10 HP as well. Nakia now just need to hold on to this. The shock dart comes through. Could do a little bit of damage on the way in. They've got to be careful here.
Look, he's just pushed up. He's played the timing, but Eccles is too smart. Really well checked there to make sure they double checked in case anyone pushed up as they kind of mantled down. So well done to them. Liquid will get the first, but you could see the intentions then from Heretics.
No, it's a big factor to consider. Eccles maintains control of A main, boxes those players into sight. They have to make a play if they want to win that. I mean, you saw the point at which Lowell's kind of jumping up to try and peek Heaven. They're trying to pull something out of the bag.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, they can kind of set the pace however they want now. They have this map advantage to play with, and they know that Liquid are going to be back to the wall sort of gaming here. There is no ease coming into this. It has to be everything shown. So I want to still see that aggression being toyed with. And we've seen what can happen with, deep Omen blinds, a couple of smokes here and there. I mean, we've all seen the clips. We've seen Tens and all his fans and friends, but nothing too much. But you can see the intention behind it. That is going to be a filthy shotgun angle if they breach around the corner. It looks like timing's not on the side, though.
Yeah, let's see. The Owls aren't going to give this information away. Nice. Eccles got to be careful, but deals with it handily. So maybe going to try and get some damage in with the shock dart. The first one's actually good. Wow, it's going to do about 40 damage to Eccles. So he's got to back away from this close angle with the judge.
I mean, suddenly even the weaker weapons become incredibly viable. That touch of damage is so vital. But now Scream's going to hit the rotation. I like this. This should be safety for Scream. He shouldn't overdo it, and this is a really nice just kind of crunch point that they've created here. Not allowing anyone through until then. A little bit of a dink and a dip down. We're going to be seeing just one standing, and not going to get anything out of it, are you? Scream going to just stamp authority on this round now. Bear in mind, this was against pistols. There wasn't much invested. I think there was maybe a Sheriff and maybe a Frenzy at most, but very little coming back in there for Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, a much more cautious approach this time around from Heretics. Obviously, this time starting on the attack. I think they definitely want to get a feel for Liquid on Ascent here. I mean, on split defense, we saw how eager they were to kind of push out and find map control. This is lining the map as he finds 2 from up here in Heaven. I mean, actually, unfortunate not to get the headshot ghost there through the dark cover as well. But obviously, again, just don't let them even take the orb. Don't even give them something else extra out this round. Just giving nothing away.
Yeah, but now look at this purchase coming back in for Heretics. Because they bought absolutely nothing really in that previous round, they do get a fantastic purchase coming in this time. Rifles galore, utility galore. They're happy with what they've got. Now, I do like this consistent element of pushing up, because eventually you won't need to necessarily push Eccles to this position, because they're going to intentionally believe that there's going to be someone there. Now, this looks like a curious positioning coming out from Liquid. They have no one on B.
Yeah, it's just the Killjoy utility, and actually the alarm bot's over in mid, so it's the turret that's going to give this away. Actually a massive investment of utility here from Heretics to get on. Fault line, that's a nice little lineup there from Eccles all the way over in the defensive spawn, but I mean, Control's going to go over to Heretics immediately. This is going to be a retake situation here for Liquid. Door comes down, Eccles going to pop at him easily. Lowell actually swings onto that, but there you go, Cryptix is there to back him up.
Really good trading then coming from Liquid. As soon as there was a bit of a threat, they piled in. Something we didn't see on map 1, so that's a much better look for any Liquid fan to hold on to hope. But Soulcast's gonna try and reveal some information, get the plays going. Scream's gonna work in off this. That's the man you want leading the way on this retake. Pora, though, going to steady his aim, steady himself for the absolute wave of players coming in. Blinded up, sprays in. Can't do it. Scream is having a absolute belter of a round, and this is the investment they made, and that's a defuse you can't stop.
No, it isn't. And I mean, that there is a fantastic example of how to maintain control, even if you give up the site, just not allowing anybody to come out of that site. This is notorious, obviously, B site on Ascent. Once you're boxed onto site, it is so difficult to maintain control for the full duration of that spike ticking down. And I mean, at that point, yeah, go away, save the weapon. Niso, correct decision.
Scream's 8-0. Do you think they've kind of poked the bear a little?
Yeah, he's warmed up now. Maybe he's, I guess, that corner clearance is stuck in his head.
I'd be mad.
Yeah.
I'd be embarrassed. I mean,
hey,
tilt
motivates some people. There you go.
It can. We're going to see what comes back through here from Heretics. They've yet to really make a statement on this. That previous round, it was okay. I wasn't in love with it. I didn't hate it. They kind of got the site for free, and then they fumbled on the retake, which was the main kind of part of it. But Scream's playing a bit of a looser style here. We've not seen him push up towards middle, or at least this far up short yet. So maybe a look at what they're intending, maybe dealing with a little bit of that mid play coming back. Wait, he's still going on. He's just caught a glimpse. He's definitely seen one. Isolates one. Is there another? They're daring to go. Almost hits the 180. Spins around, but quickly dealt with. And now suddenly you can see Heretics shuffling around, looking for that next step opportunity to present. No one's there. If you're Liquid, you've got to fall back, and you've got to bide your time now.
I mean, I'm fine with that. Scream, again, no information given over from Heretics. Nobody actually peeking away from top mid. Gave him the feeling that maybe he's got an opportunity to swing onto tiles, but Soulcast actually got a big task ahead of him. You can see Heretics stacked up here. A little bit of utility sent on the way in, but they're actually going to swarm in.
All right, Soulcast, it's on you now, buddy. All on you. There's a lot of players here. Cryptix on the crossfire comes in just the nick of time. Perfectly played. This man is exactly who you'd want to turn up. Right timing, right place, and Heretics are not getting a foot through the door this time.
No, again, this just maintaining composure there. They weren't worried at all by that. The crossfire, the angles that both those players holding over. Soulcast got all the support he needs from Cryptix there. Just a fantastic hold, to be honest. This is what I was talking about. I'm fine with this.
Yep.
If Scream can just do this 1 out of 3 rounds and he's allowed to do so, it's going to be so problematic for Heretics.
And it sends a message that, yeah, whatever, map 1's done, don't worry about it, we're back. It's the kind of swing of pace and intention coming out, and it just shows that, do you know what, I hope Sliggy had a good chat with the boys, gave him a little, clip around the back of the ear or something, saying, all right, let's stop messing around now. This is the big deal. You don't get a second shot at this. This is your best of 3 to win. Now Heretics still have plenty of rounds to play with, but a 4-0 start is a statement however you want to build it.
Indeed, I mean, it looks much cleaner as well from Liquid. To be honest, they're looking way more composed this time around than some of the situations we saw with Split. A lot more decisive, kind of in the heat of the moment. Meanwhile, do have Heretics looking for something through mid again. It's interesting. Liquid are happy to give this up. Little bit of utility back up in the form of the turret and the alarm bot. This time, the turret tucked into Pizza, and looks like Cryptix is going to play an off angle based on his contact. He's going to peek a little bit, finds a bit of over actually come down the top of that. The dark cover comes down. Probably going to see an explosion onto the B site here from Heretics.
But is there anyone there to stop them, or are they being quite passive again? It looks like Soulcast is going to potentially give up the site if this utility lasts long enough. Ooh, they're actually going in on the side. A fumble and a half. That was a mistake from at least one of Liquid's players. I want to see if anyone else falls foul to this. That was unnecessary. Yeah. Unnecessary to commit, and that almost shows that nervousness again. Left. Now, this should be a pretty clean spike plant. I don't think anyone's going to stop this, and that seems as though that's the case. It might be time for Liquid to consider even a save.
Yeah, I mean, Lowell sneaking his way through mid there as well, whilst everybody's tunneled onto the defensive spawn, just watching if anybody pushes out of the B side. Scream actually looking like he wants to get up close, but again, the retake at this point, highly improbable, we'll say that, but again, just looking to do some early damage economy-wise. Okay.
Pora checks his corners, mate. I don't like what Eccles did there, if I'm honest. Especially
with Soulcast stood behind him.
Exactly. If you're going to go for it, fully intend to go for it. You have to have that commitment, that intention, and the execution to it. If they can fully reinvest next round to no problem, fine. I guess if that was just your kind of throw to the wall and see if it sticks. But it looks like they're desperate to keep control at least of this rifle, so I feel as though there's something to be said about the economy here.
Yeah, I mean, Solkas has done well so far, so I mean, maybe he can pull something out of the bag here. The fact that he's kept that on the board. This was an interesting scenario here. Obviously, Cryptic's playing this one perfectly. Avova just coming out on top in terms of the aim duel.
When you check your corners.
Yeah, there's a meme in there somewhere.
Yeah. There is. Ooh, Cryptics, hello. What do we have here? Sinatra, is that you? NA Valorant. It's weird. We do have the op going out for Link as well. So again, Liquid were one of those teams that we always consider like, do they have the player to take that role on? And it's going to be interesting to see what Link does with it on the Omen. It should at least alleviate some of the other players to get a little bit more curious across the map. It looks like Breach is going walkabout, so that's Eccles having a look down short. Maybe they can kind of stack a little towards middle and potentially even fight that.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing, you were talking about Eccles' presence on A main. Heretics aren't even coming into A lobby to be able to even investigate that. They're happy to give it up. But again, similar situation to what we saw on Split with kind of mid control being relinquished, but at the cost of, you know, gaining B garage control. But so the owl drone in, dark cover going to come down. Link reacting off that information, but I mean, this is all a fake. Niso straight away through the attacker spawn, going to wrap back over. Scream already coming through defensive spawn, so all this utility and 3 members of Liquid looking like they're going to commit to holding on to B.
I still want to see where Scream goes. He is the pivot point in this, and wherever he leans is where they expect the hit to come in. For now, it looks like they're still potentially gambling towards A, and now he's on the way. They know what's coming through, but Killjoy could be a huge issue now for
30 seconds
how
left.
this kind of unfolds. I'm looking to see how they commit towards this one and what they do with it. His Scream's still here. We've got the players on the site. Locations revealed. Everything is noted now.
Let's see, when it comes through, Cryptics staying alive for a lot longer than I thought, but a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Heretics and the revive coming in gives them the upper hand now with the spike about to go down.
Yeah, this post plant is going to be pretty brutal. They still maintain a lot of map control with Niso where he is. Scream could be a game changer. There's the flash. Scream uses it. Gets further forward, but they need to clear this corner. The timing on the flash! Oh my word! Niso just comes out on top of that, and now he can be the biggest nuisance. He just needs to live, and the cross becomes near on impossible. They have to funnel utility in. They cannot deal with the site without removing him. Suddenly he goes down, but it is still 3 players here. This is great work from Heretics to bide time, to stay their ground, and Link and they can do nothing, do nothing but die, and even to a turret.
Ooh, Link finds one on the way out though, but this spike is about to go off. Link going to tuck his tail between his legs, head back through the defensive spawn, but wow, I mean, what a response initially. I mean, it's so crucial in this situation for that player in B main, in the form of Niso in this situation, to stay alive as long as possible. If he gets the kill, fantastic. I mean, the timing on that flash was awful. Probably the worst timing ever. They were both staring at each other, but the important thing is, with one less thing to worry about and having the information of when the defenders come back onto site, it's so huge for the team holding on to control.
You can see
look at the investment.
Yeah, they had to. They had to pour so much into just removing him. His positioning and his ability to just bide time gives me, honestly, MVP that round. I'm more than happy to give him that. And that's it. It's the buying time on retakes, and it's showing that at least Heretics have a good idea of what they want to approach this with. It's, can they repeat it, though? I don't know if the repetition's quite there yet for them.
Another slow start to this. Heretics happy to kind of just keep Liquid guessing early game. Again, they're playing so deep, they're not really giving away information at either entrances to the sites. Obviously, with the recon coming through B main and Eccles, I mean, previously doing what he was doing on A main, not really kind of giving Liquid anything to work with, Lauren.
No, not really. Eccles just kind of being cautious about these. He's got to be very careful with how he approaches this, because it's a fine line. We haven't seen them testing short too much, so this could be not necessarily the unknown, but you can already see Jet pushing out through those B halls, so they are garnering a good deal of information. Already the Jet's going to fall away back towards B, but you can see the intention on the rotations, heading through spawn, and they're already leaning towards A. This is a very good read for the defensive side.
Yeah, Lowell actually tucked all the way up just outside the tree right now. You can see him in the cubby. I'm going to clear out Wine. The Nano Swarm and the Boombot, a bit of an over-investment to be honest with you, not necessary for both. Dark cover comes down though, Link's still in heaven. Now Lowell got to make a play if he wants to deal with it. He does find Eccles over there.
Left.
I'm still not loving this. Eccles is getting caught in the weirdest positions, kind of somewhere in between holding the defensive line and taking the fight potentially, but the site is all theirs, and say goodnight, Link. That is going to be just signed, sealed, and delivered. And you're going to see now this retake looking so unlikely. So much utility still with Heretics to bide their time and build that wall. It's not impenetrable, though, bear in mind, as Cryptic's already is going to find one and maybe open up an opportunity. But these kills would have to happen quick.
Yeah, I mean, time's a factor here. Again, similar situation. The longer that Niso survives in A main, the harder it becomes for Liquid to kind of break this hold.
Look at this around the world as well. They're already chasing these guns down. I want to see if they actually get any of these guns away as well from Liquid. Cryptic, Scream, and Soulcast could really do with keeping control of this. But looking at where they're going, they could potentially chase down some of these weapons if they're feeling quite bold and get them out of play. But you can see Liquid very, very hesitant to leave the safety of this cubby.
Yeah, an impressive round from Heretics. Oh, actually going to cross over, and Nokia unfortunately missing those shots. But again, I'm liking what I see. When Heretics have the opportunity to kind of set up for those post-plant positions, it just looks so strong. And I mean, even there, Liquid have read that situation perfectly. Like, guys, like we got 15 seconds. We've already kind of missed the mark and backing away from that. But the problem being, I mean, Link dying there to the showstopper.
Yeah.
That's kind of sealed the deal for them because that's their pivot from heaven. But the point I'm trying to make, Heretics, once they're given the opportunity to set up, they have such a tight hold on these sites in post-blast scenarios.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job, and I feel like now they've been able to determine that pace more. I think they've calmed the game down a little bit because Liquid came out incredibly strong. It was like, hey, we're back in the game, and it also helped that Scream had a really good start. Now, he's not been able to do that for a couple of rounds. He has been kind of tamed down here, and this is what happens when you start, defaulting a little more, taking your time across the map a little bit more. It makes it harder to make those individual plays. It doesn't bode so well. And it looks like a heavy sight lean towards B, and it's a correct read again. No one's here. This is going to be that full 5 retake.
Yeah, again, just the Killjoy utility. Turret over in Pizza Alarm Bot just outside B main here. Dark cover going to come out from a over-expected market, and obviously the defensive spawn to be covered off, break those lines of sight, and actually Lowell with a... Oh, hello, Hunter's Fury coming all the way through B main, actually going to find Lowell, so Soulcast stopping this push initially, but Heretics have got access in now. They're through B main. Soulcast looks like he might be trying to line something up for the plant there. Yep, waiting for the audio cue to send out these shock darts.
Let's see where it goes. Planting in the back of sight.
Spike planted.
Didn't make much of an effect to me, if I'm honest. And really, a sight take for 1 player loss? I'll take that. I'll take that all day long. This seems good so far, but let's get in the eyes of the players if we can, because it looks like Liquid are kind of hitting their head against the wall here. I want to see what the go signal is for them to get into this. Maybe the players going all the way around, trying to come through those B halls at the backside, but Scream gifted one. Pora maybe opening up opportunity now. This is a problem, and it's starting to crumble. And Liquid gripping onto this as they suddenly work their way forward. They still need to get towards the site, though. 2 players to try and hold this down, but they're tucked to the back. There's still a utility being poured through, and they're dead, gone, and buried. Say goodnight.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good stuff from... And again, on the flip side of what I was talking about in the previous round, give Liquid the time to set up for that retake. They invest 2 to take control of B main. And again, removing that factor is so huge in maintaining control in post-plant on B site. Just really, really good stuff. I love this ultimate from Soulcast, by the way. Again, just a fantastic angle to line this up. And even just finding one, maybe doing a little bit of damage... extra bonus, but again, you're not risking anything to kind of output some damage before that push comes through.
No, I'll give that the credit of at least being a prime gaming flawless round. I'll give that one over. I'll let you have that one on the retake. You don't often get those so cleanly. I'll let it happen. For now, though, we do see the purchase coming back in. It looks like Heretics are bringing out the op as well, so that could be a bit of a game changer. I want to see where that gets utilized. On the attack is a little tricky in my mind. I still feel it can be. I've been proven wrong several times by like Wardell just running around like a madman, but I want to see how it looks here in Heretics' hands.
Again, I mean, you asked the question as well, putting on the raise.
Yep.
There is an agent pool issue there. Actually, Scream going to go full aggressive on the back of that flash. A 1-for-1 trade in mid, though. Liquid look like they want to commit to it.
Eccles just got left with his pants down in middle. He was just exposed to the world. It is the worst place to be. Feels a little uncomfortable. And suddenly everyone's pressing the issue. Heretics just see a little bit of blood in the water, and they are chasing it down. Liquid just made a mistake. That was trying to be a little bit cheeky in mid, a little aggressive, but maybe not communicated well enough, or maybe choreographed. But Cryptic's trying to hold the cross. Nice utility usage to just give safe passage.
No, I love that. The dark cover comes down, slow orb behind it. Nobody can push in, walk into that dark cover and be a nuisance for Heretics on the way in. But again, now, given the opportunity, given the freedom, look how Heretics
30
spread
seconds
before
left.
the post-plant.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Revealing area.
Where are the final two?
Out of charges.
Heretics.
Running.
Yeah. Is there a way we could see the money left as well? Just want to check in with Liquid here, because some of these rounds have been kind of up and down. I'm kind of curious how they're sitting. Again, because they're just being very cautious to take guns away at this point.
I mean, I've got to feel it's close to the wire for Liquid. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to take a look at it in between rounds, but I mean, this is going to be the third round in a row, right? Going over to Heretics, and a reasonable investment, you got to say, thus far for Liquid. So, going to be holding on to these two Phantoms for sure. Lowell already drifting over towards A main. Both players tucked inside Hell, probably not going to get spotted out there. Another clean take onto B site. I'm going to be honest, it seems Heretics are favouring that direction, especially on the buy rounds, when they've got a couple of ultimates to complement that. But this mid push was kind of crazy because it fell apart very quickly and then they committed to it. Like you said, Eccles lit to the corner with his pants down.
I felt so bad. It's like, when you're in school and you call the teacher mum, it just felt weird. Poor guys just had I was here for you, Scream, but you've really just thrown me through a loop.
You digging up any memories there?
I have a lot of trauma to go through, and doing it on air seems the most appropriate.
Yeah, obviously.
Of course. 5. All of my choices in 2020. 5-4 though. Liquid do still have the lead, but it's waning, and the response from Heretics has been good. I think we have seen a calmer Liquid, and you can see what's happened to the economy, it looks like. A couple of issues have come through, but it does seem as though they've fashioned a purchase. X, have you not learnt your lesson? Back in middle again, are we?
A
little bit more passive this time, though.
Yeah, a little bit more. Again, it was an overcommitment. This time, Scream actually over in B main, but I mean, Liquid got to be careful here. Heretics creeping over towards A short. The other spike actually tucked over. Too strong over in A main as well, so this could be a tidy split if they decide to go for it. Lowell will invest in a little bit of utility, maybe just to kind of bait a rotation out of Liquid, maybe keep them second guessing this.
Yeah, it definitely could. We're going to see what they go for already.
He finds one as well.
Lol's going to found, yeah, and it's Eccles in mid. The guy's having a nightmare of a couple of rounds, trying to maybe deal with these kind of lurkers. We saw what I think it was Avova was able to do when he had that mid control a couple of rounds ago, and it was pretty devastating. However, another pick comes back in, and this time it is the aforementioned Avova going down. It's going to be Link at least controlling that, but it does seem as though the spike will be planted. So at least the time will now be favourable towards Heretics. They can maybe set up the post plant, but this is still a tricky one to hold.
I was going to say, this Lowell lurk here, Scream actually going to spot it out. He does come out on top of that. That's huge. Lockdowns invested on both sides here. One coming through from Tree, one actually just outside Gen here. So Liquid got to be quick, actually, if they want to deal with this.
And I'm not seeing any quickness to this. This is horrible to watch. I don't like it. Do you want to cast this one?
No, I don't. I'm glad Heretics aren't pushing in there. Again, it buys them time. The fact that two players got locked down, Recon Bolt comes through, Paranoia to follow up, but Niso actually finds Soulcast on the way in.
Yeah, the trade comes in, but it's too little too late, in my mind at least. But nice work from Link to do the damage. But look at the time. The time is gone, and it is too late in the day. And once again, Liquid being caught out in a couple of scenarios that I didn't expect them to be.
No, I mean... I love that though. The best response to a Killjoy lockdown is to throw your own down. As soon as Cryptic's invested that in Tree, yeah. I mean, it was instantaneous for Pora to respond, and the positioning of both. I mean, Heretics was much better protected where it was. So just straight away there, the time's running down. The fact that the two of them get locked down, I like the fact that Heretics don't try and close the gap there and, go kill hungry, because time is in their favor there.
Yeah, they played the clock perfectly. Yes. It was the additional ally that gets added to the side. And a 5-5 scoreline, we are getting towards a kind of pointy end at least of the half. And Soulcast getting curious. This is the first time we've seen this, and Heretics know exactly what's coming their way, but this mid-crunch is working well for now, but it's just Scream off a leash. I don't know. Where's the next step? There it is. Okay, Soulcast finally got in the action, but it felt mismanaged. It felt a little mistimed. But let's see if it's misplaced. The spike has been picked back up, and we have to see if now Heretics can kind of deal with this weird round coming out. I love aggression, but it is just here, there, and everywhere, bits and pieces, and an isolated fight towards short could have been a problem. Luckily for LOL, he does have the heal. Link's there, and now a 1v2. And he knows where both of these players are.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. The fact that they were synergized and Scream is able to get to mid-link that quickly to kind of, attempt to pinch with Soulcast. I like that aggression. Maybe if I mean, it didn't necessarily pay off for them, but it's looking like they're going to win the round anyway.
We'll see. 40 seconds. Spike to hand.
Yeah.
And a 1v2. It is certainly
Prove me
doable.
wrong. Prove me wrong.
Avova.
I mean, positionally, he's
It's
got a
not
bank
bad.
to rights
Now,
at the minute.
now, I do like the
30
fact that Liquid
seconds
have doubled up. They're trying to play a
Yes.
safe round after playing a very dangerous round. That is not a bad plan. Now, that gives away the game here. Now it's all noted. Oh, this has gone poorly for Avova. This has given away too much. And now you can see the quickening of the pace. Liquid want this dealt with, but now he's down even lower. Look at the HP. It is dire. But a 1v2. He just needs to land those shots, but he doesn't have all the information. All the pieces are not in the right place. 19 HP. And the clock is still ticking, but Liquid quiet and cautious towards the site. No one was facing, but well handled. Both staying together, trying to minimize any potential of easy free picks.
You make a good point. They stack up, they move away. The utility's there to bail them out. Or, I mean, at least on half of the map, they can prioritize mid, they can prioritize B. They know that they're going to have that information fed over to them. And actually, the Nano Swarm's just absolutely farming damage there, to be honest. It's unfortunate for Avova. But, like I said, I want to make the point, I like that synergy, that play there to pinch into mid-link. Initially found a little bit of value, but it looked a bit shaky, I'm not going to lie.
I love the intention. The execution was a bit sketchy for me, but I like what they're trying. I think the intention is correct there. So, again, not the worst in the world, but I'm looking at what purchase they come out with this time for Liquid. This is a very close half, though, overall.
Yeah, I got to say it. Nucky's having a stinker. He's 1-7 right now. And that's obviously on the raise. Again, we can talk about duelists and people obviously playing those roles and whatnot, but we haven't really seen him on the map so far. You know, elsewhere on Heretics, Poor, not necessarily having the greatest game, but, you know, obviously he's got a role to carry out. I mean, this time around, a much better rounded game from Liquid, I will say. Scream's still popping off a little. I mean, we started 8-0, right? He's now sitting at 13-6, so much better stuff. Obviously, you do have a little bit of a, I guess, a tactical timeout right now. So just going to hold on. Let's see. Clock restarted as I said that. They must have heard me.
Oh no, Hypox telling us to start. Do you reckon that was it? No, I
highly doubt that.
Yeah. But no matter what, I do want to see how this plays out. I think so far for me, I actually don't know where to put Liquid in this. Is this them doing an exceptionally good half, or is this them holding on? Exactly.
Clinging on for dear life.
Correct. So I'm still curious how this now looks in the bigger grand scale of things. But this will be the final throw, at least towards the site, and that's the opening pick. Link now down. This raises the alarm bell. Everyone starts panicking, but they are at least on the site. It looks like Scream's committed in the site itself. Where is Scream right now? I really want to see what he's up to. He's found Boar already. Lol's a little bit curious. He's like, but I swear my wall was there. Cryptics and Scream, sick play in combination. This time they committed to the fight. This time they weren't left in a horrible retake. But also this time, Soulcast just wanted to interlit it.
Oh no. Yeah, Rolling Thunder comes through. So might actually be able to tuck into the corner, but it doesn't. Eccles cleans up the easiest kill we'll probably see in the entire series. But good stuff there. I mean, the utility usage was fantastic. The fact that Scream commits to that site hold and actually manages to sync up with Cryptics to find those kills. It was perfectly timed, actually. Cryptics nearly fell outside market door there, but the ping, the information given over to Scream allows them to obviously wallbang through the boathouse.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see Scream kind of committing to those scenarios. It was dangerous because sometimes it can catch you off, but we have seen them constantly postured for those retakes. So seeing him diving in a little ahead of that's a tick in the box for me. I like that. You've got to lean on your players, and I think Scream was actually quite integral this game. Risky too, though. He was playing that fine margin between over-aggression and going on your own, but it did get them a couple of rounds, I feel.
No, and you made an interesting point. Between Eccles making those not aggressive plays, but kind of gaining control in terms of territory, and then having Scream kind of play this rotating role and pivoting between both sites. I mean, if you can counteract that correctly in both rounds, Eccles comes out, finds no information. I don't want to say gamble stack, but Scream actually in a position to kind of assert that aggression and find a kill elsewhere is huge for Liquid.
Yeah, I think stabilization is where I'm leaning here. Liquid, it's not the best half. I'm going to be very honest. This is not a commanding lead by any means, but it looks like they've calmed it down a bit. You know what? They've got control of themselves again. Anyway, to give you a little bit more insight, and I'm sure to give their own thoughts, is the desk. Let's have a quick check-in with what they're thinking.
So, we are on Ascent. We have Sovas on both teams. This is why I'm here, and I'm super excited. So, we're going to explain through a couple of these rounds to show you kind of how Sova can be really important in a map like Ascent. It's not necessarily for the Radiant or Immortal players, but more like gold players like Mitch over here to maybe get him to Platinum or something like that. So definitely gonna be very interesting to kind of share some knowledge on that. So we're gonna go through one of the first rounds, actually the pistol round. So the cool thing here is that they are retaking the site and they don't really have vision on the final player to take out. But Sova is one of the few characters that has the utility to clear a corner without peeking it. So Soulcast shows some really good geometry skills here by shooting it off the back wall on the bomb site and actually taking out. So you'll see it, he comes here, it does the shock dart there, first one misses. He actually gets stunned first and then the shock dart actually almost body hits here, and that takes out Nuki, it's actually really well played. It's almost like they knew exactly where Nuki was playing because the breach stun kind of came in and wait, the breach stun was from
just outside the side, right?
Yeah.
Towards
that's
the attacker's spawn.
Really, really beautiful.
It speaks to the coordination a lot of these teams have, right? Just to set the record straight, Diamond or just dropped in the plat the other night, solo queuing, what can you do? But yeah, for these kind of setups, like you're never going to get this in a matchmaking game, right? Where your teammate's able to have that level of coordination to pop in and clear the utility at the exact same time. But these lineups are really helpful. If you're looking to play Sova at home, you want to learn how to play it a little bit better. That's what we have beautiful Jonas here for. Because look, I see these guys all day, right? We'll see your Soulcast coming in with these amazing lineups, and I'm at home thinking, I can't wait to get home in Ascent, play some Sova, and then it turns out the only thing I know how to do is wall bang with an Odin. So we're here to learn a little bit more. What else can you show us?
Yeah, so speaking of Odin, this segment here is interesting because Soulcast is not actually using the Odin, but Cryptix is playing the Odin, which is kind of cool. So they're kind of combining utility here. So we're going to kind of see how Soulcast is able to deny the push for so long. First, it just sends a regular shock that it's not really a fancy lineup or anything, but this kind of it scares them off a bit, right? And then he throws a recon afterwards, and this is to check for possible wallbang possibilities or if they're pushing. And still, they're not pushing at all. And then Soulcast, he sends another shock dart, and they're still like, I'm not sure if I'm going to go. There's still some more utility. And even then, he still has his drone. So it seems like, the attackers are just, he's literally shaving off a minute of their time, which forces them to maybe play less ideal because of all the time he gives his team. And unfortunately, they didn't win this round, but here you can see the drone play here, how as soon as they hear the drone, they're not going to push because they know there's still a potential Odin there. And now, finally, with 50 seconds left on the clock, all the Sova utility is out, and then you still have the Killjoy turret. You still have the grenades as well. So this is a perfect example of how much time you can shave off from the attackers by just using utility really wisely.
There's two things there that I wanted to touch on, and perhaps we can go back to the start and just slowly watch it through. There's a difference. So the first thing was you mentioned that obviously Cryptix was the one playing with the Odin.
Yeah.
I really like that because when you put the drone out, obviously there's a little bit of a delay between you tagging them, canceling, taking out your weapon, they're already gone. Now you tag them, instantly Cryptix is spraying if they're in the right position. Didn't work here quite that way, but it's what you'll see.
The theory.
What I want to see, so if we play this one through, the first shock dart is a bounce, right? It goes up, it bounces down deep.
Yes.
Now, for the people at home, when he switches over to the recon, he fires that. I think that placement of the recon is very important. He doesn't actually bounce that all the way through, right?
Yes. Because, when you hit the roof at this point, so this B main, it's like it's like an intersection here. So if you hit the recon dart up in this corner, you can see both ways because you could have someone pushing in and being almost already ready to push out. And if you're still aiming at the wall, you're going to have problems. So hitting the recon there is really smart, but at the same time, one of the most important things as a solo player is to switch around because the enemy team starts to know where you put your recon darts. So make sure that you don't have... Mitch, make sure that you don't shoot your recon dart in the same spot every round. Usually a good sign is if it starts getting destroyed before it gets a single tick off, that's when you switch up and do another lineup.
That's when some fancy lineups can be
That's
used,
where
right?
some fancy. And speaking of fancy lineups, Mr. Soulcats here might have received a few lineups from yours truly in a Discord DM. So I'm kind of excited to see him using them. And we saw one of them being used in this round, actually. So we're going to play that off now. This is we're going to see the entire round. So first of all, what he does, as soon as the Killjoy nade comes out, he knows that they're probably going for a fast push. So he just sends his ultimate blindly straight away. He still has his recon, and this is where we see, this is the B default anti-plant shock dart. Now he's probably, maybe he needs, I'm not sure why he's delaying so much if he's not sure, because he ends up spending way too much time before doing it. Because so here's the lineup, the actual lineup. So you're gonna see this one flying, and hopefully we'll see it from the over-the-top angle as well afterwards, how this one flies and hits the default plant spot. Now, the attacking team was pretty smart. They didn't actually plant defaults. If this is because they have their own post-plant way of playing, or if this is because they were expecting, because you can see here the bomb is planted in the back left corner, while the typical spot is to be safe behind the green boxes, and that's why I made this lineup to land exactly there. But the problem with timing a double shock dart to kill a planter is that you need to have this sixth sense. You need to feel, you need to look at the minimap, you need to feel where you are, because it takes only about 4 seconds to plant. It takes much longer for the arrows. Here you can see the lineup probably. So he started doing the lineup when he heard the plant. There we go. So one bounced up and they both hit right there on default plant.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
It really is. I mean,
this guy must be a genius.
He must be. Whoever showed him that has the biggest brain, the biggest IQ. But speaking of big brains and big IQs, it's time to get back into the game and see what else these guys have got planned for us and what our big brain, big IQ casters have got. Take it away, Pansy and Hypuck.
That was very flattering. It's almost like you could just watch a Sinatra VOD and you'd probably get some...
I had to, dude. You've brought up Sonata like 8 times already. So
I mean, it's over, the Mount Baron, you know, it kind of works. Have you not watched much NA, does it?
I'm just not familiar with who you're talking about.
You don't like that other game?
No.
Fair play, honestly. I don't think many people do.
It's the correct answer.
7-5, though, is the half-line score we're coming back into. Now, this is a better look for Liquid, I think is fair to say. I don't think it's the best look, though. I think there is still plenty of room for danger here.
No, I mean they've looked much better at recovering rounds. Some of the things on Split that I saw, we're talking about them, you know, kind of allowing the clock to decide some of these rounds for them. This time they're way more decisive. They're looking to make plays. Again, we're talking about that mid-link push, things like that. They're looking to take control of these rounds, not allow them to kind of slip through their fingers.
I do want to see some of these kind of choreographed pistol rounds that I know that Liquid has up the sleeve.
Same.
They have been, I don't want to say weak, but it looks like a 3-2 split towards at least A for now, just because of where we're having the likes of Link lean towards.
Yeah, looking like actually all 5 are going to revert back over to A main. Slow push through. And again, I mean, nobody in heaven for Heretics. Maybe going to look to do some damage from outside of the site and not commit to an all-out brawl. Maybe give this up and work the retake. Again, you know, a big factor here. If they can kind of keep control of Garden just outside this door. Dark Cover comes down, slow orb through. Lowell not going to take any shots, though. Nobody opting to close the door either, Lauren.
Yeah, that is going to be curious if it comes back to bite them potentially, but for now it's going to be Scream posted kind of at the forefront here. Utility will keep Liquid safe, at least for the plant. That was a little later than I'd hoped, but it will at least be now safe. Now you've got to look at where these post plants are. Scream is being set up for success potentially here. You're going to have
This flash is huge.
trying to get this at the right time to see if the timing is right. Now they know someone's there. A quick little peek up, but the timing, he gets forced back. He was unable to find anything from that.
No, again, I love that. It's well thought out. The fault line goes through Heaven as well. It's going to stun up Niso and Poro on the way in. Paranoia goes through. And actually, response Paranoia. And the recon comes through. Niso finds Soulcast outside of that dark cover. And actually, the trade's coming back in Heretic's favor.
Yeah, but it's still Scream! Oh my god, Scream! When the chips are down, he's always the player you want. Just, you put an animal in a corner, back to the wall, it comes out fighting for its life, and he just did that. He's on 19 kills.
I mean, I got to say it. All of Heretics was staring at A main there. There was no focus put onto Hell from what I can see. Maybe Pora here looking over that direction, but... I mean, Scream just wins. I mean, basically 3 back-to-back gunfights and then 1 kill in the back. Just, I mean, huge play there in the pistol round.
production. Can we just get that POV whenever and just put some Linkin Park on it, like a little bit of slow-mo, some like lens flare coming in, just really ham it up a bit. But still, nice work from Scream. Good to see his confidence flowing. And if that would maybe kind of echo throughout the rest of Liquid, he gets pumped up, everyone gets pumped up. Oh, it's just a normal game for us. Cool. And Heretics, you're going to feel a little bit shaken by that.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I was talking briefly about, you know, the little wins, the confidence boosters, and that's definitely a huge one for Liquid. And actually, on the flip side of that, a bad one for Heretics. Scream has to get himself into cubby. Lowell actually going to find that with the Classic, though. So advantage goes over to Heretics immediately, and Liquid haven't come out of B main yet. They're actually retreating here.
They should. I mean, okay, they have to be cautious because they are on the SMGs. They are the lighter purchase here coming out for them. And there are potential threats, but there's no armor. There's nothing really that should hinder this. Maybe just caution. And I don't mind that. If this is going to be what the look's going to be, is just kind of a cautious, considered approach, sure. Why not? Waste that utility down, draw out whatever they may have. I don't mind it.
Well, actually, on the flip side of what I was saying, this is the situation where you want to run the clock down a little bit. Pressure Heretics, you know, once the utility's out of the way, take these long-range battles with the weapons they do have.
Yeah, but 25 seconds, things go wrong. This is where things get sketchy, and there's the double ding. This is where it gets a little bit of a problem. A one-and-done spot can do damage in this. Again, this should be clean, easy sailing for Liquid, and now Avova's got one. It's a 2v2, and it's going to be a post-plant, but look at the weaponry. Have they been able to scavenge much? Avova's got himself a gun. Soulcast, though, he's like, all right, guys. I know you're trying to build a narrative, Lauren. I know you're trying to build a bit of hype. I'm going to just walk up and kill him. All right? We've still got the round.
Stop you in your tracks.
Yeah. Thank you.
But, I mean, you've got to consider it there. Maybe there is also some hesitation on the side of Liquid. They don't want to throw away around like that. Obviously, Scream bursts in there. He doesn't find any value off the initial utility into market. I mean, Niso able to, I'm pretty sure it was Niso, able to play his life and stay alive long enough for Lowell to swing out from the defensive spawn. So, I mean, nothing too scary just yet. The round 2 conversion from Liquid, we know that's one of their fortes. Let's see what Heretics have up their sleeve for the next round.
Okay. I want to see what Scream's money's going to be like throughout this. It's looking a little wacky to me, but I'm sure he's going to kind of supplement that with potentially the ult coming out, which I imagine I just heard. But again, this is a very decisive hit. It's an all-in. This is not defaulting. There's already information for the defensive side looking down middle. They know that there's no one there. There's no one on B. This is going to be a stack from the defensive team, but Liquid already in. Scream right up ahead. Vova's got the pick, though, so it's going to be on Scream to control this. Nobody can pass this, otherwise they are in severe trouble. Ooh, my. Okay, Scream is playing a very dangerous game here.
He's still got the Blade Storm popped. More Cloud Burst to go down, but
spikes across. They've at least got the spike in towards the site now, so that plant is becoming more and more viable. So, but this retake can still just hold. They can just wait pretty patiently for that spike to go down. They're not being given any opportunities yet, but now with the plant coming in, they can wait.
Yeah, we do have Pora. It is a fact that you can see over on the minimap there. He is going to try and flank through. Again, all this information will be fed back over to his teammates. This time around, Eccles not alive. They can't do that rehearsed flash into heaven, so Scream just has to hold the line with this Blade Storm for the time being, wait for Heretics to give something away. But what have we talked about? Getting boxed into sight. Look at Liquid right now.
Avova's still got utility. Pora's still got utility. You're seeing it in play right now. Scream's found Avova, though, and now the trades come back up, but Scream is still delivering. Sets up Cryptix, but it has to be big work from Cryptix, too. Niso's on the spike. He's defusing right now. He's holding the defuse. Cryptix takes the fight and loses it. Niso might have just clutched this, and yes, he has. Defuse comes in. Heretics hold on, and they bring it on the round.
I mean, there was a moment there I thought Cryptix might have invested the lockdown. And that, again, at that point, you know, backs against the walls, a 1v1 situation. Do you want to risk away giving rounds like that? Or do you want to play the forward game and have that still in your arsenal to pull out whenever you need it elsewhere? But, I mean, the fact he's able to hop off the defuse there and still win that, that's spicy.
It's a little bit of spice, you know? When you're at Nando's, it's like a medium, you know? A very tame medium. Okay. It's not extra hot, yeah?
No.
Easy. All right.
Tepid.
My mood in 2020. 6-9 though, this is still Liquid leading. They haven't hit that double-digit number, and we haven't seen the economy stabilize yet, I feel, for Heretics. It's still been in a state of flux. But this is a much better looking Liquid I still want to highlight than what we saw on that first map. That was just sloppy.
This is night and day.
It's a different looking team, so shout out to Sliggy, I imagine, or maybe the IGL coming in saying, guys, roll it back a bit here. Regardless, Heretics, nice use of utility for a quick peek and a safe kind of back away, but mid control slowly being garnered by the attacking side here.
So actually still holding the angle there, dark cover. Screen did swing on it, doesn't find anything initially, but expect Niso to respond with a little bit of utility. Nucky actually tucking back into that cubby on shore. And he does actually find a kill as well. Link caught off guard, and he manages to use utility again and get away from Scream.
He's just being toyed with. Scream's got 1 bullet left. That's all he's got to play with. And yeah, the utility now being poured in. Nice counter push though from Liquid to see that all the attention was on short, and now they get punished for that. Beautiful work from Liquid off to the back of just kind of playing in towards the side itself. Spike being slowly filtered through, but no, it's been dropped. Cryptic's had the spike, I'm pretty sure. So there's still room for play here and time for rotation.
This spot in Garden from Lowell, time and time again, is crucial for these pushes onto A site from Liquid. You can see now the spike is caught in a precarious spot now. Liquid need to deal with this threat. Screen creeping over towards it. Poor over in heaven. And the time running down here again. Lowell finds another one. Soulcast will trade that one out, but 8 seconds now. They need to get this spike planted.
This is going to be a tilting round. If they mess this up, if they lose this, wait, what? Did they just...
They didn't pick up the spike, so they can't plant
it.
One enemy remaining.
What do you say? What do I say? What do I...
Right, so now it's 7-9 in the favor of Liquid. I mean, I want to move on.
How have we seen the clock run out so many times? Running too late. Like, don't get me wrong. This is. Okay, here's the 2 ways I could do this for you guys. I could have lied to you and said that was really exciting, or we can be very honest and say, what the hell just happened then? I don't know how that mistake was made, and maybe there's more factors to it. Maybe we missed something, but from what I saw, they simply didn't plant within the time.
I mean, I praise them for their composure early on. That's the kind of mistake you make when you're under pressure and, you know, things are getting a little bit nervous for you, but that's a freebie. For Heretics, to be honest with you, that's a freebie round.
Yeah, we absolutely take those every day of the week. And already, Lowell's going to start things well.
Lowell's been huge from that spot.
Yeah, he's been nasty with his Scream, tries to get aggressive. No, big denial there. All this kind of like cheeky individual play seems as though it's already been met by force. And this weird purchase, a lot of lighter weaponry coming through, is actually paying dividends.
I mean, again, I was just saying Lowell has been huge from that spot. Not you finding a dirty headshot actually on the Soulcast as he goes back to look for something else in mid. But again, limited buyback into this, he still finds value from that spot. The way in which Heretics are playing A site right now, giving up the site itself. Nucky finds a second Link. Good for the trade. Expecting Link to obviously just back away and try and keep this rifle on the board. But I do want to make a point. Liquid don't really have an answer. They're not pressuring short enough to get Lowell off that spot and kind of, you know, make best use of that split onto A.
Okay, Link.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, it feels bad. There's been some horrible timing for Liquid. I'll let them just have that as bad timing. But the gap is now closing. As much as these rounds may seem a bit like memey, I do want to highlight the fact that it is now 8-9.
It's 8-9. And I'll be honest, you know, they may be cracking under pressure, right? That mistake in a previous round, they're not picking up the spike. You got to argue those are things now. I mean, you're getting a little sweaty, a little warm under the pit, so to say. That's not what you want to be happening, especially when you've dropped map 1 and you're looking at potentially going out if you lose a second.
Okay, pressure starting to build now, and the money looking a little worse for wear for Liquid. They do need to be very cautious with this. You can see the lighter armor coming through, a Sheriff here, a Ghost there, and a couple of rifles. So Soulcast and Scream are your danger men for Liquid this round. On the other side for Heretics, once they work out that they might be against a lighter purchase, I want to see how they approach this now, maintain their composure under what could be I'd hope a scripted round if you're on a kind of half-buy.
Yeah, interesting this time around. Nucky actually playing up in heaven. We haven't seen that previously. I was just talking about how Heretics have kind of favoured short and playing around that tree and garden area. This time around, Nucky is posted up. He is watching through to A main, waiting for that information to come across. But Lowell actually over towards B side. 3 members of Heretics, in fact. With the mid control as well. And Liquid look like they're going to try and pinch onto A, as I said they probably should in the previous round.
Okay, well, this is going to be a big area of denial. If it goes straight through, yep. Okay, dashing out, nicely done by Scream, staying mobile, quick on the feet. Avova's still there, and he hasn't really given away the game. That might. But now suddenly everything gets a little revealed, and Liquid are bringing this close quarters. I quite like that. Bring those pistols into areas where they can maybe operate, maybe hold on. Avova just barely alive. Scream takes him down, and suddenly Liquid are looking a little bit more deadly.
Oh my!
Until then, straight away, absolutely eviscerated. Liquid looking for anything. They need the plant, they get it. Soulcast has to go big this round.
Indeed, Liquid down to 2 here. 5 members of Heretics. And again, this is another round you don't want to let slip through your fingers here. Liquid both stacked into tree, actually. Soulcast going to find Avova elsewhere. Lowell actually uses that timing to get over the top and finds both kills. Liquid will fall, Heretics will get the defuse.
Thank you.
9-9. Scoreline-wise, Heretics are keeping composure at this point. It looks like Liquid are looking... I like the intention this round, honestly. I like that pinch towards short. I like the pressure that they were able to apply. All the intention was great, but you saw that ultimate just completely dismantle them. Yeah.
Do you know what the best thing was as well? And it was actually 2 members in sight that died, but the slow orb that comes down into tree would have been so perfect to kind of combine with. I don't know if it was a factor in the end. Obviously, we were watching from Niso's perspective, but just really, really good stuff from Heretics.
Okay, Heretics keeping their heads up here. I was kind of curious if Liquid were going to keep that pressure building that they were kind of doing in the early forays of these rounds and this half, but it does look as though they've hit a bit of a barrier. Let's have a little look as to what's going on for now. I want to see if the economy's in a curious spot. It looks like Liquid are able to get the decent enough purchase. I'm not sure how Scream's faring money-wise, but of course the ultimate will be popped, so he should be fine. Already aggression on short, I love this, but Soulcast handles it with ease. That's the first time they've won this cleanly.
Yeah, and again, this is this is Heretics prioritizing short so heavily on A. Again, I mean, they don't really need the mid control at that point. Once they've got Avova and Nakia tucked into tree, Scream now with the Blade Storm pop, but Spike is headed towards A, at least lurking over on A side, so maybe waiting for Scream to find something before making a commitment either way. Dark cover.
Nice. Lovely fake.
Out. Let's see if it baits out any movement on the side of Heretics.
This is a gorgeous fake so far coming in from Liquid. I'm still waiting to see how that spike gets on. Yeah, Scream, beautiful. This is lovely. This is really good. He's going to cut him in half. Exactly. Yeah. He can be wherever they want. Now, he is going to be noted because of the bolt coming through, but this now encourages the play from Link. They're going to take the site for free. This is a beautiful fake play you've just seen come out from Liquid.
30 seconds
Even with
left.
a player advantage, you can see the benefit of opening up short and how it's paid off. Spike now down. This is beautiful. Now they just have to deal with the players coming back in, though.
Yeah, lockdown for good measure as well. Cryptic's just going to tuck himself into hell as I say that. Niso does actually find him with the wallbang. Scream catching Avova trying to escape out the window, and Heretics just desperately trying to get over to the defensive spawn. Niso actually caught on the Heaven ramp. He has got a teammate there to defend him. Should Scream look to try and get that one, but I say that. The trade comes through. Pora finds Scream in response.
Yeah,
it's all but done.
Yeah, it is. It is. Keep hold of the guns, play it smart. And I just want to highlight how much of a nicely crafted round that was.
Perfect.
I'd hope the desk could maybe take some time on that, because most people, I know you guys at home play all the time, but for those maybe just tuning in, they're like, why was that so cool? That was such a well-executed fake piece after getting that pick towards short.
Yeah, and it lines up perfectly. The fact that Scream is able to dash into market door, then wrap through mid, even with the... obviously, his location being revealed, and I mean, all he's got is the Cloud Burst to cover off defensive spawn, but the fact he's able to get out of there and get back over to A short so quickly to help with that push onto A site, just really, really good stuff. The timing was absolutely perfect for them.
Okay, let's see how the switch-up now comes down for Heretics. I want to see what they do here, because they've just had a really nice execution against them. That's got to be a Liquid playbook sort of piece coming out, very scripted. Yeah. I want to see what their response is. Do they get aggressive again? Do they try and take some map territory? Do they have to now kind of question that mid-play potentially coming through? So I'm going to keep my eyes on, is there any aggression? It looks like this deep hold coming in from Liquid is going to be their just starting point, but this is not necessarily new, but having the op here could be a danger.
Response there from the...
Lovely.
A little bit of information from the Owl drone. Nade, unfortunately, just forcing Soulcast out of that corner at least. Flash comes through. Scream going to clear out B main here. A heavy stat. Actually, a lot of presence from Heretics. I mean, leaning towards B site. Again, Avova over on that short position, which we know Heretics converted from time and time again. But the spike is over with Link and Cryptic. So... maybe trying to repeat the same process from the previous round here, Lauren.
Okay, but this could be the double pump, right? You send Scream in again on his own, But this time, your players are actually behind them. So it does seem as though the spike is wrapping its way back around spawn. So we'll be seeing if they actually go for this and where the information's going to come from. They don't have a great deal. They've heard the op now shoot. They know that's in play.
And you can see now the rotation from Heretics coming away. The Scream does find the entry here. Recon Bolt onto side. Nucky are going to find Cryptics on the way in though. Lockdown goes in favour of Heretics. Actually, Eccles manages to tuck himself on. Avova will fall. Pora now. He has his lockdown destroyed.
How's he still alive?
I don't know.
How has he got... Wait, that was the spike. They just bounded in with that, and now we've got 10 seconds. I get nervous, but it shouldn't be a problem. Switching up to the rifle, a little bit more, I guess, viability with it, rather than just running in with the op. Isolates a fight, but Scream's not going to let it go. 3 kills for the man, keeping good control in this, opening things up initially. It got a little dicey then. I don't like the spike committing towards the the back of the house there. It gets a little bit dicey.
I got really confused there at the fact that Avova managed to tuck himself into Boathouse.
Yep.
I mean, literally right on top of Eccles. And I mean, the good thing is that they didn't seem phased at all by the fact that the lockdown had been planted on site. Again, the Hunter's Fury being invested to deal with that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, again, down to 10 seconds, the spike's making a play towards Boathouse. It's not really what you want to say. Until they clear it out, it's understandable, but...
I like percentage plays where you play to the safety, but it looks like a fast piece towards A. We've got to jump on with the likes of Scream. He is offering himself up as the spear tip. Throw me in, chuck me in there, I will be the first in, I will open these sites, and it's a quick plant too. Look at the pace change on this. They've just shifted up a gear. Liquid are playing, this is the style of game I expected to see from them. Now they have to hold the retake though, and there should be plenty of utility with Heretics, even if some of their guns are a little weaker.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the setup from Liquid is fantastic here. Again, lots of emphasis onto A main. Soulcat's actually holding close contact here on the door as well. Scream is very low HP, but comes through. Soulcat finds Avova. Yeah, the trade's going in favour of Liquid all day long. 3 for 2 here. Scream does actually get picked up though, so this makes it interesting. It's a 2v2 now. The wall is down, blocking off some sight lines over towards A main, but Killjoy utility buying so much time.
And yeah, time is everything of the essence, and it is going to be dribbling away from them. Even the spike kind of closing things down the end, but it is going to be Liquid. I want to highlight not the end of that. That just it was a little bit here and there, but the intention, the pace, the direction, the quickness. That is the Liquid we were expecting to see. This is the higher level approach.
I mean, isn't it the thing to consider really? That position I've talked about Heretics playing over on A short. I mean, it's very easily countable if they're just going to give up sight and heaven. I'm surprised I haven't seen really Liquid either lean towards splitting A and putting a lot of pressure onto those short players, or at least just kind of, getting in, getting control. I mean, smoking off the doors, obviously, they have the opportunity to do that. That there is kind of the response I'd expect to see from Liquid to get control on A. Pora actually coming out on top of that 1v1 over in B main.
And that's a player. That's a player you wanted gone. Get Scream out of there, because he's been offering himself up as the entry. He's been setting the pace for Liquid
Exactly.
As well. He's been their entry fragger and kind of... Oh, I think Eccles just saw that. I'm pretty sure he got a glimpse of Omen just dodging back in, which would be Avova here. Now, again, a little bit of information now trickling through. Yes, they got the pick towards B, but with that little bit of a spot, they're going to maybe start leaning back towards more of a kind of A lean with a little bit more attention towards middle. And it's right to be feeling as such. Liquid are still exploring their options.
Yeah, Spike slowly making its way up short though. You can see this time around Nokia, Avova and Lowell all here, and Nokia will find the first. Actually, Showstopper gets popped. Cryptic's got to be careful here. No utility for Nokia to close this gap down. Does get sent out, unfortunately, just missing the mark. But all of this comes out now. Spike headed all the way towards market here. It's going to be a B hit. Pora finds the first though. Eccles good for the trade.
Oh, that was so good. Avova's there. That Spike lost, and now Cryptic's lost in the wastelands of the map. He can maybe look short. He can try and find a pick, but he's got 20 seconds and no Spike to play with. This was well controlled and well considered by Heretics to back away towards middle. Shut down, and it's going to be another lifeline for Heretics. This game is going to go pretty far. I want to look at Liquid's money as well. Keep in mind how their economy's been a little bit back and forth here. I want to see how they stand in this. Hopefully they can get a really good purchase here and get themselves ready for what could be a long game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really good response here for Heretics to kind of pivot back over to focusing so heavily on A. And especially, when they're putting that focus in and it's resulting in them finding first blood and then the second kill. I mean, it's just plain sailing for them. Liquid, look like obviously, I mean, Screamy has got the Blade Storm to consider as well. 29 and 14 for Screamy. He's having an absolute blinder.
Yeah, he is leading by example. He is delivering as, you know, big players turn up in big games. And this is what this is. He's dragging them across potentially the finish line, at least in map 2. 1 round away from tying this series, at least 1-1, taking us all the way to a third map, which, you know what, I wouldn't be upset about. So for now...
Not complaining.
No, a little bit of patience being shown from Liquid. It's certainly not the fullest of purchases, looking towards Cryptics potentially there, but it is certainly serviceable. It will do the job. And let's look at the early intonations as to where they may go. It looks like short control is being considered again.
Yeah, this time around, I mean, all Killjoy utility for Heretics invested onto A site. A little bit of a mix-up. Okay, and Nazi playing mid with Niso. So there you go. Here's that focus actually onto short that I was talking about. Aurora shut down in that position. And actually Soulcast follows up and finds a kill in mid as well. So initially, Liquid getting everything they need to get into A site.
Oh, and Scream's just hunting them down. The man's on a mission. He wants to close out strong, but there is still life in Heretics, but it is being drawn away from them. This would seal the deal in map 2. Just Lowell alive. And, well, I don't know what else he can do. If Over's back up, I guess that's going to help him out, but just fed to the wolves, as Liquid have done just about enough, I feel, here. This is them stabilizing. This may not be a proud moment for them, I feel, but it is at least just righting the wrongs of map 1. Soulcast to close, 13-10.
Yeah, I mean, they looked much better than they did in map 1. Split, my concern is that even when Liquid looked that much better, it's still such a close matchup here in map 2. And again, you know, especially looking at Liquid's attacking sides, it took them so long to kind of figure out the best way to crack that defense on A site and kind of shutting down that control that Heretics were getting from short. Like I said, it's just worrying that it was that close and they look so much better than map 1.
All right, if your win condition is you got to have Scream turn up, I guess they got it. I guess big man's there. So
wait, was that a 30 bomb?
It's got to be. It's got to be at the end then. I mean, Scream had a great game, and I'd hoped I didn't have to go into it's the Scream show, but it kind of was. Kind of was a little bit. A little bit. But, I mean, he's a good player. I'm happy to see it happen. However they get there, this does mean we get a third map. Series now is going to go all the way. I couldn't imagine a better way for this to happen. Both picking up wins on each other's maps. But regardless, before we get to that, let's look a little bit back on those Prime Gaming highlights, have a little look through of all the glorious moments, head to the desk, head to a break, and to talk you through all of the good stuff.
welcome back to a Valorant First Strike EU main event, where we're heading into map 3 in this quarterfinals matchup between Team Liquid and Heretics. That was a bit better, guys. It was better from Team Liquid. It wasn't perfect, but I think, Lothar, let's talk about the good things they did.
The good things that they did, well, Scream just pulled off a 30 bomb, right? Yesterday when we were doing rehearsals, I just said, kind of like a joke, maybe not exactly like a joke, that Team Liquid is currently just screaming for support players. And in this game, it kind of felt that way. And it's even more important that Scream wasn't doing 30 exit frags. Almost every single one of them, all of those frags that he did were very impactful, like site opening, maybe some rotations opening kills. So this was really instrumental from Scream to actually deliver that result. And they won just backing off of that.
I mean, just looking at the stats, right? Scream dropped 30 kills. And Mitch, I know you have something to say about this because I don't think that in a game where one of your players dropped 30 kills, it should be that close. 13-10, where Scream has dropped 30 kills. What does that say about this Liquid team? I mean, I feel like, you know, on paper, it's very obvious to say some of them aren't really stepping up. And they rely very, very heavily on Scream, as so you should, because Scream is there to drop 30 kills, and he's doing it. But they're not making it easy for him, are they?
No, you know, the thing for me when I look at how they're playing right now, there's some times where we can get the excuse, like you'll see the likes of Eccles. He won't have the best of games when it comes to frags. It's very easy to look at a scoreboard and go, he's a noob. But the reality is the role that you play is very important. If Scream is first man into the site a lot of the time, you saw him constantly trying to seize advantages for his team. He's dashing forward, trying to draw fire, bait out any utility that's there. And that's not the guy I expect to drop 30 kills. And that's definitely, if he's succeeding, what that tells me is you're getting into sites successfully. You're actually getting the map control that's hardest to get, and then you're falling down at the basic level of the game. For example, picking up the spike to plant it. That's a very basic thing to do. There were a couple of mistakes that were made. And look, I think Liquid, they're feeling a lot of pressure right now. This is a team that doesn't play that often. 13 maps in the past 3 months. This is a team that has constantly struggled when it came down to big events. They've gone out at the very start and gone out early more times than I can count. This right here was what I was talking about. With the spike, look. Eccles thought he picked it up. He was so distracted by the recon dart that he actually didn't realize it wasn't in his pocket, and so ended up running out of time and losing the round. And in such a close game, a play like that can genuinely lose it for you.
In general, there was like a theme for Liquid on Split, running out of time, right? Here on the same map, same issue. It seems like Split was pretty clean when it comes to like the executions from Heretics and so on. But here, I felt like both teams are pretty messy. You know, all of the situations were kind of chaotic. Also, few of the players from both teams have now bad games. Nuki, I wouldn't like say that he's gonna be bottom fragging in 2 maps. Maybe not bottom fragging, but he's like 9 and 10 frags in 2 maps now on Raze. That is really tough. And Heretics still won first map and now are 10-13 in the second one. It's kind of hard to say what's going on in both of those teams, but if I would have to bet on someone winning the third map, I would still say it's Heretics.
I mean, as you guys can see from the spike pickup, and as you mentioned, certain players not stepping up, they both clearly have their issues. And they both clearly have issues that they need to fix in a very short amount of time. So if you were Sliggy and if you were Tannis right now, the coaches for these teams, what is the one thing that you'd be going to these players right now and being like, look, we need to fix this before bind, because if we don't, one of us is going home?
I think for Liquid at least, just level-headedness is going to be something like they definitely lost. Maybe it was the pressure, the nerves getting to them. It's hard to kind of tell a player how to fix that. Like, the worst thing you can do to someone that's panicking is say, hey, relax, bro. It's never going to work. You can't relax yourself. When I look at Heretics, though, like, again, what brought them through that first map, to me, for a large extent of it, was how individually strong Niso was and a couple of their other players. Personally, I would love to see him go back to the Reyna and try to bring some of these duels forward again in his favor, challenge Scream a little bit more. But it's a tough one. Like, at the moment, you're seeing what the series that we expected, really, like between these two teams. I'm really glad that we've gotten it and it's not sort of a blowout in either direction.
Yep, that's true. Heretics, I feel like they just need to focus on keeping composure and maybe like trying to tell Nike to like, you know, get a briefer, you're gonna get it in the first map, because I feel like there's a lot of pressure on him, you know? He is the character that should get the frags. When you have utility, all of the utility deals damage, right? Then it's expected of you to deliver that damage. And right now, he's not delivering that. If he wakes up for the third map, it's gonna be an easy win for Heretics if everything else works as planned. But in general, I still like the way Heretics are playing. You see the synergy in the team. You see that they follow up the trades. They follow up whenever they have a plan on the utility usage, which is something that we don't see in Liquid right now.
Well, is that enough to stop Scream? You know, you can step up. You can get 4Ks on your Raze. You can land every single ultimates that is possible to land in the game. But are you realistically going to stop Scream from fragging? Because in the first map, they kind of got rolled over, but Scream still had the second highest frags of the game.
This is something I love about Valorant. Valorant is so different from other tactical shooters because it's very heavy focus on personal performance. If someone is playing a character that has a lot of mobility, cool damage, you know, skills like Jet with the Bladestorm and Raze with the Showstopper, it allows one player to shine. And if someone has a day like Scream today, in an example on Ascent, I feel like he can just kill anyone and destroy every single plan the opponents have. You know, so you might have the best execution, the best lineups, the best talent, but if someone just kills everyone, then everything falls apart.
I will say as well, you know, one of the things that I'll critique very heavily when I see it, so I suppose I should balance that out by complimenting it when I see it being done right, was actually the economy management for Liquid. And it's something that I think we haven't touched on too much in Valorant as a scene because it doesn't maybe play as much of a role as it does in some other competitive FPS economy-based shooters. But Liquid had this stage where they bought out 2 rifles, 3 pistols, half armor on every player, full utility, very important no matter what kind of buy you're on. If you can afford to have it in the next round, just buy it now and carry it forward. And they went for a round. Didn't work out, but then they were able to get a full buy in the next with one caveat. They were missing a rifle. But Scream had the Bladestorm. So then Scream popped the Bladestorm. And I've genuinely seen it at decent level where teams... Someone has a Bladestorm, and they actually still take the rifle, and their teammates are left on a pistol or a Spectre or something like that, and it's very perplexing when that happens.
On top level?
I've seen it in a top 10 team. I won't name and shame because I've actually blocked it from my memory. I can't remember who it was, for sure. But it was at an Ignition event, and I nearly lost my mind.
Well, I have seen top players from top teams in EU didn't know about the changes of economy after saving, for example. So I was in an official match, and I was like, this is awkward because he saved a pistol, didn't die, and then he had way less cash for round 2. And I'm like,
You know, I would love to name and shame, but I feel like we've had such a surreal day today. Just all the little bit of whiffing here and there. So I'm going to keep it positive and move it on to Bind because this is the decider. And this is the map where there's enough information for both of those teams. This is not a split situation anymore. I'd say this is more of like an equal footing. I don't know what you think, Mitch.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Bind was actually one of the maps that I didn't expect to come up in this, purely because I thought we would have an icebox in. I think the veto went down a little bit differently. I saw Bind as probably a decider if they vetoed the way we thought, which was taking out your split, whereas the icebox was taken out instead by Heretics. Now, when I look at Bind, I think both of these teams, from what I remember, play Brimstone. I would wonder now with the adaptation of taking the Jet to make the faster executes, if we're actually going to see well, that kind of ruins the point because Link's already gone and picked Brimstone. So we are going to see those skies opened up. And I think his ultimate is just insane on this map in particular. There's plenty of reasons to pick him, but I love his ult for clearing out lamps. It just causes such paranoia even though he's not Omen.
You know, Niso always plays a Sova on Bind. We're not going to see that Reyna, unfortunately. But yeah, Lothar, what do you make of the Asian select so far?
I really like the switches to the Brimstone because, as you said, it on lamps is very powerful, but the same can be applied to elbow on B. But also what tells us the story about why do you pick Brimstone over Omen on this map is because all of the executes on those sites are typically blazing fast. You have to smoke so many angles at the same time, especially on A, that Omen is just not fast enough. Especially, sometimes you have the Jet that can help it out, but here dropping all 3 smokes at the same time, way more important than the Omen's potential like blind usage or just getting better positioning.
The other thing as well is when you think about it, let's take an example. Attacking side, you're moving towards the A side. The paranoia actually can't be used as efficiently as it can on other maps because when you paranoia, you can't close the distance in effectively enough to actually combat the player or to capitalize on the player that you've blinded. And the other end of that is when you're moving, let's say for example, you paranoia up mid and you want to really rush down that Lamps player, you're going to be exposed to Heaven. And you will have to smoke Heaven, but you can't smoke that quickly and then paranoia. It's very discombobulated if you're playing an Omen. Whereas with the Brimstone, okay, you don't have your paranoia, but you get to make those quick plays in. And one other thing that Jonas, I'm sure, would chime in on is I do not see nearly enough lineups for post-plant situations with the Molotov of Brimstone. It's very, very powerful. It guarantees you push the players off the spike, or indeed, I think a lot of the time it's used to cut off choke points whenever you're pushing and need to capitalize on the advantage. But it excites me when you see, like in Man Disadvantages, those post-plant lineups that come over and just destroy it on the spike.
The problem with it is just one piece of utility that, you know, there's a difference in playstyle for many different players, right? Some people might just use it in a different way, especially when attacking. You might cut off corners, which you don't have to check then because the DPS of Brimstone's Molotov is just so big, right? So in general, I like to see it, but Brimstone only with one of those mollies has to typically also change his positioning very far away from the side, and that doesn't allow him to then trade effectively with someone who is taking control of the side anyway. So it's very awkward. The same goes to Viper, you know? It's a very similar discussion.
Well, now before we head into game, I just want to quickly get both of your thoughts on who you think is going to take this next one. This is the most important prediction you're going to make.
I didn't change my mind. It's Heretics all the way.
Oh.
I'm going to probably regret this, but I'm going to side with Lothar. I think Heretics purely because Liquid, to me, there is one thing that can happen that loses them this game, and that's Scream not turning up. Whereas Heretics, they have got something to fall back on, which I wish I could say the same for Liquid.
I cannot wait for Reddit to rename you as Heretics, Mitchman. I feel like that is coming in now. But guys, it is time. It is map 3. It is Bind. And for one of these teams, this is their last lifeline. Pansy and Hypok, for the last time today, take us away.
We get the third map. I didn't think we'd get here in this fashion. I thought maybe a reverse sweep. You know, I thought map 1 was a lock-in for Liquid, and then it kind of looked terrible. Then we had Big Daddy Scream turn up. You know, little different.
A little bit different, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting point to make around agents. Obviously, with Niso switching over off that Reyna, I don't really feel, you know, Heretics were able to deal with that presence Scream was creating. I mean, the space he was creating for Liquid as well, not having a duelist to kind of counter that. So, I mean, I've got to say it, that does kind of come down to Nukia having an absolute terrible performance on Ascent. Well, no, you can turn that around. Obviously, you know, Bind is Raze's background. Back garden. It's playground, so to say. Maybe able to, you know, have a little more impact this time around.
10 seconds away from kicking this off now. Liquid have had to dig deep, and by that they had to activate Scream. You had to go full headshot machine mode to get you to the third map, whereas Heretics played a pretty respectable game. But now you've got to look at Liquid as, are they playing to not lose, and can they keep facilitating this pace? And it looks like they want to keep it up, but Avova's got a good read early on. Maybe those steps were heard, but instantly that smoke goes in.
Yeah, the rotation already coming through defensive spawn. Lowell actually thinking twice about it. Recon Dart comes through, and the Owl Drone actually going to head through the window, but nothing given away just yet. Heretics holding the line for the time being. Liquid still lurking around outside B mid up towards the window area itself. And Poor, interestingly enough, he's got his camera down inside the window, and he's tucked inside the teleporter. So looking to make a play out of that position, but Liquid actually drifting back over towards A short.
Okay, well, you say that. It's
the spike's
just
staying,
Scream, yeah. And to be fair, if you want to reference Liquid as just Scream, also pretty relevant after last map. But that may change, and I want to see now with that presence noted, at least towards A slightly, what the response is. So far, They've drawn some utility out of one player, but that's about it. Pora's keeping calm here, and I like this, still being present. And if they spot that camera now, okay, game on, they know what's happening. They've got to commit, but Pora's already found one. That's the spike lost. Oh dear, this could be a disaster in the making, but Soulcast keeps things at least looking somewhat decent until the party arrived. Heretics just shut down everything. I am in disbelief once again, leaving just Scream alive, but that's always going to be a tough phrase to say, but with 10 seconds, his options are so limited. Tries to isolate a single fight, not going to happen. Down he goes, and Heretics with the first.
That Cypher setup from Pora with the spy cam in window.
Sick.
Again, as soon as that information is relayed, I don't even think Liquid was still anticipating that peek out of the teleporter.
No.
And he's able to come out, do a little bit of damage initially. He's, again, kind of gets caught off by the turret for a little longer than you expect, but here's that opening kill onto Eccles. Again, he's got to come here, but the reinforcements come through. The collapse is absolutely perfect for Heretics.
And that's the thing you want to highlight, is that they didn't hesitate for a second. They piled the hell in. As soon as that contact was made, we're having no threats. As soon as that spike was lost, straight in there. And for Heretics, you want confidence building. You want to put Liquid in that danger spot. You want to put them in their back foot position. So economy-wise, it was highlighted, and I'm glad Mitch said it. It is Liquid being quite diligent with how they manage their money. But for now, they are going to have to kind of step back, take a sheriff or two, or maybe just a frenzy, and try and play around that.
Absolutely. Obviously, Heretics expected across the board. Scream comes bursting up short here. Nukia good for 2, but Eccles will find that trade. And things will slow down. Obviously, the K's cutting off these sight lines. Liquid going to have to rethink this approach.
Now, Nukia is a question mark that we put towards, can this, be a big delivery moment for him? And I do want to highlight, he's at a very good start. And some players will respond better to, even if it is eco frags, that pumps the confidence up. It starts feeling a lot more viable. Let's see if Liquid, though, can make much out of this round. They have got that pick, so there is a chance for a bit more danger. But for now, it hasn't really equated to much. And yeah, with Pora patrolling, you're not going to get much more out of it. Nice work from the Heretic side, keeping most things into control here.
Yeah, just really clean from Heretics there. Again, not really sacrificing too much up. Scream sending up short, I guess, looking to just find anything he can on the way in there. But, I mean, Heretics well equipped to deal with this, the pistols of Liquid, so to say. And again, I mean, you're right. You look for those little victories to build some momentum for a player that has struggled so far.
And again, I know some players in other titles that respond to it even 10 years into their career. They will have a better performance if they start strong. So it can apply even more in this regard. And we see that fun trade out of utility towards showers, always an indicator of intentions, but it is a default from the attacking side. Spread across the map, as you can see on the mini-map, to ensure that no one gets too much information on any side of the map.
And what I'm loving so far, again, we're only in round 3 so far, but Pora rotating, keeping them guessing. Now he's obviously focusing his utility elsewhere, and that's something that can keep a team pretty much second guessing every single round. If they don't know where that free information is going to come from, where their rotation is going to get called out. Meanwhile, Heretics stacking heavily into the window right now. Nukia on site.
Again, though, I want to look at where that spike is and just highlight this is not going to be a quick, responsive piece. So even if a Scream does get the opening, the spike is still due.
Spike's here.
He's thinking about it. Someone else can get it. And that will be Link's job. So it does seem as though they are kind of gathering towards the B side. So that does look like that's their intention. And Scream's going to have to potentially crack this open. The double stack towards window is pretty strong, and it may hold back the 2 players coming their way, leaving the rifle, which is in play for at least one of the Heretic sides, towards holding long. So this is going to be a 30 seconds hit. I get nervous at late round hits, but it's perfect. They've just drawn enough of paranoia that, oh, maybe they're at A, but that double stack's still in place here. There's so much danger aplenty, they can't break through. These trades are not efficient enough, and window is still being held down by Heretics. This is a problem to hold in a post plant.
It is indeed. I mean, we talk about those alternate angles to worry about here, and having the ability to kind of set up coming out of window here. Scream has tucked himself all the way into defensive spawn, so it's going to give some information away, but Low will find Eccles on the way in. Now Liquid are down to 2. Scream's got to make something work from this position. Decay's going to cut off his sight line here.
Yeah, he can play for the spike, though, and that's what he's going to do. Link doing a similar thing. They've got to call which angle they're holding and create a nice crossfire. Link better hold this line and let Scream do the damage. Going to find one. That's Niso down, and now a 2v2 begins. But Link looks flustered, but pulls it back together. Just about finds Pora, leaving Lol now in the 1v2. They are low, but time, it's not on his side. And with the spike ticking, it's going to be Link to chase out. They're going to die for this one. Lol's going to make it costly, but the round will be controlled by Liquid.
Yeah, alluding to the fact maybe Liquid cracking under pressure in the previous map, but maintain composure there. That's how you hold on to control over on B site in a post-plant situation. Again, Scream, just look how much territory he buys. And again, not even concerned about the window situation. Gets in there, feeds that information back over. He's done his job. He's got the 1 kill in.
Yeah, looking back on that, that was pretty valuable. Now, keep in mind, though, that Heretics only had 1 rifle, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was on Nuki. So, yeah, it was. So he's going to be down to, I think, just a Spectre this round. So, again, the economy kind of evening out here. This is going to be far more manageable. We do hear the ultimate being popped as well. Oh, and Vova lucky to be alive.
Yeah, a little bit of damage coming across. I think he's going to rotate all the way out, maybe find this heal from Lowell. Scream still with the Blade Storm popped, and Spike making its way over towards this heavy presence towards A for Liquid. And actually Avova just second guessing the rotation back to B site there. Again, they've got the Cypher utility set up. They have that information. Don't necessarily need to commit to holding that side with 3 now, but here comes the push from Liquid.
All right, Scream's definitely seen one. I'm pretty sure the angle was a 50-50. Both could see it, but the first challenge might be Avova, but you can see the kind of complementing off angle coming in on the site. But this is not subtle. There is no subtlety to what Liquid are doing. This has been very well noted. So they're going to hit against 4 defending players here. Nuki's eyes will turn for a second, and that might be enough for Scream. It's not. And now he's in trouble. Suddenly he has to just take the fights and wins the fights. He's still... Oh! Scream just absolutely beheaded Niso. That is going to leave him ringing. Pora and Evolver, just how are you going to come back into this? Evolver's baffled how this has just happened. Surely they had everything on their side, but Scream just did them dirty.
I love how active they're being in the post-plant as well here, wrapping all the way back in towards Lamps, forcing both players, the Heretics, onto back site. Scream now just lurking, looking for an extra one now. This one comes back a little bit as he saw the barrel of Over will fall. He picks out again. Scream is good for 4 here. What a fantastic round from Liquid.
Just call him Aatrox. This man's a world ender. That is absolute filth from Scream. His ult didn't get him the success. The damn pistol did.
Oh, he's 2 off ult again.
I don't know what to do when Scream does this. All right, what do you do? Like this, I was like, well, that's it. Guess that's done for.
This double dink is disgusting. Look at that.
And the barrel. Oh, dear. I could watch that all day long. All day long. That was gorgeous. And can that be a Red Bull clutch as well? Because I think that deserves to be. Can we go for that? All right, maybe even a Prime Gaming flawless round. Like, apply every goodness on that one because that was just stunning work. Anyway, I need to calm down a bit. It's going to be Heretics on a bit of a half bite.
Yeah, a much slower start this time around. Again, Liquid, though, this is what we maybe criticized them for on Split, is when Heretics weren't looking too good in terms of utility, equipment, weapons, whatever, weren't cautious enough. And Heretics were finding a lot of value in those rounds. This time, you can see Liquid post up. Eccles just holding this angle on B long. For teammates now to back him up, the Owl Drone comes across, but they don't want to give away these frags to Heretics. Pora swinging out there a little ambitiously, but Scream will find his 2nd on the round now. Miso, he's in deep trouble.
Yeah, Scream, it was a mercy killing at that point. Just, I'll put you out of your misery. Don't worry. Have a little nap. Think about next round.
He's checking corners as well.
Oh,
love to see it.
Scream's getting confident. And you know what? If that first map was merely him being activated, that just, okay, I made a meal of that. That was not to my standard, and Scream's gone, let me show you what I can do. This is why I have this price tag. This is why I got these guys picked up by Liquid. This is why I committed to this. This guy walked away from a career in another game. He came into this full intention. Now, this is just kind of an eco bash, but this has been throughout this map so far.
It is indeed. I mean, you talk about Liquid occasionally being a slow starter, but I mean, once they get going, they can build the momentum. This is the byproduct of that. So absolutely fine with seeing Scream step up and have this much impact on a game. It's definitely the expectation of a player like Scream. As we have Liquid here again, a heavy stack into Showers actually. They're looking to kind of break this control that Lowell is having with that wall, and actually laid over the top. Orbital Strike gets invested as well. Split Liquid up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I love that, but let's see how it kind of unfolds beyond this. Plenty of trades have come through, but mostly favorable towards Heretics. They've held this pretty well so far, and Lol's just kept presence noted. Eccles definitely knows where the player's remaining as well, so Liquid, this is horrible. They barely made it out of spawn.
Down to 2 as well. Lowell pushes out, finds his 4th on the round now. Revive on the board. Is he going to invest it? Niso very, very tagged up, stuck inside that teleporter. Whether or not Lowell is going to opt to get this. Maybe go for the safer revive over on site. He's going to get Nakia back on his feet.
I got the spike.
That gives them a little bit of reinforcements to close this round out potentially. Cryptic did get control of the spike there, though, as Lowell rotated off.
Left. I like that Cryptix just made a couple of steps there. It mightily drawn him into a fight, and he's got it. Really well played. Smart play from Cryptix, faking the footsteps, but now he has to kind of commit towards A. He doesn't have time. So it's going to be hard to isolate these fights, but let's see what he can do with it. There's one tucked in on the corner. So, yeah, nicely done in the end by Lowell. Very well controlled over towards these showers. He just made it his domain.
He did indeed. Again, yes, the orbital strike, not sure about it, but it splits Liquid up. It allows Lowell to get more aggressive from that position.
Absolutely.
You're absolutely right. This bait from Cryptix was perfect. But yeah, Lowell indeed picking up the ace in that previous round.
I like that. Really like that. Nicely played. And again, it's things like that, using utility, and I think that's something that came through not necessarily early in the game, but people are like, oh, you could do damage with this, but actually zoning with that ultimate on Brim is so viable. It just gives you area control.
I mean, Mitch...
Hold on, is this aggressive? I want to just know if Heretics are going to push this one. It could have been an early fight. I don't think they're going to push it, but they might get info. Carry on, sorry.
I was going to say, Mitch and Lothar obviously talking about the use of it onto lamps and onto window, and just how quickly you can force the enemy away from those positions and pretty much gain free entry, or at least gain free ground over towards either of the sites.
Hey, observers, I guess you worked out who's one to watch at the start of rounds? It's like, okay, Scream's getting near an enemy. There's just like an alarm bell starts ringing. For now, let's see what he does with it, though. He's not really committing to this, so I feel as though this is a bit of a show. Going to get that utility building, and I want to see where they now take this. Do they then go through towards window, potentially, where we had that double stack before? Roll your mind back, you'll remember it was there. And I like this. Falling away slightly gives a little bit of paranoia. You could see then Cypher checking on the cam. Oh, are they over by showers? Where are they? They've lost a bit of a track here. This is nice from Liquid, but the re-aggress, they haven't pulled players away.
They haven't, and Sky Smoke does come down. They're going to try and clear this out with the molly as well, but... Actually, Orbital Strike invested onto side of Rolling Thunder through window. This is going to be the push coming through here. Liquid going to find the first on the way. Actually, no! Link does fall.
Okay, but where's Scream got to? It looks like he's bounding around behind the scenes for 20 seconds. Where's the spike? It's on the site. And again, yes, the window hold maintains, but now the ultimate gets popped. Does it deny the plant? It does. They're buying time for now. Eccles is back on it. Oh, Bora! It's perfect until Scream again might be just ruining all their fun. But with 7 seconds, surely he cannot do this again. No time for a plant, and that fight is not going to be given. Oh, I guess you need the clock to run out to stop this man.
I mean, Scream getting tucked into the corner in L, but really unfortunately hasn't got an angle to stop. Obviously, the kill coming onto Eccles before the spike can be planted, but I mean, there was a very slow, methodical kind of setup for that execute, and I mean, initially didn't get an awful lot of value off of those ultimates invested, to be honest with you. The push wasn't quick enough.
Okay. Let's see what the buy's like. Again, I do want to try and keep up with the economy. You're going to have to bear with me, viewers at home. I'm getting used to a new UI. Things look a little prettier here, all right? Just want to keep my eyes on it. It does seem as though they should be fine. It looks like Heretics have enough to fashion a purchase, as do Liquid, of course. 4-3, a decent scoreline for now. Obviously tied up, if you're just tuning in, 1-1 in this series so far. We did see the activation of Scream in the previous, and it seems to have carried on. However, into this, though, Scream still tendering for that early fight. Not subtle, no nuance to it, just throw me into them, and I'll get you the headshot you need.
Doing more Scream things. How does he get away with that one? The trap wire activated, though. Lowell will respond onto that. Hunter's Fury invested from Soulcast. And actually, yeah, they've run all the way back through Market. And they're going to be able to catch Soulcast on the rotation after that ultimate.
Yeah, this is really well handled. I love that trade coming in for Heretics, but now Liquid have to quicken the pace. But it looks like Brim's already over here. Where is the Brim? Where's a Vova?
Vova's in elbow.
Yeah, exactly. So this is perfect. That smoke being put down has cost them everything. He's watched the cross, information now relayed. You've got Sova coming over, Niso's over there now, Link's on the site, but they don't have the element of surprise, and they want to fight towards CT. Oh, that's sick. Really nice. Don't give up that map control. Fight for it, but where do they go?
Are they about to wrap A? It looks like they might have a beat on exactly how Heretics have played this one out. You can see Lowell pushed all the way through Market.
They're running back towards A.
Oh my god, they could get backstabbed here if they've read this perfectly.
It's the switcheroo. The attackers are now on the defensive side of A, but now the spike can go down safely. This is so well handled.
This is huge though. To have control of backside and Heaven in a post-plant situation is going to make it very difficult for Heretics.
Yeah, this is a horrible retake. You were never expecting to be here, and now you've even got a harder element to deal with.
Yeah, and the lockdown being invested in Heaven, they cannot destroy that from here. Niso does find the first one on the way in. Eccles will fall. Avova has a little corner to tuck himself into. Nobody locked down from that one. Avova finds the second. It's all on Cryptics now from Heaven. The turret lighting up, give the information over. Lowell finds that one. That is a fantastic retake from Heretics.
They deserve that every day of the week.
Absolutely.
What a weird round, though. Like, talk me through that again, because we had such weird action. I want to highlight, who was it? Avova. Over on that kind of like L-bend area. As soon as that smoke down towards window, he's playing the time.
Yeah, and he's bought so much time for his team. And even though they catch another kill over on the B site, and again, I mean, we talked in map 1 about Liquid and audibles. That's a fantastic example of how quickly they can react to that information.
And you can see what happens when good trades come in. You have to trade him. He will get you the kill scream. He will get you that. But if you're willing to trade out, you're back in the game. So yeah, this is kind of how it seemingly wrapped up, I believe. And yeah, it was a little bit of a questionable round. It was good fun to watch though.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the stats here. Scream obviously on another tear, 13 and 4, but I'm looking elsewhere. Soulcast 2 kills, Eccles 3 kills, Link 1 kill. I mean, it's pretty similar on the other side,
But what I want to highlight is this is a timeout for Liquid, and I love this. This is time to discuss and kind of roll it back, because yes, we can depend on Scream, but we need more. Something that we can replicate. We need the surrounding factors, those foundations. That should be the discussion. How do we approach this now? Because Heretics have had a decent beat on them. They've done quite nicely to get 5 rounds. They've been pretty weird rounds at times, but repeatable rounds, I feel, for Heretics more than Liquid.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, it's an interesting point to make at this point. Really, it's the start of the rounds. I mean, Liquid aren't playing that same kind of pace that they were on Split, which kind of caught them off guard a few times, kind of put them into a weird spot. This time around, again, a very slow approach here.
Yeah, and one thing I like to say, I love seeing utility used on one side of the map, and then the player goes all the way over to the other. Used to see it with Sage, with the slow coming in. I love these sort of little elements to display more power towards a site than there is. I don't know. It is weird. We've got a double stack towards Showers and an aggressive stack. Sage has pushed beyond this, but we do need to see the player on the site stay alive. Lowell has done so well. Soulcast is dead, and now they're going to be so confused and surrounded. Scream's on an island, and he needs to deliver. This is a pressure moment for him, and these are angles you're not expected to clear. However, with Cryptics now going down, this is a horrible round for Liquid, and a gorgeous one for Heretics. Oh, this is stunning work. Watch this back. How to play defensive aggression. Link can do the best he can, but this looks all wrapped up with a bow on it. He's isolated another, but the trade comes in. Sick round from Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, Nuck again, 2 from that spot. The Cloudburst, unfortunately, not cutting off that sight line, and when he finds that second there, it's all but done for Liquid. I mean, Screen's backed into a corner. He's still heavily focused on clearing out lamps. There's nobody there. There's nobody giving him anything because of that weird setup in the early round. 3 over to Showers, 4 of Liquid pushing up short.
But do remember, there was that constant back and forth of utility from Liquid put into Shower. Now we've seen that when it's not there, Heretics are willing to push that. And I mean, any Sean Gares fans out there, I know there's millions of you, he loves to talk about the trade out of utility and showing intention. So as soon as they didn't show it, I love seeing a team exploit that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic to see, especially if you can give away the information of 2 agents over on one side of the map and then completely pivot off that. Like you said, throw the rotation down. The recon dart goes over on B site. Hold that thought. Oh, again, finding value. We saw him do it on short on Ascent. We're seeing him do it again here on Showers on Bind. Just finding value from playing the same position over and over again.
Yeah, and Soulcast needs to be a little bit careful. To my knowledge, he's the only one with a rifle for Liquid here, so it's a bit of a hero rifle, and it's now unrecoverable. That's a problem. That's now lost and cannot be retrieved to the next player unless they commit into a dangerous scenario. Good work from Cryptics. Nice shot, and Scream, hold on. He's got a little bit of something to be said about this. I want to see what he can do now. Damage maybe could be found.
Yeah, Niso, got to be careful. He's in a weird spot to be the last man standing on A site. Pora still over on B. Invested on relying on that utility, but Spike will go down on A site right now. Avova pushing in solo. This is a weird play from Heretics.
Yeah, but look at all the guns recovered for Liquid. They're now on a full buy round, basically. They are sorted in this. Avova has something to say about the matter. Isolating Scream is excellent. He now knows there's more close by. Now takes the pressure. Moment! Perfect play from Avova. And now, where is Cryptix in all of this? He still has a smoke. Oh, this is so smart. This is going to make Cryptix sweat bullets. He has to peek through, and he's going to lose out. Liquid fans given just a little bit of copium, and then it's ripped away.
I mean, that was huge. He actually had another smoke to spare on top of that as well. Full utility for the retake. I mean, just I questioned it at first of Over walking into lamps when Pora was barely through the defensive spawn. One thing I will say, I'm glad that one came up. Nokia has looked so much better this time around. And again, it just goes to show when that one player steps up and maybe aligns better with the team's performance, what kind of difference it makes. Because look at this scoreline now.
7-3. This starts getting scary territory for Liquid, because you still have Scream doing well, but on the attacking side, it's not quite as much as you'd want maybe for now. And I've got to say, LoL has basically cut off half of this map. Not allowing shower presence gives so much information. Now, it looks like a contact piece up long, and when I say that, it's when they're being quiet about it. Now, the first bit of utility will be heard. Hearing the owl drone here gives away their intentions, but Scream has not made any noise at this point. A couple of steps. Might have given away a little bit of presence. I'm not sure if the Cypher on the other side is close enough.
And the important thing here, I mean, Link does have the Orbital Strike to invest. Again, Orbital Strike for Avova as well. Not an awful lot of utility, so Heretic's still able to buy time here if necessary.
Look how passive they are, because look at where Sage is.
Yeah.
Have a look.
It's just, they can play this as slow as they want on B.
Yep. They can sit passive, sit safe. Okay, hold a deep angle, because we know where they're going. Yeah, okay, yeah, ult the site. Fantastic. None of us are there. This is all wasted. Liquid not defaulting is going to be a problem. That is lovely. That Molotov might have just brought this back, but here comes the counter ultimate. Pours that one in. Nothing to really come from it, but it denies at least a quicker plant. Now Pora needs to be on point. Good for 2, not for 3. And now a 3v2 begins. Link's going to just drag that over the line for Liquid for now. But the spike does need to be dealt with, and keep your eyes on LoL here. Working his way up. Nokia just needs to stay alive. He's going to make a nuisance of himself, and that's the spike now lost. The post plant was in window. This is a huge issue now for Liquid.
Yeah, no smokes as well for Link, so they've got to jump out, they've got to commit this, they've got to take the aim battle.
10 seconds!
Lowell now holding the line outside, he's going to get wallbang! Cryptix finds a wallbang as well! They somehow come out on top of that. That looked all but wrapped up for Heretics.
They just had to live.
Yeah.
They could have played post plant. Oh my, just a little bit of a moment there could have been made, and a case could have been made for Heretics winning that, but that little bit of nerves just kicking in. I'm sure that they'll kick themselves in hindsight, but look back on this round. This round is why information is king.
It is, I mean, straight away again, like you said, Orbital Strike goes down on site, it doesn't matter, Lowell's over there, he's feeding that information, they know that they can sit back in defensive spawn, they can sit in elbow, they can wait for Liquid to have to jump out of window and take those awkward aim battles, you know, waiting for that recoil reset. It's just fantastic to see the way Heretics are kind of dealing with this control that Lowell has put up. Another early push here from Scream again, shut down a little bit by the Aldo. Pora actually going to swing on this one.
Okay, don't bait Pora, because he'll take that fight and he'll take it further. You really want to encourage that behavior? No, now you don't. And now Heretics are holding this down. It looked like Liquid wanted a quicker pace, and they might regret these choices.
Yeah, it's Solcas, last man standing. Lowell going to get Pora back on his feet. Molly comes through for good measure. Unfortunately, doesn't catch Solcas before he makes it through the teleporter. A little bit of utility over here still, but 2 members of Heretics going to follow him through the TP here. Onto Fury gets invested. It's bang on the money, Solcas. I mean, he can't catch a break. Yeah.
We actually might have an upset here. Quite genuinely might have an upset. It's 8-4 Liquid. I thought they had this one really working for them. I thought that initial start, yeah, not bad. Okay, Scream's looking deadly. All right. But then Heretics have just turned up.
Yeah, I mean, just a fantastic setup from Heretics time and time again. And like I said, the way in which they're putting all this information from Lowell to effect is so great to see. And it all comes down to putting a wall at the start of the round.
Okay, I need to kind of catch my breath here, because I'm seeing a world where Liquid lose out in quarterfinals. I see a world where Scream might not make it out of quarterfinals, which is a storyline that we kind of considered, but I didn't expect to see it.
I'll be honest. I mean, I was excited to see Heretics. Poor has been one of my favorite players to follow throughout the last few months. I mean, even thinking back to that kind of dynamic duo with Turco and Pora on Prodigy. So it's really fantastic to see him land in a team. And what's also fantastic is for them to kind of, I guess, really exceed my expectations here initially in game one. They look absolutely fantastic.
Okay, let's hold on for a second, because we're going to take a moment to review some of what we just witnessed, which was absolute madness. So let's head over to a quick little moment with the desk to break down some curiosities, I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Pansy. We have been throwing the word upset around today, and I sort of want to discuss that, because after everything we've seen from Heretics, are we really considering what's happening as an upset, Lothar?
For me, it's not an upset. It's kind of like a, let's say, smaller chance of expectations, right? But for the public eye, I would say this is an upset, because it's a lesser-known team coming into a big tournament against the Team Liquid with Scream, spearheading this organization, while this is the Heretics that I have known from watching their VODs. Well played on every single angle, not only being aggressive, but also played aggressively, like smart aggression, pushing, getting map control on defense, that is cutting off certain angles, and it gets so much information for the rest of the team, so they are prepared of what's happening. Team Liquid was actually just playing kind of like a half of the map most of the time. And 3/4 were taken by Heretics. It's a map control that I would love to see in stats, if possible, at some point. Maybe it will be, because I think Heretics is absolutely crushed Liquid in map control.
Yeah, 100%. I think we saw that on the previous map as well. Obviously, the end result wasn't quite the same as what we've had here. One thing I want to highlight is the fact that we've been throwing the word upset around, sure, and I've been upset with the performance of Solkas in this tournament. Very, very much so. Like, this is the biggest tournament in Valorant EU history. Certainly brings a lot of pressure with it. But the role that Solkas is playing, certainly on the Raze, we said 9, 10 kills. He finished that half 3. And the scoreline 8-4 could have been so much worse. That clutch where they found the 2v2
that was
spray
so
down,
lucky.
That was unbelievably lucky. To find 1 kill on the spray down is enough. 2, when they had 10 seconds left to get the spike and plant it, that was insanely lucky. This should be 9-3 at a minimum. And for Liquid, that is scary. And you've got players that are not showing up. Both Solkas and Eccles finished that half out with 3 kills each.
While Nuki kind of showed up for Heretics in the meantime.
Absolutely, Nukia did. We've also seen Lowell. He's got 18 kills at the moment going into half number 2. And the thing for me, Scream as well, in the late stage, when it actually matters, he wasn't there either. Like when he started out, he had 12 kills in the first 4 rounds, 5 rounds. And a lot of those were like versus the weaker weapons in the pistol, so on. But then when it comes to the buy rounds, there was nobody here for Liquid. This was a flat performance. And we are on the final map. If they get knocked out in this tournament, there will be roster changes. There's no way that Team Liquid can afford to have the kind of reputation they do in Europe right now. And that mounts even more pressure. And based on how we've seen them respond to that in the past, in the previous 2 maps, I'm not very confident.
Mitch, am I getting this right? Are you saying that if they lose today, they have to kick Solkas? Because that's what I'm hearing.
I mean, you said that. You said that, not me. So whatever Yinsu thinks, I mean, I just said changes in general. Maybe I meant agent composition changes within the roster. I don't know. Solkas has to go, though. I heard that.
Ah, okay. I mean, I won't put you on the spot too much. I do feel like we are beating this next point to death, but I would really love to take a look at the pistol round one more time, because it is one of the reasons, and it's sort of kind of like the perfect example as to why Heretics are winning.
I don't understand what happened here, because Team Liquid had perfect information that someone is in the teleport all the time, because they heard it in the beginning of the round. They were waiting for him to peek, and yet they left Eccles alone there when they executed on site. So this was really sloppy from Team Liquid, and I don't really understand what was happening. Would love to hear the communications there, because Eccles should have just gone probably long B if he didn't know that there's someone in the teleport, but he should have known. And even when he did go to hookah in the B window, there should be someone from Team Liquid securing him, to allow him to go there to them and just meet up in window.
I would love to hear the communications for both of these teams actually throughout this series, because I think that would be very interesting, and I think we will find some kind of contrast. But before I throw this over to Pansy and Hypog, Mitch, I sort of want to hear from you what you think the Team Liquid need to do in the next half to make sure that they're not embarrassed by this and they don't just go home this way.
I mean, I don't think there's an easy solution here. You've got a team of Heretics who are well organized. They are the team that I would argue they're even better than the team that we expected to see coming in. And that's not taking the general community who might not know them that well. That's taking the research we've done, what we're hearing about them. And you're contrasting that with Scream. Okay, yeah, he's got 14 kills. But again, in the rounds that mattered, in the buy rounds, not really there. I think he's probably had about as much mid to late half impact as Eccles and Solkas have. So you have got now basically nobody winning aim duels on the Liquid side. I don't think there is a way to fix this past people maybe DMing for the last 10 minutes, like practice their crosshair on the server. That's all I can see.
I have only one advice. Just win a pistol round, because it's going to be horrible if you don't do that.
Exactly. And speaking of that, we are going to head into the second half. Let's see if Team Liquid can actually win a pistol round today.
I guess, yeah, that's the way to start it, right? Pistol rounds, it is the first go-to. And traditionally, we'd give credit to Liquid for their creativity and some of their previous results. They did well. Not today.
No, haven't seen it today. Haven't seen anything to back up that stat line, to be honest with you, which was a talking point coming into this game.
Very much so.
You've got to say, you know, it's a talking point versus a team like Heretics that haven't necessarily had time to establish those kind of small things that become important in pistol round synergy and you know, these fast executes. But yeah, I mean, Lothar kind of closed that off perfectly. If they lose this pistol round, it's like terrifying scoreline.
Yeah, you do get into...
It already is a terrifying scoreline,
yeah.
by the way.
Okay, we're not going to pull punches here. This is on Liquid to step the hell up. You don't get to come into this and go out in quarterfinals with your name being Team Liquid. You deserve and are expected to deliver excellence. And we've seen occasions of it, but we have not seen the consistency that I wanted out of them, nor the preparation for this. If they've been aiming too high, too far ahead, that's their own problems. Heretics were ready to take the fight in front of them. And as much as, yes, this will be remembered as potentially the crumbling of Liquid, do not doubt that Heretics were at the helm of this. These guys have led the damn way, and they should be proud of what they've done. But let's see if they can seal the deal. Liquid need this pistol or it's bust.
Yeah, and initially, heavy stack from Heretics over towards the window. The turret going to give that information away. Scream already rotating through the defensive spawn. Avova finds an entry though. Soulcast will fall. Niso, all the information going over off that Aldo. Cryptix is good for one. Scream finds a second. And actually, looking like they're responding here. Niso and Avova both low HP, but Scream will fall on sight.
Okay, where's Link in all of this? We have to see it from his perspective here. He's left in the 1v2 to potentially give Liquid the chance back into this. And now, cut off from one direction, funneled to the other, isolates the fight, can't get it. Avova does it with 3 kills. And there goes that pistol round.
I just want to say something right there. That's like zero respect kind of pistol round there.
Love it.
Brute force.
Yep.
They find their way in again. This owl drone is huge from window. Cryptix does well to find Pora down on long. Scream finding 2 is huge as well. And at this point there, I mean, Scream's then committed to holding sight, and that's the problem. As soon as Niso's able to get out and close that distance, it's tough for Scream to do more from there.
And this is going to put the money under the microscope here for Liquid, because they can't take a round where they're not feeling dangerous, because it's instantly double digits. So even here, judges, we've got everything coming out. Just get an investment going and get us around. Oh, Lord, this is going to get real sketchy real fast.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing to consider is, take it with a pinch of salt, Heretics' track record on Bind is flawless. And the one thing I will say is they have a very, very strong attack in half. Usually, I mean, hovering around a 65% win rate. Here, as we see Lowell and Niso. Lowell back in familiar territory in the showers. Looking back over, Sky Smokes come through, and here comes the explosion. Link going to find one initially. The Heretics get front sight control.
But I like the fact that he'd pushed up into shower to try and maintain pressure. But Niso seems very aware of this. Now, the spike does go down, so the plant is there, but it's a bit sketchy, to say the least. Now, they are winning out the duels, though, and there we go. Suddenly, the pendulum swings once again, and Liquid were in the right place. They had 4 players there, and they still did 1 kill.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, now's the time to worry if you're a Liquid fan, because this is double digits now. Again, a little bit of investment coming back in from Liquid as well, so you've got to consider the economic position here. Really finding a Vova, but down to 6 HP for Eccles, and he will clean that one up with the Spectre. This is scary. This is very... I mean, it's great for Heretics, but it's scary to consider that Liquid weren't able to put up more of a fight here on the decider.
Yeah, I think what we look at, and the big deciding point is, do they get a gun round in? Hopefully they should at least get one, but it may be with not just match point, but series point against them. So we have to wait and see for this. This is a little playback of just the end of this, and yeah, it looks like they're going to go on towards the Sheriffs, and again, a slightly viable, a slightly dangerous purchase, but not much.
Yeah, a few Sheriffs actually, and Bucky and a Spectre in the hands of Link and Eccles.
Get out of my way!
Heretics holding up to 4 SMGs. The Spectre's still on the board, and Lowell opting for the Phantom. Liquid looking like they're going to rotate over to try and stop another push onto A. Eccles has got himself pushed up all the way in window. So a little bit of information gathered from Liquid, and they're trying to react based off of that. I mean, so far, looking good. Heretics are here with the spike, looking to push up short.
Yeah, they have peeled away the extra player back towards B, maybe hearing steps potentially up through middle or an intonation or two, but Heretics are playing a very loose style here. They're being a nuisance, and Scream's going to be good for one, but now here comes the rotation. They have managed to spot out, or at least note there is a player towards window. Good work! This is great damage coming in. Eccles is trying to do something for his side, and there's still the player on the side. I was questioning Soulcast wrapping back around early, but the Sheriff looks so safe in his hands, but is LoL left in a 1v3. Trying to isolate one towards CT, he does get the chance, but Scream says hello, and we might be saying goodbye. It does seem as though Cryptix is going to wrap it up and give a chance to Liquid.
That's huge from Eccles, by the way.
Yep.
How he has found 2 with the Bucky there, that should have been traded immediately from Heretics. Especially with the information, we saw just a glimpse. Pora did manage to tag him with the spy cam. But just watch this here. You see he's taking the dart out. He's still hovering on the box here. The first one comes through. Unfortunately, Pora runs out of ammo. He's not able to convert that. So Eccles, I mean, kind of sealing the deal for Liquid in that round.
Okay, it's the first step. We have to treat this as potentially, building blocks. And the economy can't falter. They cannot have an individual pop off against them. There are so many conditions that are now going to mount against Liquid, and this is the true pressure. This is when it really has to matter.
I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate it, but, in terms of buy rounds, if they win this one out, they're only really... they can only really afford one more mistake in terms of a round loss after that, because, obviously you lose that, especially if it's kind of 3 or 4 deaths on the side of Liquid, they're going to struggle to buy back into it. Hold that thought though. Scream will open this round up. Pora will fall, and Heretics looking to force the issue once again onto the B site.
Nice plant. This is great. Heretics have just quickened the pace and playing a very messy style that's very hard to contain and control and keep composure on. This puts instant pressure towards Liquid, and even with the lighter weaponry, you've now divided the site into very manageable chunks.
But good damage control from Liquid, not giving away more than 1 life. Sorry, from Heretics, sorry.
Yep.
Only giving away 1 life, Pora falls, so they find themselves in a 4v5 situation trying to hold on. The flank comes through. Actually, Scream will push out, find Lowell. Also hiding inside the tube, good for 1. Just comes down to 1 man. Nukia, he's had a much better performance this time around, but that's a tall order. Scream good for 4 on this round, and I mean, yeah, it's great. Scream doing Scream things. Can he keep up this momentum for another 4 rounds?
To be fair, I don't think that was particularly... yes, he did nice to pick up those kills, but they weren't like... If I look back at the key rounds, it's when he's like cracking open sites. Like, this is fine. Like, he really did keep it safe, but this retake, I think, would have been okay. Oh, I don't want to say that because they've been whiffing a lot, but yeah, no, it was good the Scream was there. I'll leave it at that. Now, money-wise, did Scream get the rifle? Yes. Okay, so I was just looking at the purchase here. They do have the op-out on Link, and I'm curious to see where they place this. It looks like just maybe safely back at Heaven, so I guess that could allow a player to float towards A, or away from A, should I say. Maybe Scream can be the one to do so, but it looks like Avova is going to get a bit of a freebie towards shower control. Now, if you remind yourself how heavily fought for that was by the likes of like LoL, constantly being a nuisance in there, this is a bit different, but Scream's getting curious, and Curiosity didn't kill him. It was Niso on the other side. Beautiful work, a bit of a hit and run. Dips out of there, and that is just... It must be nice to be able to do that,
I mean, I want to know what his first blood is for the series, to be honest with you, because it's time and time again. Lowell actually going to invest the revive here, get Niso back on his feet, and Heretic's still looking like
I like that Soulcast is pushing.
Yes.
As soon as they heard that, he's instantly on the push. This is great. Scream back in again. This is really good work from Liquid to keep the information flowing. Now, Heretics can still do damage here, though.
They can indeed. No Sky Smokes left. Everything invested to get onto front of sight. And actually, Lowell boosting up above Dark. Loses life for that. Cheeky little play on top of the wall. Scream hovering outside bench, trying to find something. Eccles now going to look to clear through lamps. He should find the first one on the way in here. He does. He actually finds a second as well. 2 kills with a judge.
Yeah, absolute perfection. Pouring out. Last one alive. And last one to fall. But no problem again. Liquid now building. We've got 7 rounds on the board. And this is why I said we wait for the gun rounds.
Yes.
We wait until the money comes in. And if they'd had the pistol, very different looking scoreline this would have been. It wasn't how it went down in the end, really. But in my mind, it's more that Liquid have stabilized here. This is stabilizing for now, but we've also seen a very loose style from Heretics.
We have indeed. And the problem with playing loose and you know, spreading this wide on a default is Scream's able to do things like that. He can swing out short and isolate a 1v1. I think the more Heretics allow him to do that, I mean, it goes without saying, the worse it's going to become, because Liquid right now are kind of riding that wave. There's still 3 players under 10 kills for Liquid. Scream up to 23 now.
So this has been a tactical timeout for Heretics coming in, and I think that's the perfect option for them. Discuss before things get too far down the line. You've currently got a little bit of a buffer, sure. You've got a couple of rounds to play with, which is perfect. You've got a little bit there, but you don't want to let this spiral, which is the perfect time to call this, I feel.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this would have been the big question for me, and I know we touched on this on the desk coming into this game, is how well Heretics are equipped. You know, how deep is the playbook? What answers are they going to have for Liquid? Because we know Liquid are arguably the best prepared team in this entire tournament.
Okay, 8 seconds. Turret's still doing his darndest. Look at that guy go. A little cutie. But yeah, we are back into the fray now. Link once again up on the op. I'm looking at Cryptics, I'm looking at everyone here, actually, to start turning up. And it does seem as though they are, but Heretics' purchase here is very weak in comparison.
All right, it's Heretics again leaning towards A side. 3 members of Liquid here to hold the line. Soulcast's going to send the Aldo now. Information's going to come out that one person's made it into lamps already. That's Nucky on the raise. Let's see, 2 tags coming out from the Aldo and from Niso. There's a lot of information to garnish. Eccles finds the first. Showstopper did get invested there, but no value whatsoever.
So far, this is good for Liquid. They're keeping them at arm's length, which is exactly what you want to do with rifles.
Oh, no.
You do want to let those SMGs get close, and you're showing exactly why when Liquid play well, it looks good. They are composed, they are calm, and they don't let threats begin. So for now, Niso and Avova, okay, try and find a pick. Try and be as dangerous as you can be, but for now, you're getting nothing for free.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, the turret gets... Oh my god. Okay. I was going to say, it's a matter of time before that spots Niso, the turret getting put right in front of him. Link will find Avova elsewhere. Niso, like you said, just wants to do some damage before falling. Fault line comes through. Going to make it very difficult for him to do anything here.
30
Scream
seconds left.
Foaming at the mouth outside lamps for this extra kill. Again, this is all momentum for Liquid.
She's just begging someone to feed as first. Uh-oh. No mistakes. Thank you, Scream. Okay, Liquid, again, the next step up the mountain. Okay, the way I do this in other games, if Liquid hit double digits, then I talk about the comeback. And that's how we're going to treat this. Until that point, Heretics are still doing fine.
I mean, I'll go ahead and say it would be a throw if Heretics don't close this out. Winning pistol as well, getting that advantage. I mean, this is fantastic so far from Liquid. What a response. After, you know, some questionable conclusions to these rounds. They're digging deep, and I mean, it's still on. It's still on. This is an important round, though, in terms of economy, in terms of the equipment now. Obviously, Heretics, after those save rounds, they've managed to amass up to 3 ultimates. So looking good in that regard, but Liquid do have ultimates in response.
But this is the thing, sometimes I feel like Liquid are just, you know, we get Jekyll and Hyde. Sometimes we get this composed attacking squad that has this wonderful approach to rounds. They're very well considered. But then sometimes it's this manic awkwardness. They forget a spike plant. They forget bits and pieces that just should never be there. For now, though, we are getting the good side of Liquid. We're getting a little bit of a hectic side of Heretics. Never going to say that again. But they are back on the buy, and I gave kind of room for Liquid to get the guns out, so I'm going to do the same. And now this is where I look at Heretics and go, Let's see what your answers are.
Well, this is the thing now. You look at the economy. Liquid now are well equipped to give away 1, potentially 2 rounds, and it's not going to break their economy. And that's huge in this situation. When you've mounted this comeback, that's when we talk about things snowballing. And Liquid are a team that time and time again demonstrate how effective momentum is in Valorant.
Okay, Vova just playing up towards long. Nothing too much to talk about. Very as is. No one gifting freebies here. It does look like Scream's getting quite close to this, though. And they're playing contact, so they'll pick up the pace now. And it looks like Scream's going to get involved. He knows there's another...
God!
The third! The man can't be stopped. That third kill was ridiculous. He has just dismantled Heretics.
I mean, that's it. That's the push stopped. I mean, the way Liquid have been playing, that's the round over. They're going to be able to obviously collapse over to this. They haven't got control of the spikes. There's still a possibility for some magic. We know how effective Lowell has been. As I say that, a fine Scream over in window. 2v4 situation. It's doable, and not Nokia catching that shot dart. A lot of damage done out there. Lowell will heal him up a little bit. But wow, I mean... that's just absolutely huge. And we're seeing it consistently from Scream. Again, being in a one-and-done spot and finding 3 kills is just crazy.
Yeah, truly. Heretics, though, still have a chance to isolate a fight here if they...
What?
Wait, how did he just get 2? How did he just get given 2 kills? Isolating a fight was the sentence, no more. That's going to be a plant as well. 13 seconds, they can't stop this anymore. And retaking with an op is horrific as well. Ultimate invested. Cryptics and Link are now sweating bullets. This was never meant to be the scenario. This was a 2v4, and now it's a 1v2. Cryptics, where are you? Rez comes in, safety net's there. Cryptics now has to go big, or this is a disaster in the making. 1 kill is fine. The second isn't necessary, but now the third. Surely, the ultimate's up, it's over. Surely this is done for. Vova just needs to play smart to the Fofa. He gets it at the end. What on earth did we just see?
That was crazy. Again, one of the most back and forth rounds. If you pick up 3 kills like this, there is no way you should be losing this round. I gotta say it, why is Scream pushing out window in a 5v2 situation and giving away a kill in that manner? But then, not only that, Lowell finds 2 on site after that.
I don't know. I don't know how you give up 2 kills like this.
Just quickly though, Lowell getting that revive. We talked about Brimstone, how effective he is in buying time in a post-plant, denying that defuse. The orbital strike comes through. The important thing, he still had a Molotov after that as well.
Yep. Heretics. Okay, 11 rounds now. And that is going to be a spirit breaker for Liquid too.
Did you see the face? Yep. Did you see the face?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Scream though. Nice work on the first. Going to pick up Lowell for free almost. Back away. No possibility for a trade. But you can see Soulcast now trying to find his own information if possible. Going to get it, but instantly going to lose out on the drone. But this is all the back and forth. This is the trade out of information garnering. But of course, Heretics having to operate with just 4 here. And Lowell's been... he's been pretty good, honestly, at kind of bailing them out of some tricky spots. But...
Rolling Thunder invested down A short. We did see Scream actually dash across to follow up on that. A little bit of information gone across to Liquid, but Pora has snuck his way into Elbow. He finds out when the Neural Theft actually going to give away Link's position. He's got the Operator over in the defensive spawn. Pora doesn't want to peek that one. Cybercage going to go down and cut off some of the sight lines for Liquid, but site control going over to Heretics here. They've got themselves on. They're going to be able to get the spike down.
Yeah, I want to see that pawn come in, though. Still waiting for that to come through. They are all being held back in this exact angle. If one of them pushed up here on the attacking side, you'd have potentially seen a lot of map control going through. This could be nice. Much damage, didn't see too much come through. Maybe missed it there, but we do still see ults available. Scream has his, but they need this kill. And wait, Vova's done more again. The trades, yes, but they're sloppy. And Pora is not. Pora is on point, and he's locked this one down. Heretics were at a player deficit at the start here. They were operating with 4. They found a free site. They've got the spike down, and this is surely a 12.
The team kill just came through again. Time not really on Link's side. Does have 2 Sky Smokes, but the Hunter's Fury, he's pulled all the way into B long here. Perfect lineup for it, going to be able to buy loads of time and just force Link into a tough spot here. He's actually going to swing around, try and save the Operator now. That was close though. Nokia killing his own teammate with the nade.
Not ideal.
Yeah.
Okay, Link even losing out on the op there as well.
Match point.
I mean, their spirits are broken. I'm sorry, that previous round, you cannot allow that to happen. We're talking about, you know, cracking under pressure. That, for me, is sloppy to see here at the 11th hour on the deciding map from Liquid.
And Heretics...
Smiles around.
You're starting to see those smiles creep in. They know what they've done. They've broken the backs of Liquid here. And the money, I don't know how it's sitting. I'm not sure. They did have enough to at least get through a couple of bad rounds. They built up. But they're against not just map point, match point. It's do or die here for Liquid. And I cannot believe they've dipped out in this fashion. Link, though, still clawing at holding this on. Scream, but heads low, and there's still a chance for them. But Heretics have been dirty in the way they're doing this. They've worked out scenarios like this at a deficit. They've played this smart, and once again, they're building towards it.
I mean, I'm not even going to say anything here, regardless of what advantage is given over in the early round. Pora pressuring over towards Elbow now. Going to get a little bit of control of that side of the side. The lockdown invested here, and the Nano Swarm over on default is going to force Niso off temporarily. Nuki actually going to bail all the way out. Eccles finds Pora. Niso did look as if he was going to go and try and shut down the ultimate. Wasn't able to do so. Molotov comes through. Nuki going to walk through. Can't find the shot through the cloud burst, and Link going to find it with a Phantom. So Liquid costed one more chance here, but no more mistakes. Absolutely zero from them.
It's quite hard to keep replicating this sort of thing, though.
Exactly, yeah.
That was a kind of one-off piece, but have they broken the money? It's enough to at least get Spectres out. So this could be 10 to 12 now, potentially. Now, Heretics, excuse me, look like they're quite well equipped with how to deal with these rounds, though. I like how they approach some of them. They seem to have a plan in mind. So yeah, he's dropped another 30, has he?
Another 30 bomb from Scream. And look how difficult it is for them to close this map out, even having said that.
Okay, Link towards Avova. Look and see if any of threats from Heretics come through. That's what we're looking for. Do these pistols get to an area they can do damage? Does Pora get a freebie? Is there any mistakes coming out from Liquid that opens up the chance to close? Because Heretics, again, are going to be working with less. And Pora gets a fight, doesn't win it out, sadly. We're going to keep seeing Heretics kind of pour bodies at this. It feels kind of like they're going in one by one by one.
Yeah.
Just going to try and recover the gun. And just pedal away.
Maybe, I guess, looking to do a little bit of damage in terms of economy here. Heretics, I'll be surprised if they can turn this one around in their favor. Look here now with the Guardian. Try and get something. Actually, Echo's going to swing out from underneath glass. Actually, Soulcast did get the tag, but he doesn't want to re-peek onto that. But give it up to Scream to find one of those. Niso and Lowell, the last two standard for Heretics here.
Spike to hand. And a 2v1 potentially on the
30
B side.
seconds
now,
left.
It is Scream and he's playing safe. They're probably, I don't say happy to play a retake if they have to, but they could do. Aldrone goes in, so they know at least one player of the two is here. It looks like they're going to aggress towards the site itself now. Spike going to be working its way through. No initial challenge from Scream, playing quite reserved here. That's going to be about 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
On the clock,
10
and they do need to get that spike down now if they want to try and be a danger in this one. And it looks like they're going to get the plant for free, but the retake should be pretty crisp, unless one of these two is going to pop off.
One enemy remaining.
Scream just updrafted over that wall. Absolutely no nonsense from Scream. Yeah, we'll get that retake nice and clean. Again, get the spike down, a little bit of a few pennies in the back pocket. Whether it becomes a factor here, but Heretics 12 rounds to Team Liquid's 10. This is I mean, you couldn't ask for a better opening match for this tournament, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this has been an excellent display between both of these teams. Heretics, for those in the know, will have kind of, I don't want to say expected this, but you'd have expected a close game, which is kind of what we got, even in a very weird way of getting there. But now we have the full purchase coming out from Heretics. This is where Liquid are going to start getting a little nervous, because you know that they can pack a punch this time.
Yeah, I mean, Showstopper in the back pocket for Heretics, should they pull it out this time around. On the side of Liquid, looks like we've got the Orbital Strike and the Hunter's Fury. So two very good ultimates to hold on to for the time being. Avova, the Sky smokes out, looking like we might get a quick hit onto A site here. All but Pora into Shower. Scream finds a headshot, though. Pora will fall immediately.
This ultimate's great as well. Scream is just lights them up, knocks them down. And we said it was the 11th hour, and that's the 11th round. Liquid are just about bringing this back, and it is once again on the back of Scream. I hate that this is the storyline.
6 kills. I hate it, but I love it.
Look, I'll watch it all day long. It's just I didn't expect this one player making such a difference time and time again, but he's able to get away with it. Beautiful positioning to isolate Pora, falls away to the side.
Strike.
Orbital strike is gorgeous to force them forward, and he just becomes the turret.
Yeah. Really, really good management. And utility and position-wise, good management from Liquid there on the defense.
Okay. 11 to 12. It's OT on the cards, or it's potentially a win. And it's simple again. It's a 3-2 split towards B, but there's a double stack towards the garden here. And Scream is once again in the right place, but let's see if it's the right time. Heretics are now building up this hit. There's nothing subtle to it either, but Scream's isolated Pora again. The fight gets lost, but here comes a bounding ultimate. Scream dodges one side, but loses to the other. Avova now gets involved, and we are going to be seeing maybe the Spike being toyed with, but no! That's the shutdown! Spike now left in the open, and LOL is the last one standing.
He's got his resurrection, though. He could try and get a teammate back on his feet. That would be huge here. Maybe try and recover this round when Liquid have all but done the hard work so far. Pora upgrades his weapon now. We'll find a Phantom on the ground. 2v3 now for Heretics.
And they have just got bodies on that Spike. They do not want to give a chance for them to come back in. Link. In hand, Cryptic's there, Soulcast there, wall goes up, gives a new angle, Link gets low, and now it's just Pora left in a 1v3, and they had it all, they were on match point, and now isolates the one close, looks for the fight, needs it clean, not clean enough, we're going all the way, 3 maps going into OT, 12 to 12, Liquid, do the unthinkable.
Switching sides.
I'm going to be honest, I wrote them off. The way Heretics have been playing, obviously the pistol round's got to be a factor when you think about this. I am so impressed. They have clawed their way back to this scoreline. I hate to say it, but I don't want to see, you know, the sloppy mistakes that have happened throughout this series now from Liquid. Don't let the pressure get to you. Don't be messing up easy rounds. Again, I've got to talk about the Scream 3-piece and then walking out window. You've got to say that kind of just gifted that back over to Heretics. You can't make mistakes like that, especially coming to this overtime format in Valorant.
And actually, you know what? For those who aren't in the know, define that OT format if you can. Talk us through what it means, because obviously they're backing good purchases, and Heretics were operating at quite a poor buy for a while.
Yes, yeah.
So this is actually not bad for Heretics to come back in with good money.
I mean, it bails them out of a sticky situation for sure, but obviously round by round we're going to be switching. You've got to win 2 on the bounce in overtime to close this one out. And that's why we may be seeing a little bit of a slower start to these rounds. Obviously, everybody back on with full equipment, full utility. No operators on the board. Obviously, now with the change in price for that weapon, it is a consideration to make. Once we get to overtime, don't often see them. We're running a glass cannon if you did. But Liquid, again, coming back to this A-short push. Eccles over in shower with the owl drone from Soulcast. Actually coming all the way through a 1-for-1 trade initially.
Yeah, Scream's still going to push forward here. But as said, he's not going to be the one with the spike. The spike's a little further away. And Eccles has been doing pretty well, if I'm honest. He's actually started to be his, weight in gold at this point. Niso and Avova last 2 standing, kind of deep at this point. Just as I hype him up. He just gets shock darted down, but an adjustment and a quick rotation. It should at least get them a clean spike plant.
You see this again, all 3 explode out. Actually, the molly coming all the way through from the defensive spawn. Not going to tag up Link at all, though. No damage done. And it doesn't deny the plant. Recon bolt sent over the top. Not going to find any information with that one. So Heretics walking in blind for this retake.
Yeah, this is going to be rough on the retake. The post plant's substantially better now for Liquid, and even if they had gone towards A, this is far superior. And you can see that they're not expecting this much of a wrap through the kind of L-bend. And yeah, Soulcast going to isolate the first. Now Nisao kind of surrounded all fronts, tries to make a play for it, but no. Well handled by Liquid, and that's the first strike on the board here.
It is indeed. And that's got to be a big sigh of relief, to claw from that far back to now go ahead. And Heretics with their backs against the wall in overtime. What can they do here? I mean, there's no real standout player in my eyes for Heretics. The way that we're looking at Scream and his input for Liquid, everybody's got to step up here. It's been a team effort thus far for Heretics.
It's match point. I can't believe we've actually got to match point this deep into it. It's the first time we've really seen Heretics with their backs to the wall. They have not been used to playing at a deficit at this point. So Liquid now get the chance to feel what it's like being in control, but it has been a while in the making. Now, early utility in trade out. No subtlety to present so far.
No. The thing is, actually, Eccles and Soulcast going to be forced back over a little bit. Eccles thinking about tucking outside long, but thinking better of it now, and both players occupying elbow. So giving a little bit of this presence, or this control, sorry, to Heretics initially, should they want to push in. And Nakia going to do just that. He is being revealed by that recon bolt, but Heretics gaining control initially. Liquid going to have to rethink this approach. Poor is going to be a factor here. He's all the way down at Fountain. He's got his utility invested. Hopefully going to be able to shut down this flank from Link.
Yeah, Link could be an annoying factor, a nuisance factor for Heretics if he does have success. But let's see. Avova's getting the first bit of contact, at least near towards him. The wall will be broken. And there's the first kill coming in. That's towards Scream. Big name to pick up at this point. Soulcast now going to be called into attention, but that utility still very much in play. Nisa well played towards Cryptix. And all of the things we were worried about for Liquid for Heretics haven't really come through. Liquid are holding the line here, and they've done very well. Liquid going to be down to just Soulcast. Dealt with. Heretics staying alive, 13-13.
And I love the way that played out. I talked about Pora being in that position. Link has to literally walk and full clear every angle in that situation. And it just makes it so difficult for Liquid, because somebody on site has to make a play, has to crack through that line of defense. So Pora doing fantastically well there. I mean, that's how we expect to see Cyphers use their utility to shut down those threats. But tying things up, you love and hate to see it. That was difficult viewing right there, Lauren. Yeah. That was very difficult viewing.
Yeah. So again, it kind of puts it out there that this is still very much up in the air for both sides, and it's who's got the longevity now, who's got the stamina to keep this level of play up. This has been a long series now. These guys could be put through the ringer, and Liquid have to dig deep again.
Oh, well, that's the thing. Do Liquid have anything in the tank? This has got to be exhausting to fight back. Now, you could talk about momentum, but that was a hell of a comeback to string together that many rounds and take it to overtime in the first place.
Let's see what they've got still to work with. Looking like they kind of implied they were looking towards B for now, but switching up towards A. I'm looking at the kind of counter rotations off the back, and already Scream a little bit quiet there on the entry, gets isolated himself, put down, but a good trade out comes in.
Yeah, Lucky didn't really need to repeat that. He's already got the value fine in the first on the way in, and it being Scream as well. Eccles tagged up a little bit poorer. Now with this shower setup. Soulcast, no idea that this camera is going to be here. It actually swings out, finds the headshot. Fantastic stuff. 2 from that position. Finally traded out by Eccles. Advantage Heretics.
Yeah, they're holding the numbers for now. Now, where do the last two try and make their stand from, though? Where do they try and make their play begin? Niso seems aware that showers could still be a possibility, but puts himself in towards Lamps. I like this. He's mobile. He's being across the map. He's staying on his feet. He's not being predictable.
20 seconds left on the clock here. Niso going to shut down Cryptix. Eccles, last man standing, already tagged up. The slow orb comes down. Molotov denying the default plant. Eccles all the way over on B side. Now going to flash through, maybe find one, but nothing. And now, Heretics, series point.
Switching sides. Match point.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. It's gone from like this kind of potential of this mad comeback. It's happened. And imagine losing in OT after that comeback. That's the reality we're living right now. As Heretics have done incredibly well to stabilize here after having a couple of troubling times, and Poro doubling up on that, exceptional. Yeah. True weight in gold in that sort of play. Otherwise, yeah, 1-for-1 trade could have had so many different repercussions, but no, he handled it so well. 14-13 now. Heretics have control of the helm, but they still need to steer this to the very end. But a proactive peek towards long. Scream!
Oh,
Scream again!
God.
2 kills. I don't know how he gets away with this. It's murder. It's daylight robbery. But Heretics are still standing with 3. That could have been worse.
God, I don't even want to watch. It's just they're trading blow for blow, and again, Scream still finding that amount of value just so early off the back of a flash and his tailwind. That's it. That's all that's invested to find those 2 kills.
Okay. And now let's who's left for the Heretics side, who do have the chance to potentially close out here if they're able to find maybe a pick and build. But you can see now Liquid sitting quite deep. They're not allowing easy picks to happen, but this could open up an opportunity for a spike plant.
This was their demise last time. With that 2v5 clutch from Heretics, Liquid giving them control over, allowing them to plant the spike, waiting out for that rotation from their teammates. I do not want to see history repeat itself here.
Spike planted.
Lol's just going to tank that. Quick heal on himself. Liquid now into a retake, a 4v3. But bear in mind the pressure is mounting. We still have Lol alive towards the site. Cryptix now starts to make his position noted. Turret goes in, baits it, but Lol's now gone and got it back to even footing. It's a 3v3 now, and they have to put everything into this. The pressure's dying him out. Niso's found Soulcast. Oh, Cryptix has just held on for now as Pora left in the 1v2. His position's not
Oh no!
He gets one.
No!
He gets two, and that's how they close it. Heretics do them dirty.
That is absolutely huge from Port. Again, just so much time he's allowed to exist and live there. Again, it's planted for long. They're expecting window because Port has obviously conditioned them to feel that way in the post-plant situation. But what a series, Lauren. What a series.
That delivered on all fronts in every single way you could imagine. We had OT, we had map choices going to the stark opposite side. I mean, we had it all this time around.
I mean, I'll be honest, the stage was set for Liquid there. And Heretics have absolutely stepped up to the mark. I was excited to see them. A couple of players I really had my eye on. Look at the disappointment. It's got to be heartbreaking for Scream. He played an insane series.
But you can see what this means to Heretics. I mean, this is the thing. For those in the know, we come into this going, right, there is a very real chance that this goes this way. However, for those who maybe just watch occasionally, they're like, but that was Team Liquid, right? I thought that was meant to be the big dogs, but things change. And they have changed. And now having a little look back there, maybe that's helped you decide who your HyperX MVP would be. Get on Twitter, get involved for that. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Obviously, it's easy to look at Scream, but they lost the series.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to overlook an individual's performance like that because, again, the expectation's there for a player like Scream, but talking about exceeding expectations earlier, that was all and more from him.
I'm just so happy to see someone like Heretics grind this out. Yeah. I mean, as I said, these aren't household names. You may know a few. If you watch some previous FPS titles, you might think, oh, I know these guys from here and there. I've seen them do quite well. But we hadn't seen a big run in best of threes. We hadn't seen them pick up a huge tournament yet. They'd looked good. But this is an upset for, as said, those who aren't necessarily up to date with the latest results that definitely put them on the radar. It's why the desk backed them at the start. Lothar's going to be insufferable.
I mean, I can't actually bear to go back and listen to him backstage, to be honest with you. But Lowell, for me, a standout player. I have my eye on Pora. It's been fantastic to watch his development as a player. And obviously find his feet in this roster as well now. It's fantastic for that to then convert to some success here at First Strike. But Lowell, man, that came from left field for me. And again, a bit of history there. You know, definitely there was a higher expectation for him. Again, he's got a bit of experience in terms of FPS. But wow, I mean, he put on a show, and just the amount of control he was able to get. And I say, I mean, dare I say it, echoing kind of a David P. Sage there in a lot of circumstances.
Yes, that's a really good comparison. I love that. But I've got to say, what a way to kick off this tournament. This is the quarterfinals. How did we get to this point? It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you.
As always.
I need to catch my breath, as you can now tell. We're going to head back to the desk to kind of walk you through everything. Guys, how insufferable is Lothar? Can you...
Let me see his smile.
Look at
Let me see his smile.
Look at it. Oh, God. Take it away.
I mean, as Jonas so well put, Lothar was already pretty insufferable. So this is making things a bit worse. And Pansy, as you said, this is only the quarterfinals. You know, I'm getting a little bit worried because it has to get better than this. But I personally have not seen that many series of Valorant that are better than this.
We have to address the elephant in the room a little bit. But, you know, Scream showed up with 39 frags, 10 first bloods, which is insane. And this can be like, you know, we can say, oh, he just had an insane game. Too bad they didn't pull it off. But what I tried to find is how he made it. And I think there was I have my notes like here, you know, from all the games here. And every single map was Liquid trying to retake sites. Playing for retakes, playing safe, using the Sova to get more information and so on. In a pivotal moment on Bind, I think Scream just said, you know what, I'm just going to do my thing. and I'm not going to play by the book that we have prepared. I'm going to be aggressive. And I think that was around round 10 when he just every single round was peaking, getting a kill, going back, changing his position, trying to get more kills. And this was the moment when he realized he needs to carry because their strategy is not good enough against Heretics, who just played on map control. Absolutely beautiful play on Bind. I wasn't really that happy with the Heretics that I have seen on the previous two maps, but this one was really why I loved them from watching their VODs. You know, perfectly played by Heretics.
And you know, it's funny you bring up that about the confidence about Scream going forward for some of those kills. It was around, it was in round 20 when he took the ult push through Bathroom. And I think that was the first time we really saw Liquid successfully or start to successfully chain together rounds where they were getting Bathroom control early. They were able to actually compete with Heretics for it. And it wasn't just Scream. I mean, look, the guy dropped 39 kills. So technically Liquid lied on Twitter. They said 40 or nothing, so it is nothing. They got what they asked for. But on the other hand, Link was a guy that really impressed me because he followed up. When Scream started to move towards the other side of the map, he said, you know what? Bathroom's been working out for us. I'm going to keep going there. Started to get more aggressive with his operator and really give it to Heretics. That then took back some map control that at the halftime, we'd be mentioning how Heretics had pretty consistently had like 3/4 of the map. All of a sudden, they were being fought for it at every single inch. The problem for me, again, though, is that Liquid were left into so many of these retakes, and a lot of that came down to Lowell's use of his wall. When they pushed the B side, they would go for the skirmish from hookah, either take the player down who was playing in towards the spawn, the defender spawn, or they would push him back. At that point, they get to the site with their smokes, wall off the left side, they've got a plant. And the post plants, I actually think that they weren't as successful for Heretics as they could have been. Liquid still got a lot of space coming in for the retakes, so it could have been over sooner in that respect. But the fact that we literally have someone dropping 39 frags and you lose the game, it's heartbreaking. It really is.
Yeah, not like this. That's how I feel right now. I'm just like, oh, it's not like this, not like this. But I do actually want to talk about that Sage play from Lau. And also, do we feel like perhaps Team Liquid approached this game as if they weren't playing against the Sage? They clearly had a game plan, right? But that game plan, so many points were sort of foiled by the fact the Sage wall was just there. I think they took a while to adapt to it. I think eventually they did adapt to it, but maybe it was just too little too late.
No, it comes back to the point where they had to change the gameplay and play style. Sorry. So basically, instead of being defensive, they had to be the aggressor on defense to get something going against Heretics. Because Heretics, they're playing the battle Sage, if you will, a term that was crafted by watching David P play in G2, which I very much love, by the way, because when a player playing on Sage gets the kills, he gets more value out of his ultimate, and he is allowed to snowball the economy for his entire team, something that we have seen actually on Bind with Heretics. And I feel like both Lowell and Cypher, Lowell and Pora, just pushing Liquid to their limits was something that pushed then Liquid to change their playstyle. You know, so it's actually cool to see this kind of dynamic being played by one team of another. But for Liquid, it's a little bit too late. The third map was a little bit too late to change.
Yeah. Now, for Heretics as well, though, when we talk about changing, I guess not a lot really changed for them in how they approach the game, playing off each other. And there were some rounds where I noticed, like, for example, Niso was over in Lamps in one of those last rounds. It was a 3 versus 3. He heard a player running close. He heard that he was by himself as well. And he backed off. Even though his teammate flashed through for him, he backed off, not wanting to take a 1 versus 1 fight when that would obviously risk the round. They're then in a 3 versus 2 retake, and it could get very difficult. Instead, he just pulled back, and they were confident. It was actually over in the overtime. They were confident playing for the retakes themselves, and I really do like that. The sort of smart play, not necessarily always going for the individuals, or, you know, someone's got a flash. Oh, I'll go get the peak, I'll get the kill, win us the round. They're happy to play as a team.
And speaking of playing as a team and being smart, we do have one of the most integral player on the team today for Team Heretics. I'm joined right now by Lau. Lau, you've just done one of the, I guess, impossible going into this matchup. Many people would have said. How do you feel after that best of 3?
First of all, I'm really tired. Like, I'm super tired, but I'm feeling super happy about me and my team. So because we won, of course. but yeah, we're feeling really happy.
I want to sort of take everything back to that first map, Split. Me, Mitch, and Lothar, in preparation for this series, thought maybe you would sort of ban the Split straight away because it is a map that, of course, Team Liquid have proven themselves on. What was the decision to let that slide? And also, I guess in extension, was that a strategic decision?
Not really. I mean, we were feeling really good on practice, on a split, and we knew that we can beat them, you know? So what I said to my teams is that we just need to focus on communicate each other, you know, like giving headshots, and everything should be fine, and we shouldn't be scared. And we have nothing to lose, you know, because we're a new team, and we are here mainly to improve as a team, you know, because some of our players didn't have that much of experience in this kind of tournaments. So we have nothing to lose, you know. So we just need to play our game, and luckily, we played really good though. But we managed to beat them, so I'm super happy.
Well, how much preparation did you have on Split? You know, we haven't seen you guys play Split in officials that many times, so of course there were some doubts going into that.
If I'm being honest with you, we didn't prepare a Split that much. We were changing some comps like 3 days ago, you know. But everyone is doing really good calls. Like because our playstyle is trying to adapt ourselves to the enemy, you know? Like we don't have anything prepared or something like that. Like we start with a default as attackers and defenders, and then we try to adapt ourselves, you know? And trying to rotate a lot with Sage, because if you have really good timings with Sage, I think you can counter breach pretty much. So we just play on communication, you know, like trying to adapt to the enemy, and that's it.
And speaking of communication, I really wanted to get your take and your reaction on Split when Nukie was sort of frozen on spot by the Killjoy ulti and Scream had dashed across him. Did you guys see that happen? And how did you guys react to that?
I did, because I had the camera of Nukie. I was telling him, Nukie, the ultimate, you know, be careful. And then he went to the corner and then he saw a Scream. And at the beginning, Scream turned the camera to the left, I believe. But then he dashed, you know. And I was like, oh, I think we can win this round, you know, and stuff like that. But we lost the round, so it was a nice try.
Well, you lost that round, but you did win the series. Massive congratulations against Lau, and best of luck in the semi-finals.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. And we're going to go to a break now, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, G2 will be playing against Auglis.
Cage trigger. 30 seconds left.
to Valorant First Strike EU. Earlier, Heretics secured their spot in the semi-finals, but we need to find out which team they'll be facing. It's going to be the winner of our next quarterfinals matchup between G2 and Auglis. Joining me hot from the caster desk, it is Hypok and my new Sova coach, Jonas.
Hello.
You guys, before we deep dive into the next quarterfinals, we need to quickly chat about the winner of our HyperX Player of the Series. And unsurprisingly, it is Lau. We had an interview with him earlier, and yeah, he just popped off on the stage. I think definitely well-deserved. What do you reckon, Hypok?
I mean, absolutely deserved. This guy impressed me from the get-go. Again, you know, I kind of alluded to the fact that this kind of screams that David P. Sage, and, you know, in terms of that lurking role and consistently finding value off of that from a solo position was kind of the backbone of some of these rounds for Heretics.
Well, moving on to our next quarterfinals, you know, so whichever team that wins this one between G2 and Auglis will have to face against Heretics. When we talk about G2, I almost feel like, do we need to talk about G2? Because I know who G2 is, you guys know who G2 is, but for the sake of those two people at home who have never heard of this G2 Valorant team, Hypok, who are G2?
I mean, it's safe to say that they are the kings of European Valorant, just without a crown so far. They've even openly said themselves, everything up until now, which is a flawless track record, let's be honest. I mean, 6 victories over the Ignition series, haven't lost a best of 3. These are all accolades that are absolutely insane considering some of the teams, obviously, we've got in European Valorant so far. But this is the one they've openly said means the most to them. Everything up until now will only be validated if they're successful this week.
Jonas, I think you've given the greatest analogy I've ever heard when it comes to EU Valorant teams. So feed us the G2 one.
So my analogy for G2 is G2 is the bad boy. He's the guy with the leather jacket. He's the guy you have a great one-night stand with, but you don't marry him because he's going to break your heart. That's G2 for you. That's my honest opinion. But that's why they're like a fan favorite.
Yeah.
Because it's so interesting to see their chaotic play style. They're mechanically so good. And I think it's a really interesting team to see play because you don't really know what to expect. And that also makes it really hard to prepare against. Because how can you prepare against controlled chaos? Like, it's not easy.
But I do feel like it is the case of the higher you climb, the harder you fall. They have a huge target on their backs because when you're the best in Europe, everybody wants to beat you because beating them means you will potentially be able to dethrone that and take the crown for yourself. Hypok, Auglis are the team that have this challenge and they will have to be the one to try and attempt taking down the Kings. Do you think they can do it?
I definitely think it's possible. It's going to depend a lot on, you know, the terms in which G2 set at the start of the series. There's not a lot of history for Auglis, obviously. The one thing that's kind of reassuring coming here to First Strike this week is they have officially said, you know, we are staying at the 5. That's why the name change came through. They're now invested in this team unit. Obviously, with Waylander coming in as the coach as well, maybe that could address some of these, I guess, issues in the backline, so to say, or behind closed doors. But yeah, the biggest factor is them kind of being able to take the pace that G2 sets and not being afraid to take the fight to them, to be honest with you. There are some names on Auglis that I think definitely could put up a fight. It's how effective they are in kind of synergizing as a team.
I mean, just quickly before we head into map selection, I do want to talk about Happy because, you know, even though they are a lesser known team, Happy is not a lesser known player by any means.
Oh, not at all. I mean, Happy kind of achieved the pinnacle of success in Counter-Strike. He's a 2-time major winner. That wealth of experience is actually quite rare with some of the players we've seen transition over to Valorant. Obviously, there's a lot of, you know, pros on teams right now that it's their first opportunity to start competing in any game. So you definitely can't overlook that wealth of experience Happy brings to any team, to be honest with you.
And, you know, speaking of that experience, let's see where they can put that because we do have our vetoes and I'm really, really, really hoping for an icebox. We didn't get to see an icebox last time. And do you know what? My dreams are coming true, potentially. Yes! Okay, so Icebox was floated, which means neither of the teams. Okay, I will address the obvious thing in a second. But, you know, looking through map select, we have a split first, then bind, and then if it goes to third map, we will go to Icebox. And just letting everyone know that obviously Haven and Ascent were banned. Auglis were the ones that banned Haven, and G2 banned Ascent. Okay, you're both laughing because I feel like we might see Icebox, and I feel like both of you don't think that we're going to last long as that third map, perhaps.
G2 are trolling, all right? They're coming out of the gates trolling. And I mean, we were talking about them being the bad boys. Their personality shines through in everything they do. I think this speaks to that perfectly.
I think I'm just hoping. I'm just hoping that we're going to see Icebox. And I have a challenge for Artis as well. Every time you get a kill with my Shock Dart lineup, I'm giving you 5 gifted subs. You better get shocking, boy. Okay?
Is it just is it just for Artis, or
no,
is this
actually,
open
it's
to
any
everybody?
solo player. Any solo player in this tournament, use my lineups, you get a kill, you're getting 5 gifted subs. That's my promise. I might lose my bank on it, but...
Well, I mean, that's the real prize of the week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, wow. Okay, well, I hope everyone else in chat or who are watching heard you. And I'm sure if Artis was watching, I mean, this game might even go to Icebox, because I feel like Artis is the type of player who might take your sub so seriously that he might just throw and try and get as many Shock Dart kills as possible. But, you mean, all jokes aside, you know, this matchup, I know we're laughing, but I do think after everything we saw from the first series, Team Liquid versus Team Heretics, anything can happen.
Yeah, anything's possible for sure. I don't want to say this is going to be a blowout. I'm leaning heavily in favor of G2. August could potentially surprise me, and I will go as far as saying surprise everyone, because, we've seen Liquid fall at the first hurdle. It would be absolutely bonkers to see G2 fall at the first hurdle, but it's a tall order for August.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if they're going to beat them, they need to get into their heads.
Yeah.
Because these are like mental game guys. You know, they're so confident. They're taking the peaks. They're doing the pushes. So like you have to do the same thing. You cannot just let them run over you. So if you maybe get them to start off 0-4, then I think you have a really good chance at beating them, because they're not used to playing on the back foot.
Well, that's a really interesting point. I mean, I talked about G2. Their comfort levels require them to set the pace. We usually see that very explosive pistol rounds, immediately a certain dominance. If August can kind of, rein that in a little bit, that's when they stand a chance.
Well, I love an underdog story, honestly. I'm all for the underdogs. I do think August coming into this are the underdogs. But like I said, after everything that happened in the first series, I wouldn't want to rule anything out. Obviously, I want to see...
Staying open-minded.
I just want to see Icebox.
Same.
But also, like I said, I don't want to disrespect any of the players on August as well.
They've made it here.
Yeah, and watching them during the qualifiers, because I believe they played more maps than anybody else, purely because they never lost the best of 1 in the first qualifier. They lost that best of 3, unfortunately, to Team Liquid. And then when they made it through all the way through the second qualifier, they didn't drop a single game. That's a lie. In the best of 3, they did, but they didn't lose a single best of 1. That's what I was trying to say. But I just feel like, with the experience of Happy, with the fact that, there are plenty of players on this team that can also frag as well, we do need G2 to have a bad day. But G2 have had bad days in the past. This is not an invincible team. And also the fact, Lau was saying in his interview earlier, he felt like his team coming into this had nothing to lose. They weren't under that much pressure. They had nothing to lose. They just wanted to be here.
Those are the scariest teams to play against.
Yeah,
teams with nothing to lose are the scariest teams to play against.
Exactly. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to go for a 2-1. I think it's going to go to a third map, you know what? But let's head into Agent Select, guys, because this could potentially change my mind. Hypog, seeing anything that stands out to you right off the bat?
Over on the left side, that makes me smile initially. Not just seeing David P return onto stage. Obviously, a couple of teams coming back onto this. But Ardis on the Breach, Mixwell on the Raze.
Okay, Ardis does not want those Sova subs. Jonas, you guys can't see Jonas, but Jonas is devastated right now.
I didn't expect anything else. If I see someone picking Sova on Split, I would be worried. I'd be literally worried. But it's really interesting to see how Ardis is playing Breach. This has been a lot of American teams are starting to do the same, where they have the Sova player kind of flex into Breach. For instance, Hiko does the same for 100 Thieves, and it's been working really well. So it's interesting to see how this is going to work out for them.
Well, I think this is fair to say that some of the questions around G2 have been their ability to prepare and kind of deepen that playbook. Now, seeing Ardis flex onto a Breach here and Mixwell gone onto the Raze, historically, Ardis has been that flex on Raze, and Mixwell has remained with the Jet. So maybe there's something here you know, we talk about not showing your hand
Yeah.
at an event like this. Maybe
Yeah.
there's something they're going to pull out here that's going to impress us.
Well, the last time we saw them play Split, I believe David P was on the Breach, and that was, I think, back in September when they played the Blast event. Obviously, they haven't played that many events, and they didn't actually play any Split at all during the qualifiers. So I think I'm backing you, Hypoc. I think we're going to see something really fresh, really new, and maybe this whole narrative of G2 not having strats and they just purely play off the fly, it's going to come to an end, because I think as the scene is developing, we are seeing the teams that are more organized and have more strats do better. So perhaps G2 are evolving with the times, and there is nothing more scary than a team like G2 getting better.
Taming the dragon.
I mean, the other thing is, well, sacrificing one of those duelists to put Artist onto the Breach. I mean, David P kind of fills a role within, you know, those two. I mean, flexing onto the Sage, the way in which he plays Sage, the way in which he's able to self-sustain, peel away, take these awkward 1v1s on that lurker role on the enemy team, kind of does a similar role to what the duelist is in terms of finding the first blood, bringing that man advantage to the table.
Well, with all that information in mind, guys, I already said the 2-1. I'm going to stick with it. Albeit, I'm going to lean towards 2-1 G2. What do you both think?
What do you think, sir?
I'm coming. It's 2-0. The only way we see Icebox is if G2 want to see Icebox.
Personally, I'm going to say 2-1, mostly because, first of all, I really want to see Icebox. I want to see how the pros play it.
I do want to see it. I just want to
second
say
of all,
that.
I'm just wondering if this split pick for them, the hero composition they're playing, is actually like trying something new, because they feel like if it all goes bad, we still have Icebox. And then they have some insane pocket strat for Icebox, and that's why they're so confident that it doesn't matter what they pick. That's
That's fair.
Well,
fair.
I love that. There's no better time than to experiment, you know, on the big screen in a very important best of
very
three.
G2.
Yeah,
That's
very,
very
very
G2.
G2. They
Just
are
gonna
on brand,
see.
on brand.
Yeah.
Anyway, will this be a GG easy for G2, or can Auglis cause the biggest upset in Valorant history? We're about to find out. Take it away, Mitch and Lothar.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. I am excited to get this one going. Bit of a surprise there by G2, not quite following what they had been playing in the past, but I don't think anybody really expected them to. The question, though, that the analyst desk posed was, is this G2 mixing it up and trying to hide strats, or is this a new approach? Because honestly, I can see Sage, especially with the other teams like Heretics that are playing her all the time, potentially bringing more value to this lineup on Split than the Raze that it's replacing, essentially.
I mean, you know, we still have Raze on Mixwell because he doesn't play Jet here, but he goes for Raze. So this is gonna be kind of, they don't lose much firepower. While David P is so experienced on Sage, it's like I feel like G2 would just benefit from that Sage so much just because of confidence that is being put on David by performing on Sage, right? What I wanted to say though is, I spoke with Mike, who is the manager of Valorant G2 team, and he told me they actually started practicing with a coach. So it's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit different nowadays. G2 is taking it more seriously when it comes to preparations, and I'm very happy to see that. And probably this is also the fruit of this cooperation, because we see changes. Artist on Breach, FDP back on Sage. It's going to be awesome to behold.
You know, I spoke a while ago with, was that a misclick from Mixwell? I spoke a while ago with Mixwell about this whole situation. I was asking, you know, when are you guys going to start looking in towards coaching? And they said the whole time they've actually been looking for a coach. They've been looking for an analyst. They just haven't found anybody that quite works with their team. Now, good to see that they have, or at least starting to get that little bit of extra work done. That's a nice fault line to start things off, slowing down what would have been a very quick push to the A site, as we see G2 looking to try and take the pistol with a very one-dimensional approach until they meet that little bit of a barrier. Then they slow it down, and they will spread out across the rest of the map to look for a little bit of control. And they're very worried about someone having pushed up in B.
Yeah, that was quite a stomp. I'll have to say, like, Mixwell was on 2 HP, he got healed by David. Imagine now playing without a Sage, right? Yes. Mixwell would have been just stopped in his tracks completely. But really interesting approach to the game, because I feel like G2 is approaching Auglis the way they've seen Auglis play Split before, because we had seen Auglis actually lose most games on Split in the qualifiers because of the fact that they were playing both Omen and Brimstone at the same time. I'm really happy to see that Auglis did actually change, and now they play Breach instead of the Brimstone. This actually changes the whole dynamic of this entire map.
I do wonder, when they take the Jet out of the comp, how it's going to affect those faster pushes from G2. But we'll find that out in a little bit, because for now, we're looking at G2 pushing into the B site. They've waited actually for the Sage heal to get Mixwell to 100 HP as they enter in towards this site. The Cage keeping them back. There's Mixwell. 100 health doesn't matter when the Ghost is what meets you, but a quick trade out by Pith puts them right back into the game. A man advantage now to play with. They have no idea about Artis's position. Tucked in towards middle way. Oh, that's a great paranoia, but no capitalization. Can't quite connect the shots. They fall back, and look at Artis. He's going to be the one to take this one for them. Now Heaven Control goes towards G2, and it's so difficult to get out onto the B bomb site when you don't have Heaven. You're running through a choke point. There's 2 players ready to take you down, and Pith is already in with a second, looking for the 3K in the round, and there we go.
The confidence on this guy, like, why would you re-peek that without any assurance from Sage?
So Artis was peeking in Heaven and got taken down. I think he felt the pressure, while David P, who'd been lit down low, wasn't quite on the same page and went to fall back. It's one of those scenarios where it can genuinely cost you if your opponent's quick enough to hit those shots.
Yeah, this is a very good example of how you should use Classic in those pistol rounds. Both Mixwell and Piff use a lot of jumping around with the Classic because the triple shot is so accurate. The right-click Classic, it's a classic in pistol rounds, I love it. I love it. I never buy Ghost anymore. Always play Classic nowadays.
Okay, I suppose as long as you're playing an angle where you can just hide around that corner, the right click is always so powerful. Maybe not so much the shorty, though.
Imagine nerfing shorty. Right? That would have been a kill with the old shorty, 100%.
Oh no, Hoodie. He's been done. He thought he could creep underneath the tripwire, and he could have if there wasn't a player staring at him. He's kind of caught in the middle of a robbery. And so G2, man advantages plenty. I think the call here is just don't let Pith fight. Keep the weapon over if you can and try to survive this one as flawlessly as possible.
Yeah, I guess Piff should rotate and just give the weapon to maybe David. Just exchange it, so he doesn't lose the Spectre. It's a 1.6k. That could have been saved, right? So, but still, only Pips on alive. Flawless. It's a flawless round, and who is bringing that flawless round?
Prime Gaming brought you that flawless round, of course. Our beautiful sponsors there, we always got to give them the shout-outs. We love them, and we love these teams. For G2, they're the favorites, and I think the analyst desk were saying this whole time, there was a bit of a split opinion, but split opinion, you get it? But I do wonder if that's just because of Icebox being the third map, because I'm in that boat. I want to see the third map, I want to see Icebox, but I don't think we will.
I don't think we're gonna see it. It's like... Jokes aside, I actually said it's going to be 90-10 for G2, and not because I'm in G2 as well, but it's just the team
percentage for those that are new to the game. We're not playing 100 rounds here.
Yeah, it's
that'd be a bit much.
I don't know. G2 is just so good. Mechanically speaking, even when they play just improvised gameplay, they are just so skilled.
Yeah, exactly. They've got the individual skill. This buy round, though, is going to test that. They have weaker weapons dashing out to the B site, even without a jet. As Artis picks up the first, a second as well, going over towards the G2 side. They should secure a plans. Patatek swinging out wide, looking for this very advanced position. There's no need to go aggressive at this stage. All the advantages are theirs, but hey, it wouldn't be G2 if they weren't just W-keying. And you can see they're just giving Orgless no respect. 3-0.
This is a disaster for Orgless. Losing a third round on split on defense. Like, let's say, when you play a matchmaking game, ranked game in Valorant, when you typically play split, you're gonna say, it's defense side, we have to win as many rounds as possible because the map is favoring us. In a professional level of play, I would say split is evenly split.
Hey!
Between the sides.
See how many we can get in.
Yeah, we can draw out the mileage out of this one. But I would even say that maybe the attacking side is a little bit more favored to some degree. Depends on the playstyle of the teams, right? But it's still devastating for Orgless to lose that third round. It's basically free economy for G2 right now.
Whoa! Nice free right click. It wasn't actually the kill from Hoodie. Oh, that's cost him so much, but he's getting away with murder on the classic through there. Running with the Phantom up close to Patatek, and Pith is left alone. They won the round where they had weaker weapons, but now, out of absolutely nowhere, Orgless have been able to answer back. Pistols and a Blade Storm, all that it required. Pith in a 1v4 swinging through. There's no chance for him. Hoodie able to get a fourth for the round. Basically the ace, because he had the kill if it wasn't stolen away by Boo from above. And I'll tell you what, Boo, they certainly did get a fright.
This is... I don't even know how this happened. Maybe they felt overconfident. They just pushed out of the smoke for no apparent reason when they knew that Jet had the ult like already popped.
But the thing is, they flashed the Jet as well, right? So the first kill, fair enough. At that point, though, they pushed through a smoke. Never a good idea versus pistols. But on the other hand, they also had him flashed. So it was like this really awkward scenario where he just got away with so much more. Then that's a Phantom picked up. They've got control of everything. It's a heartbreaking round for G2. It really is.
But it was needed. Like, without this round, Orgless would have been in a dramatic position. Here, they get the weapons back, they get the economy rolling back, and it doesn't look as bad as it was before. Because basically, that was a 4-0 round.
Yeah, exactly. G2 should have been 4-0, 100%. Now the chance to get right back into it and put a second on the board for Orgless and really start to strain the G2 economy is there. We look in towards this Heaven push. A Paranoia in play for Boo. He's going to back off, pop a smoke down for his teammates so he can peek in and help to control this Heaven waterfall, or as it could have been. The Sage wall up. There's David P. pushing a goes in. No, he's here! And he's still getting a double. Ridiculous work by David P. Artis controls one onto Delisi. Controlling now the A site. They're able to get a plant. The man advantages are all theirs. And Happy, well, he's not a very happy man in this 1v3. Smoked out. I don't think he can really do anything. He could only be coming from Heaven, so they're perfectly happy to sit on the side and wait for him.
We have to end with the pass, you know?
Happy's gotten away with 3!
Is he happy now?
He's got his ult! Oh, the headshot! It's the worst part when you pop that showstopper and someone swings into you, but he never should have gotten away with that. I said he could only come from Heaven, right? Because they had the smoke out for the defender spawn, and still 2 players were watching it with their backs turned to... I don't understand what's just happened. They did know that he had been here. Obviously, he just got that kill, but the man has legs.
You know, this is the beauty of Valorant. Like, this game allows for crazy situations like this happen. Someone pushes out, uses the utility to his advantage. Like, you are able to carry a game on your own, even on a professional level. Well, you know, we almost have seen that in previous games.
But exactly.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Happy did actually smile.
He must have.
If you know him, you know, from his previous, let's say, appearances in the gaming industry, I think this is one of the most funny nicknames that someone can get, you know? It's like completely opposite of his character.
I've seen that man one-tap so many people with pistols and then just look like he's had to eat margarine raw. And he's not a happy guy, that's for sure. Oh, Pipson, he's got a good fight here. I think he might have spotted Mixwell just about and stepped into an angle that Mixwell had cleared 2 seconds ago, so the crosshair placement wasn't there. G2 now looking to force a fight in towards this site. David P, the battle sage, he most certainly is, opening up with 2 as Patatek grabs another. It looks like we're going to have a rolling thunder just to make sure that B is clear. For good measure, as the plant goes down and a 3v2 is left for Orgless to try and recover. They have got an operator to play with here, which makes it that little bit more difficult to get into the site if G2 aren't peeking. And as Boo goes down, I don't expect Hoodie to even think about going for this.
Yeah, that was really tough for Boo to actually do something out of this, because even if he uses the Paranoia to clear up Rafters, there's no way of hitting someone underneath Heaven. So it's pretty hard to breach that. And by the way, that Rolling Thunder, because this round is basically done, I can speak about a little bit that Rolling Thunder. I think it was a great, let's say, recon utility, because in this case, even when he didn't hit anyone, that gives them information, because otherwise there would have been a sound of someone being popped in the air, then dropping down and making noise. So there was absolutely no one on that side. Everything was cleared, so G2 didn't even have to like look at angles.
Very true. It also allowed David P to get into the position under Heaven, because he knew, well, nobody's going to peek me from spawn, are they? Because they're not there. So that information then capitalized on. That's the most important part of it. And looking at David P, this guy, he's up on top of the wall. He took that kill then into Heaven as well to just grab them a double opening. Patatek as well swinging through on the site. You see G2 at the moment, they're I wouldn't say they're a well-oiled machine when it comes down to tactics in general versus some of the other teams that we've got out there, but they bounce and play off of each other so well that it's always inspiring to watch these pushes, and depressing when I try to make the same thing happen in matchmaking.
It's like, who's calling? G2 is calling Rush B.
Yep.
You know, because that
On
kind
every
of
map.
looks like that. You know.
I do recall an Ignition Series grand final in which they just went B every round. I think it was versus someone. Oh no, it was versus Bonk. They just went B, 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 kept going, full rush. I loved it. And even in the interview afterwards, we asked David P. So, like, what was the communication there? And he was like, "Oh, every round someone went, should we just go B again?" And we all went, "Yeah, why not?"
Maybe he should be renamed to David B.
David B. Oh God.
I mean, he's the IGL nowadays for G2. You know, because a little bit of insight. Beforehand in G2, there was always someone like trying to maybe like a little bit democratic, but it doesn't really work with 5 individuals like this in G2. So they were all calling a little bit of Mixwell, a little bit of David, a little bit of Artis, a little bit of also Patek and David and Piff, right? But in this case, from what I know, David is actually taking almost solely the credit for IGLing. So we'll see if this is actually taken into effect. And I would love to actually ask this question to David in an interview, you know?
Now, this pause at the moment, I'm not entirely sure if it is a technical or a tactical, but what I will say is it's a good time to discuss over on the Orgla side exactly how they want to approach this. Obviously, they've saved the operator on Hoodie. Now, he does get punished for surviving the round. You only get your 1,000 credits. But you can see the position that he's in the next. He should still be able to invest. He's not completely thrown out from the rest of his team's economy. The question is, you already have an operator. Do you invest fully into this one? Do you throw yourself at the round? 5-1 down? You don't want to allow G2 to pick up too much. You made the point earlier that obviously G2 are, or rather split at the professional level, can play out to be an attacker-sided map. I would argue whenever G2 are playing, if they're on the attacker side, it's an attacker-sided map. So, but more so because of the momentum. Remember, the one round that they have lost was versus Pistols when they pushed through smoke. At the moment, when it comes down to full buy rounds that aren't kind of thrown away or gambled on completely, they've been pretty clean. And that's worrying for Orglis. They might feel the pressure to get into the game right here and now.
It's an interesting dynamic, that's for sure. When you play, I can only imagine, but when you play against G2, it's kind of hard to be prepared because anything can happen. Like when you watch other teams, when you review their VODs, you kind of draw conclusions. An example: Team Liquid was actually playing exactly the same strats on Ascent that they had played in the qualifiers. Like nothing changed. Even the utility was exact same place from Killjoy on market, which then allowed no one to be on garden and so on. And it was actually kind of interesting. But against G2, you can't really do that.
Yeah.
Because there's always something new happening. They just feel like, oh, we're gonna just completely throw our plan out of the window and we're gonna do something completely different. You know?
So this is actually something that we spoke about with Angel, where we asked him, prepping for a G2 game, how do you do it? And he said that they're probably the most annoying team to actually prepare to play against. Because of that exact reason, you cannot expect some of the plays that they make because they are heat of the moment kind of things. It's not something that they've practiced in scrims that you can find out or that you've seen before. It's artists going, I might just swing through and push B main with my blast packs. Why not? And then he runs into Fori and still manages to get out of there with a couple of kills. Just to let you guys know at home as well, the reason that we are talking over for so long is because there is a little bit of an issue, a latency issue for one of the players. It is not an extremely 700 IQ tactical pause. I don't think there's that many tactics to physically talk about for them. And certainly if they haven't decided at this point, I would be worried.
Yeah, that's true. But now I'm thinking, how would I play this out when one of my players has an up and the rest are on, let's say, half buy, right? Because we see that Boo is buying a Sheriff. Pipson will probably go with a Spectral Small Shields, maybe something along those lines,
See, The thing is, you can't expect to save that op to the next round, so there's a possibility Pipson even just stays to a very low buy so that they can afford another operator on Hoodie coming into the next, because he is having a very good performance right now. We know he's comfortable with that op, so I would definitely want to give him whatever he's feeling.
That's interesting, because, I feel like playing an operator is not really required anymore as much as it was in the past, and we'll see if that's going to be a factor. But one more thing I would like to point out is, how do you play it out on the map now? Because I feel like there are two options. You can put Hoodie on A and kind of like watch over the entire site, and then you can stack 4 people on B or on Heaven B, an example, and just try to gamble it, right? Or you even gamble it even more, and you put everyone in the same position, 5 people, you know, in one spot. So even when the operator dies, you can still pick it up and try to get some damage done, right?
Yeah. The problem in general with that approach, they would have to go for retakes because a lot of their players are on 1.4K on Boo, I think. I'm going off my memory here, but 2.4K on another. I know that they definitely don't have the most money. So if they were to survive, that would be like worst case scenario almost. What I do think, and I haven't checked recently, we'll do it tonight just to make sure. And maybe you can confirm. If you're in one of these rounds, defensive side, you have pistols, you play for exits, let's say, and nobody gives you an exit. They all go the other way. Now you're left. Oh, I'm going to get 1K for the end of the round. I'm pretty sure if you jump into the spike, you still get the money.
You get the full buy. So, I mean, sorry, not full buy, but you get 1.9K for dying to the spike. So it's definitely, let's say, encouraged, even though you don't find the exit kills, as you mentioned, you go into the radius of the spike detonation and just die to that. Because in most cases, you don't want to keep that ghost, you don't want to keep that sheriff, you'd rather get the credits that you can exchange for a full shield and a rifle, an example. Which I personally, when I heard about the changes coming to the economy, I was like, this is going to be odd because it changes the game so much. But on a professional level of, you know, of a broadcast approach as well, it changed so much to, let's say, make the game more dynamic and more aggressive. People know that we don't have to save almost every single round. In other tactical shooters, you see teams actually save in a lot of rounds. They don't go for the retakes because, you know, it's more clever to just keep the weapon and play for the economy, right? In Valorant right now, it promotes going for the rounds, which is very important also for the broadcast quality because we have more action, you know, in general. So less downtime, it's more interesting for the viewers, more interesting for the casters, actually more interesting for everyone. So it's a win-win situation, I would say. And also Valorant has this kind of, let's say, quality of putting a lot of performance focus on one player. So there's always a hero play is always possible, especially when you stack utility, you get a refresh on paint shells, you get a refresh on a dash, you get suddenly an ultimate that you can pop off with. So there's always a lot of room to just be insanely good at the game and play your odds, even though they might be astronomically low, but you can still win the round.
I mean, we just saw it with Happy there, right? He had that 1 versus 3. Things didn't look at all possible. In fact, even in Valorant, I would have been calling for him to save. And he came up, got 2 kills, the showstopper, and they got headshot. But, you know, it was close, and it was exciting. And that's the kind of environment, at least, that Valorant promotes. It tries to get you to make those plays. I do wonder, though, you know, we talk about the scoreline. G2 are leading by quite a bit. They're building up rounds. They've not really faced a barrier.
6-1?
6-1, I think.
5-1 or 6-1, but it's kind of...
Something won. Lots of rounds won for G2. That's all that matters. 5-1. Okay. I was wrong. My bad. Maybe I'm spoiling the next round. Who knows? But this is the thing. When you look in towards the round that's currently coming up, I think it is 6-1, realistically. You take your operator, you take a few pistols. You know, we talked about, maybe they can feel pressured to buy up, and ideally you would win this round. Ideally you'd win every round, but you can't, sadly. That's not how it works. Sometimes you do have to just throw that operator away that you tried to save over in the previous round. But I do think that the likes of the 5 stack to one site would be, from what I've seen, the preference of a lot of teams. That way you have, as you said, the ability to pick up the operator if he goes down, and the weapon isn't just thrown away. You can try to save it through to the next round. The pistols can play exits on the other side and jump into the spike if things don't quite go their way. I'm just curious to see, though, you know, for Orglis, we've had actually the desk ruled in 2-1, right? We had 2 people, Jonas and Yinsu, both saying 2-1. I actually think Orglis will take a map off G2, but I guess the broadcast overall has gone for the 2-0 of G2. So it's nice to have that little bit of debate.
It's always nice. I really liked that discussion between, you know, Liquid and Heretics, right? And the match was so close. It was actually such a pleasure to watch. So I'm pretty happy with the quality of the game so far.
You know what? If you don't normally watch competitive FPS games, and this is your first time seeing Valorant, and we hyped up that game, Liquid and Heretics, and we're saying, oh, well, you know what? This could actually be good, even for the people that follow it. We said it was going to be close. We expected 3 maps. We got them. We got OT on the final. That's not what happens most of the time. You don't know the treat you just had, because normally games like this, or games where a team just gets smashed in the quarterfinals, that's what it's supposed to be, right? We've had our qualifiers. These are the easy games for the favorites. At least they should be. Then the semifinals are tough. The finals are epic. At least we would hope so. G2 have a tendency to ruin that for the most part. But if you take G2 out of the environment, at least it follows that narrative.
Well, the game is very young. It had a, half a year anniversary, like a few days ago or something like that, coming out of the beta. So I would say there's a lot of potential talent, potential even entire teams to be discovered. And especially since our qualifiers were best of ones, we could have missed some teams that should have maybe been here in a best of 3 format, but they didn't go through the best of 1 qualifiers. It can happen, but we...
It 100% can happen. I'd imagine if we were to get all those teams, there would be a guild of teams that could have been here, but in the end, they're at home in their pajamas. And I think that is the sad part of it, but BO1s, they are what they are. We don't need to talk too much about them. Obviously, then you move through the fact that it was the first open qualifier. These teams, like a team like Heretics, and it's a simple fact, they do not get invited to events. Maybe now they will, but they didn't before. And this was something that I had for the last 6 months. Obviously, we had to invite teams, but there were plenty that got invited to tournaments. That there would have been better teams in there had it have been an open qualifier, let's say. So,
but just wanted to throw it in. I understood your joke, but it didn't give me space to actually laugh. So.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lean on that one too much. I've heard that there's a little bit of a delay for these guys. Again, trying to fix some latency issue for the players. So we've got our analysts back to have a little bit of a chat with you guys and bend your ear while we wait for these tech issues to subside.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Yeah, we do have a tech issue at the moment, but we will update you guys shortly when we know more about what's going on. But for now, Jonas, I've seen you take so much notes over the last few rounds. So break everything down for us. What are you?
Everything. I have so much time.
What's a standout for you from what you've seen so far? Because it is kind of getting to that stage of a stomp. I wouldn't want to say that too early.
So the thing that's really interesting to me, it seems like Orgless, they have done some research because they are trying to, it seems to me they're trying to play in a way that when G2 plays very aggressively, what they will do, they'll have someone peek and then most likely they'll win the duel because that's their play style, to play very aggressively. But it seems to me like this is why Orgless is deciding to play very together. So excuse the pun, but they're kind of split in 2 teams. And they have 3 people on basically very close to each other on one bomb site and then 2 on the other bomb site while they put Cypher trips in the middle. So they still get information if G2 takes any sort of mid push. So they gave up middle completely for free in many, many rounds in a row. And at start, it didn't seem like G2 noticed this because there was a round where they played, they went 3 people through B main, even through a Cypher trip and even through a Cypher cage, and still they win their duels, even when Orgless had 3 people on the site. And that gives me not just a slight thought of worry, but makes me really worried because that means that they've literally counterplayed them in a way that they're expecting what they're doing, but it's still not working.
Well, I mean, it comes back to that thing we were talking about, and G2 is a team where we see that personality shine through in their playstyle. And we talked about them, setting the tone very early on in a map and in a series. And that really, I think, echoes a lot of what Jones is saying. Really, they don't care what another team's setup is. They want to come in, they want to play on their own terms. And you can say that, sometimes that could be their own flaw, maybe versus a team that's able to prepare a bit better, maybe execute those counter attacks, I guess, in a better fashion. But I mean, so far, I don't think we've seen anything too surprising out of G2 because they're just doing what they have done for a while now.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Mix will mention this in a past interview, that their playstyle, even though it seems very chaotic, it's very much based around assessing the environment. So instead of just, sometimes, they just push, they win their duels around over. Great. But it's also this thing where they adapt to the environment.
Yes.
So after a while, they realized that, okay, it seems like they're always giving up middle to us. So we should definitely put more pressure in the middle, because then they started slow walking up in the middle, and they would be all the way into A heaven or B heaven before the rotates came out. So that kind of proves that even though it seems like it's just mechanical gods doing their thing, it's a lot of thought put into it, and it shows that they're adapting to what the enemy team is doing, which makes them a really good team. Because no team can just be chaos and keep winning. That's not how it works.
No, eventually I don't want to say your luck runs out, but maybe that strat runs a little thin.
Yeah.
Again, we said before this map started, it's a tall order for August, whether or not they're the team that can particularly challenge that aspect. Because, what's one thing? We haven't really seen G2 get tested too often. And the big question comes from a team that's effectively able to kind of put up a setup that is going to break that lock that G2 likes to have on maps. Because they're bullies in game. And it all comes down to kind of that conditioning factor. Where's Mixwell going to swing out in the first 10 seconds? Nobody peek mid, let's leave a trap wire there, don't worry about it. Yeah. All of these things add up to a bigger picture that just gives G2 so much freedom in game.
I do have a few more questions for you, Jonas, about G2, but I have an update for you guys on what is going on. Essentially, some members of August, or one member of August, are having latency issues, which means they have to restart their PCs and get everything up and running again. So we might be here for a little bit longer, but that it is a technical pause. Hopefully they can get everything sorted out ASAP, Rocky, and we can get back onto the server. Nice. Tournament officials are also currently investigating a solve, so I'm sure we're going to have them back in no time. But just circling back to the G2 sort of strat crafting part. What I did say sort of going into this, that maybe we are seeing a different G2, maybe they are evolving, maybe they are doing less of what they did in the past. And I think both of you have made really good points that we are definitely seeing some of that sort of coming out on this map. I want to highlight that they do have a new coach who was trialing. I'm not sure if he's got the position yet, but Mike was trialing for them. And he is a very, very smart guy. He's very well respected. And he's clearly very well respected by the players on G2 as well. And if you are a coach that's going to gain the respect of the likes of Mixwell,
Artists.
and artists.
I'm thinking about the artists.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think you've definitely got a few things in your pocket, and you definitely have things that can clearly improve this team, right?
Yeah, it's definitely something to consider. And those of you at home that obviously haven't followed European Valorant way back to when we first started seeing events and tournaments come out, G2 did kind of just roll over teams, and there wasn't really anything special to it. There was no real kind of macro element to what they're doing. Like you said, mechanically, they're nuts. And really, you are kind of gifted a certain allowance period for that to come on. But obviously now with the Ignition series ramping up, and obviously First Strike being announced, there are going to be a lot of teams that have gone back and said, guys, I want this one. Let's topple G2. Let's be the team that kind of stops this run. Yeah. So I definitely think now with Mike coming on board with G2, that does kind of give them some kind of future-proofing protection, so to say.
Yeah, and so just so we don't sound like the G2 fanboys that we have in our caster booth, I want to also look at how Orglis is actually... So how can Orglis battle this? Because obviously they're now, they have a technical pause to worry about, but they also have a 5-1 result to worry about. So how are they now readapting again? Because it's clear that they've made some preparations. They're playing together because they know that if you are playing against really good duelists, the best way to counter it, if you don't have the mechanical skill to win the duels, at least get the refrags, because that's like an easy way of doing it. But then the question is, if that doesn't even work, what do you do? Because we saw one round where they suddenly just ran it down A main with a classic. And it almost ended up in an ace if it wasn't for a stolen kill. So and of course that was something that threw G2 off completely, because it was such aggression, much wow. So can they do that again? Can they be so overconfident that they can get them on their back feet?
Yeah, I mean, in the pre-game, talking about it, we obviously brought up Happy. We didn't really touch too much on Pipsy. It was obviously the IGL for Auglis. One thing that I guess could be overlooked is, Happy has that FPS pedigree. And that role that he kind of fulfilled previously in his career, That lurker role and the way in which he puts it to use. So the best thing you can do versus G2 is gather that early information. G2 like to stack up, especially on execute rounds or buy rounds, where they don't want to give anything away. They're quick. They're moving within the first 15, 20 seconds of a round. So, yeah, that role that Happy plays, if he's able to kind of position himself, and there's definitely a luck element to it, but the way in which he reads into games, it can't be overlooked. The fact that he's then going to be able to relay that information effectively to Pipson is coming from a trusted source. That kind of needs to be something that August definitely put into action. Because I think, you're talking about the heavy stacks into B garage and stuff like that. That's G2 all over.
Yeah.
They don't look for a first blood from a default setup. They stack up 4 and they'll swing on a solo on a site, find that kill, they walk in.
I'd actually really like to talk a bit more about Pipson, because I feel like this actually goes out to all IGLs, especially in EU right now, because Pipson has been criticized quite a lot over the last few weeks. I personally don't agree with the sentiment that IGLs are also expected to frag out. I don't agree with that. I don't think that is a necessary characteristic an IGL has to have. I think it's a bonus. I think if your IGL can frag out, that's great. But fundamentally, every team is different, but I suspect on this August team, Pipson has the responsibility in game of calling, has the responsibility of reading the opponent, has the responsibility of making the calls that they go with, the rest of his team go with. And I do think they respect him. Obviously, if they didn't respect him, they wouldn't have him as the IGL, especially on a team when you have Happy. And he even recently responded to a lot of his criticisms, and he was very eloquent about it. He said, look, a lot of people just don't understand what I do.
Yeah. He was unhappy.
Jonas, for the love of God. You've managed to out-dad joke me, even though that I've taken on the role
of
the dad jokes.
Yeah, we're only on day 1.
Yeah.
Exactly. But with Pipson, I think it also goes out to players on other teams as well. Like Boaster, for example, on Summon FC, he plays Breach, he's a support. He even sometimes feels a little bit down about the fact that he's not top of the scoreboard because he used to be an entry frag against CSGO. But the reality is, they have so many things they have to juggle in a game like Valorant. You need to keep track of your team, like opponents' ultimates. You need to keep track of strats. You need to be able to sort of feel out what's going on. You need to be able to put your foot down and go, no, everyone shut up, we're doing this. You also have to interject that emotional and mental nurture as well to some of the younger players on your teams. It's just a whole other situation.
Yeah, it is.
And I feel like people are just unfairly criticizing him. And I know right now in this G2 game, it's probably not the best time to be like, this is what IGLs do.
Let's talk bigger picture.
Having said that, some of the good things that you spoke about, Jonas, I have no doubt that Pipson probably has something to do with that. He probably said, look, this round, I give you the reins, just go in, and let's just out G2, and maybe that's how they can do it.
And another interesting thing about being an in-game leader, because this is something Hypoc does a lot as well. So as soon as you're bottom fragging in a Radiant lobby, you're just complaining that, guys, I'm the IGL. I'm not supposed to be top fragging.
You guys aren't following up. You're not following up on what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, yeah. So that's. But anyway, to my point, as an IGL, you're often in a situation where you send the masses in front of you, right? You're playing maybe Breach, you're playing Sova, you're playing something that makes a lot of sense. Sova makes a lot of sense because you're gathering information. And, the IGL, of course, it's essential that the IGL has a lot of information. So it's natural to play an agent that plays that role really well, like Sova, for instance. But that no also, that's, I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Any excuse, literally.
But what I'm going to say is that this is also something to do with the score part, because considering the fact that you're usually sending your team in front of you, this means that if that fails, you're often put in a clutch situation, or a Red Bull clutch situation, if you'd like. And one of the problems with this is obviously sometimes clutches fail, and it just makes you look really bad on the scoreboard. Because if you're the last guy alive against 4 people and you're not Scream, then you're probably going to lose that clutch and you're going to be at the bottom of the scoreboard. Even though you didn't really do anything wrong, it's just that, you're pulling the wires, and being an IGL is a lot more work than it seems.
Yeah, I mean, it may be a bit of a sore subject to go here, but given that example using Scream, I mean, if you're an IGL that can say to Scream, push out window. and he goes out and he finds 4 kills. I mean, yeah, it's fantastic. It's probably not the IGL getting the credit for that, right? I mean, different IGLs contribute different things to different teams. And sometimes there's a mismatch, you know, an IGL that leads from the front or you know, the puppet master, so to say, style. I mean, Happy infamous for that. I mean, he literally led from the backlines and sometimes, you know, criticism aside, you know, puts himself in a situation to always be the last up, always be that lurking role, and until he's got no more pieces on the board to move, that's when he makes his play. I think it's actually a good opportunity to kind of discuss the other side of it. G2, very vocal, all 5 of them. I don't want to say counter-calling, but sometimes that can be an excess of information in game. And another thing an IGL can bring to the table is actually, like you said, given that reset, the comms management on top of kind of micromanaging if you're mid-execute or you call an audible mid-round, then defaulting back to actually, right, what utility have we got? Can we actually now call, let's go B instead of A? All things like that, they're massively overlooked. And it's always very difficult to kind of put your finger on that and kind of tie down that actually, yeah, that is something that, you know, this player fundamentally does better than others.
I guess one last point I want to make on this is I just remembered something that Pipson said to me that made a lot of sense. You know, he is a Cypher player. Let's start by saying that. And he often plays on a site with Happy when Happy is playing Raze. And he said to me, well, if Happy is getting those kills, we get to that Raze ultimate much faster than we ever will if me on Cypher is getting those kills. You know, by all means, I could try and go out and frag and, you know, do my best. But if I did that, and I'm sacrificing a Raze ultimate, a showstopper, for the sake of my ultimate, that's just plain stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you could even be like the best entry frag in the world, but in this game, if you want to be an IGL and play an agent like Cypher, you simply cannot be that selfish and go, I want to look good on a scoreboard, when if Happy had his ultimate, that's a round-winning ultimate. So if you're going to be, you need to also think about the allocation of your resources. And I do think that it's very easy to watch this game, look at the scoreboard at the end.
It's great to sit here and say all this.
Scream has got 40 bombs, my goodness.
90 bombs across the series.
Exactly, but I do think we should give more credit to those other players. However, we're going to go to a quick break now, so you guys have some time to digest the podcast of Yingsu, Hypok, and Jonas. Use this time to practice some server lineups, you know?
Good idea.
As
tweet
Jonas
them to him.
says,
tweet them to him right now.
Tweet your server lineups to
tweet
Jonas.
me to death, please.
He will rate your server lineups, and if anybody can find a decent server lineup that Jonas has never seen before, I'm pretty sure he's willing to drop you some Twitch subs as well, won't you, Jonas?
Yeah, but that's not going to happen, so that's okay.
Well, challenge accepted. Anyway, we are going to take a quick break, guys. But don't go anywhere, because G2 versus Auglis will resume after this.
Now, if you're an organization looking for a team, Prodigy is not an organization, it is an agency.
They want basically 10 BO1s to participate.
That is not easy.
Prodigy like to try and play some up without a Cypher, without a Killjoy, but you have a Happy.
Happy. Oh, great timing. Oh, what the?
Happy's been pretty much raining fires so far. He's always topping the charts.
And this is a player that many people thought wouldn't make a return to competitive gaming at the top level.
Oh my god, he's actually going to get a kill off.
Ridiculous!
In this third map, Boo takes over the site. That is a ridiculous kill. I mean, his team owe it to him.
So close, but Boo denies it.
We got a bit unlucky, to be honest, drawing the best team in Europe.
Obviously, they're the fan favorite.
But if they will play average and we will play, our game will play well, that's when we can beat them.
If you want to be the best, you have to be to beat the best.
This lineup has been the most dominant, the deadliest team in Europe. They're the kings of Europe, the loudest in the room.
Everyone out there has it out for G2. They want to take them down. And for G2, it's going to be an eternal fight, an eternal challenge to prove that they belong at the top.
The real problem when you're going up against them, it's 5 players that could all sit in a star position on other teams.
3 of 4 players for NIP all tagged up, so it should be easy shooting from Artis. David's going to get himself one kill.
They have still never lost a best of 3.
What is the difference between G2 and the rest of the world right now?
Our playbook is mostly improvisation, which I think is a good playstyle because it's really hard to counter.
It's a low time, but Yet David supplies the kills in abundance. Clean headshots. And now Safe's looking to answer back here. All that's left, and he too topples. A three-piece from David P.
We want to win the event. First strike is the most important thing for us. It would cement the legacy. Now that we know the brackets and we know that we're playing against Orgless, I feel like their map pool's not very big. So their players, they're really skilled, but we're gonna take the W.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Any reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally ready to go with the G2 Esports versus Orgless. It is 5-1. We have had a little bit of a tech issue. One of the players struggling on the latency, and that is sadly what happens in these corona times. But we're still able to bring you the action as we've reset the server. So a little bit of a caveat before we get into the game. The kills will not be reflective of what's happened in the overall game. They will reset from this point forward. But the score, the money, the guns, everything is the same, 5-1. G2 in the lead. They've been steamrolling. They lost one round, which was versus Pistols, in fact, where they rushed through a smoke and got slaughtered. Now, Lothar, the question is, this break, who does it benefit?
Who does it benefit?
Oh, there's a bus coming.
I think the only thing that can benefit is basically Orgless kind of start the match anew, right? They have the time to collect themselves and kind of kill the momentum from G2, so G2 definitely is not happy with that technical pause, and yeah, let's see how it goes, but it's 5-1 for G2 currently, so still looks very good for G2. Economy is exactly the same, all the runs are exactly in the same spot, so we'll see.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes we do have those tech issues. I heard it could have been one of the players spamming tweets. I'm not sure about that, but I have a suspicion I might know who it was. Either way, they're ready to go, hopefully in just a little bit. They're all getting back on the server, getting everything sorted, and I'm happy because, it was quite a while before we got this in another FPS title I worked in, and 6 months in, we've already got a little match medic that can fix everything up. That makes me an excited boy.
We don't have any more issues, let's say, with... we have seen in other games when a game crashes and then you have to reset the entire game. Yeah, that's annoying.
It's not great. Go back through the round history. Okay, now you kill me. No, I'll kill
Yeah.
you. Okay,
I
no,
remember
wait, you
those
didn't have that
times.
weapon.
Yeah,
Go again.
It was pretty complicated to get it exactly to the same moment with every single thing being the same. Actually, almost quite impossible to do in games more complicated, maybe like Valorant, right? Because there's a lot of factors here.
I mean, ultimates as well. Everything. It would be. I don't even want to think about that. That would be hell on earth to try and organize all that sort of stuff. But luckily, we don't have to do that in the first place. We're not involved in any of the programming aspects, mainly because I failed that in uni. Not very good with computers, I have to say. But luckily, we've got a whole team who are sorting all that and sorting out the server. So, what I want to know, obviously, look, G2 are the favorites. There is absolutely no sugarcoating it. We said in the pre-show the whole day that, unfortunately, the way that things are, sometimes teams come into events as food for the bigger fish. And in this case, Orgless are food, realistically. But what we did highlight was the fact that even if they don't win, which is likely, they'll still be in a position where they can find a team. And actually, interestingly, for those of you that don't know, Orgless, formerly Prodigy, it's not like that was you've actually heard it in the video, Banks was saying, it wasn't an organization, it is an agency. So each of these players is signed to Prodigy Agency. They're free agents. Sure, if an org came along and offered them a contract as a team, they'd take it. But for now, the objective here is actually to show off individuals so that another team who needs a Cypher player, for example, can come in and go, ooh, Pipson's looking hot today. Let's get him over here.
This tournament is a little bit of a scouting ground for a lot of organizations, so we're going to see how that goes. But I'm really happy to see that Orgless is actually changing the playstyle a lot, because them showing up to this quarterfinals, and if I would have still see Brimstone and Omen on split, I would have been like, I don't think they learned any lessons from their qualifier games. But here, coming in with a different setup, with different strategies coming in, like not the same strategies that I have seen in on the VODs, different playstyle on pistols, it's actually promising, and I'll hope they will actually do well against G2. I'm gonna get some close matches, but for now, it's 5-1. For G2 on attacking side on split, which is not really positive for Orgless.
No, it's not. And G2, with the ball rolling, with the momentum, is never what you want to see. As you said, though, Lothar, there has been a little bit of a break. It hasn't benefited G2 in that aspect because they've had to slow things down and they've lost their momentum potentially. This was the buy they were up against. And AWP was saved over in the previous round. Not bought up. Hoodie's not that crazy. The rest of the team have decided to go in for a low buy. They've got a Rolling Thunder to work with, as well as two not so relevant, at least to bridge the gap in these kind of buys, ultis as well. For Orgless, the objective here, probably a good round would be if they manage to save the operator and the other 4 players die so they get their money back. If they can manage to pick up a couple of weapons along the way, they would be delighted. But they're at a disadvantage in every fight except for that one, which they lost anyways. The AWP now on the floor can potentially be retrieved. I don't want Pith to defend it aggressively till his teammates are here, which does mean that it gets picked up, but another player falls.
Really love how the execution fall went through for G2. Piv lurking on A side. They knew they were playing against an op, so they need to take close quarter battles. So the lurk from Piv was actually pivotal for this round. It's actually quite beautiful. So I would like to explain it a little bit more in depth, because Piv used 2 of his smokes to just smoke off the entrance from A. So in this case, if Hoodie would have been on CT, he didn't see if someone crossed or not. That allowed his teammates to take control of mid, and in this case triggered a rotation from B side, where Orgless had to go back to A because they thought it's gonna be an execute on A. And then we got a double fake from G2. On Vents they went back to mid and then went back to A. It was quite confusing to follow, but it really paid off because of that allowed Piv to get that lurk and get that kill on Hoodie at some point.
And so you see the respect that they're offering their opponents now, having lost out the previous time with pistols! Oh, boo! He's able to take down Mixwell, having caught him with the paranoia mid-air. The kills are swinging in Orgless' favor for now, as they look to get that spike to the site. It isn't too easy, but David P does have the wall. It goes down for the spawn. Up goes Mixwell, and I thought there was going to be the swing out of heaven, but before he could even get near the window, shut down by Pith, Artist with another, and all of a sudden, man advantage, site control, and spike planted just a moment for G2. The retake, especially difficult, because Artist is a great position and is able to shut down the first, opening it up for Pith to put 7-1 on the board. G2 are looking fantastic, even after that little bit of a break.
Yeah, well coordinated. Unlucky for Mixwell, who got hit by that paranoia. With that ult, that was basically a guaranteed kill, but unfortunately he didn't see where the Omen is. A small mistake by David when, I'm not sure if you've seen it, the wall on CT didn't cover the entire entrance, so he went for the res. It actually allowed Orgless to kill Mixwell when he was being res, because David thought there's no way of Orgless peeking from CT, but there was like a gap. Like a huge gap, you know?
One of those quick ones, you just pop it down in the heat of the moment and want to just get your res, get your teammate back up, win the round, but it ain't always all too clean. Luckily, though, Artist was there to save the day. As we come into this 5v5, you take a look at Orgless' hardware. It ain't great by any means. They've again got those pistols. G2 made the mistake in the fourth round of pushing straight towards the A site through a smoke versus pistols and getting wrecked. In fact, the Blade Storm didn't even have any effect on the round. This time, though, they are looking for a much slower pace. They're allowing the pistols to peek into them and trading when they go forward. This is textbook in how to handle these kinds of rounds. They now have heaven control. They wall it off, which is very difficult to break when you've got pistols, which essentially means that Orgless have to come through the spawn. And with 2 versus 4, they need to hit the heads. It's next to impossible. I think you're looking to farm some ult charges if you can, if you're happy, and just make it as costly as possible for G2. And it ain't costly at all. They just lose 1 player. Perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. You can see a pattern also in the 3 rounds that I've seen now. G2 is moving as a unit. An example here, they wanted to breach B, while Piv was lurking on mid. When the rush on B failed, because they had to go back after seeing Cypher from the B side, who then gave info for rotations, they took control of mid for 3, because Piff was already there and had heard like the rotations coming in for B, so they are allowed to kind of slow it down and take more map control. So really well played. We'll see if that follows the pattern in this round.
You know, for G2, I do wonder, this level of confidence versus Orgless, we were thinking that we would see it, and we are. But when they come up against teams like FPX, teams like inside Liquid, I guess.
Take a look at Piff. Look at Piff. He was undetected, went to heaven with absolutely no information from August that he actually went there. But Hoodie, still patient, was waiting for a player to go back. Unlucky. I don't think he heard it, but now he knows.
Yeah, there was no way out. So good to trade them out afterwards. As you said, Pith managed to sneak up, and he could have gotten that backstab, but it was all down to routing and how he moved around and walked right into the operator. But the reaction was there. They realized the threat. They deal with it. It's being recovered by Pipson. A 2 versus 3 is winnable. This is probably the best chance that Orglis have had at a buy round at all.
But just take a look at where's Pipson right now?
He's just playing passive. So this mixed signals right now, right? Pipson doesn't want to go for it, but his teammate is pushing down. He's the option to fall back now through spawn or through ropes, but he's staying here. Pipson's too far away. Pipson's still not moving. They're definitely not going to go for this. So it seems odd that you have 2 different strategies being deployed that are very contradictory.
Yeah, I guess Pipson wanted to save the op, worth a lot of cash. But at the same time, maybe the plan was, let me get 2 kills and then we retake.
Yeah, it's never going to happen, though, is it? I mean, the majority of the time you'll be traded. 1 kill, hard enough to get the second, though, afterwards. You won't have time. And he was too far away. Whatever the call was, they've managed to carry the operator forward, and I guess that's the be-all and end-all of it. There's the miss by Mixwell on the second blast pack. Now, the last time that the first time, in fact, that Mixwell took that agent, that he played a Raze, I remember we said, oh, well, look, he's Master Jet. Who knows what he can do with Raze? And then he killed himself with the showstopper. So, yeah, I was always nervous every time I see him pick it ever since, but he hasn't quite gone that far since the very first time.
You know what didn't change, though? G2 is always trying to initiate something happening at the beginning of the round. The round starts, something is happening. G2 is breaching somewhere, using the utility to kind of start and initiate and a utility from their opponents as well. I really like that playstyle. It's so different than from what I've seen from Heretics and Liquid so far.
And in some cases from G2 in the past, I think you are seeing them shift up their strategy, although it's going to be confident.
Spike planted.
They're looking to add extra levels to it. Now, speaking of extra things, extra rounds would be great for Orglis to pick up. There's 2 left to play for, including this one, and they're in a 3v5 retake. Going forward here is risky. I like the paranoia, but nobody's pushed back through. And so this is the round is done and dusted. The question is, how much do they walk out with over on the Orglis side? And I couldn't really disagree with that push anymore. You cannot do damage to G2's economy. There is 1 round left after this one, and they've got plenty of cash. The only question was, how easy is it going to be for you to buy? And now even saving that op is going to be difficult. Hoodie in danger, the TP behind him. It was a brave play. It was a ballsy one, but Patatek not getting away with it. What he has done, though, is kept Hoodie in this position for his teammates to come up behind him and hopefully take him down. Oh, the classic!
He got him!
Just in time.
It was worth it. For G2, it doesn't really matter if they lose 3 or 4 people here, because they still have really healthy economy. While for Orglis, losing that op is actually very important.
So the thing as well is Patatek using the Shadow Step in that position actually benefits him quite a bit, because it takes a while, right? You're not going to risk shooting him too early, but that means that you stick around. Look, you wait for it to finish, then you pop the shot, which means you buy your teammates an extra second or 2 to get into position, which ultimately is what kept Hoodie right. Oh, Artis, what are you doing? He just swung wide before the smoke had popped. Got taken now by Hoodie, and there's a free kill to start things off. The res comes in at least, so they don't have the man disadvantage, but I guess it's armor gone for no reason.
I love this playstyle. There's no fear. Everyone just breaches these sides. Piff just going in through the smokes. Oh, Happy got a kill. This is the first time with Showstopper in this half.
So the reaction, though, of G2, immediately they wall off in heaven and they rush towards the B site. The problem is a player has already made it into position. Pipson down below with a Spectre in hand. They're jumping back and forth through the cages, giving a lot of information away as a stun comes in to slow the play. Now, David P on the A site. He's got the spike and he's managed to sneak right past them. They have an idea that he could be here. Happy looking back and dropping the nade that's going to keep David P at bay. This was a hectic round from G2 and a big big clutch needed. At least it starts off well for Dave, and he can regroup with Artis at this point. Artis, remember, doesn't have the armor after being rezzed up earlier on, and this is where a res could be extremely beneficial to be able to get a teammate back into the fight. As Artis falls, a 1v3 in this round should go by the wayside for G2. That spike oh, hold on, they haven't actually challenged him. They thought he was faking it, which would have made sense. A chance for David P, but yeah, only the one.
It was actually well planned from both of the teams, because first G2 wanted to fake going to Heaven B for to initiate a rotation from August to B, but then we have seen Boo staying on A the entire time because they were anticipating a fake. So it was crucial for August to have a player still on A that did get the information that someone is jumping off Heaven on A side, which then gave info to Happy, who cut off Sage with his utility, with the paint shell, but still fell short in the duel. But in general, I really like this exchange. It was well played and improvised from both teams. I felt like communication here was on point from both teams. They communicated really well to just kind of craft this plan.
So, we did the previous half, confident, right? So the confidence continues, is what I'm leaning towards. Pith has bought a Sheriff. In the pistol round. Yes, Pith has gone for the Sheriff as the B player. Now, he does have support in the form of Artis, so he's not completely... sorry, in the form of Mixwell. I'm so used to Artis playing down on the Rays when it comes down to split. But it's an interesting buy, not one that's paid off for them. And G2, well, they're getting off to a terrible start in the pistol. This just shows how... look, you're 10-2 up. You can buy 5 Sheriffs for 3 rounds in a row, and I won't really critique you all too heavily. And it goes the same for the previous round, right? The final one of the first half. You can sit back and say, oh, well, they made this mistake, that mistake, and they certainly did. But they can, because they're so far ahead. And you'll see teams do this all the time, especially confidence-based ones like G2, who realistically, at this stage, for the next couple of rounds, they're playing for some clips.
I would still love to hear the reasoning why the Sheriff, you know? Especially for Cypher, who can get the traps on. Nice triple from David, but that's about it. Dustin. And first round goes to Ogles, 10-3.
Yeah, I think that's the Sheriff. We actually had a conversation about this.
Yeah, we
rehearsals the other day. We were asking, can it ever be viable? And it doesn't seem to be. The Ghost is just the better option if you're going to invest into a pistol, or taking the Classic, which is certainly viable.
One thing that I would take into consideration is that I would say the metagame kind of favors also buying just playing with Classic with small shields, which then renders the Sheriff kind of actually useless unless you one-tap someone, right? Because double click to the body doesn't really deal lethal damage in this case.
And especially if you're a Cypher playing the B site. I mean, it gives you even more to work with if you've got that Classic to slow them when they get up close and use your right clicks all day long. But look, we're talking a lot about what was really just a, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I sheriffed 5 people in the head kind of play. I think that's probably the calls that went down.
Well, still a good start for G2 actually in this round. Look at Pipson with only 10 HP. And a Phantom on his back. That's kind of interesting.
It's funny that they've actually gone for the eco after what was a very confident first round. I honestly thought they would just force for 2 or 3, but I guess now someone's called the focus up and try to actually get something done. And when you're Orglis in this situation, you want to get out of this round with no weapons lost. You do not want to... If anything, you probably want to save a lot of your armor, but that ain't always possible. Although you can see 3 players look pretty good. David P, he snuck away on the site for a double.
Beautiful.
The benefit of the Classic up close, even if your opponent has that armor, and I think both players were actually completely out of armor.
Did they pick up the Phantom? Yeah, they did. Okay.
They did, yeah.
Because I was looking at the HUD and it didn't pick up. I was like, oh no!
A little bit of a slow refresh.
Still, it was actually a really nice double kill to hurt the economy. There was no stinger on... wait, did he have a weapon? He did. He did. So it's actually 2 weapons lost anyway.
Yeah, all in all, I think the reality is, a round like that, as I said, Orglis want to get out with all their weapons. They're the ones that can't afford to mess around. They've got to play this start to finish, completely serious, and get the confidence rolling on the attacking side. This is where G2...
This is the important round. This is the most important round of the game so far.
Exactly. G2 are in a position now where they've got... They're going back to the serious strategies. Aggression down middle to try and seize a little bit of control. A passive hold on the B site. The camera looking for them only when they get nice and close where you can go in for those sprays. The problem here is that the rotate to B is actually very slow. So they might even have to play a bit of a retake. Oh, David P getting tickled up on middle. Pith, I mean, up above, I don't know how he survived that. They're full pushing the site. There's no control of Heaven over towards G2, and yet Pith gets a kill, gets out of there. That's a miracle that man is still alive. It doesn't look like he's going to be alive for long, nor are his teammates, as Artis finds himself in a 1v3. Having control for him, knows there's a player in towards main, but they now know where he is. He's destroyed the camera. He can only be in one position, up or down, I suppose. There's a little bit of a difference. And the flashbang buys him some time to find the first. Artis swinging through for a little bit more, and he would have had to be
swing back actually is almost impossible to get that double kill.
Yeah, it had to be a god tier spray from him and a huge whiff from both of those players if that was to be one, and simply not going to happen with a team like Orgless, who individually are solid.
One enemy remaining.
It's kind of a weird round, very chaotic. What do you think about the execute? The execute was pretty standard, like Hoodie just dashed on side on the default position, it was smoked off, went through the traps of Piff. If I'm not mistaken, it might have not even been any traps. There were 2 cages.
Cages, definitely.
But
I don't think there were traps.
That was about it. But then the entire retake scenario was going like 1 by 1 with no trades. Everything felt kind of really chaotic for me.
Yeah, I look, it was odd because G2 got off to such a good start, right, that it ended up being thrown away. Again, I think the confidence coming into play a little bit. We say how well they bounce off of each other, and they don't seem to be doing that right now. But it is only a matter of time, and that's the benefit that G2 have. There's 5 rounds now between them. I start to get worried when Orgless hits 7 if we don't see G2 bounce back in the next buy round. That's where things get a little bit too tight. Oh, there's a kill. Or not. Somehow.
Did he get it? I don't think so.
No, Deleuze's still alive. He's got about 40 HP, but he's going to survive the round by the looks of it. I thought that was guaranteed. He was blind. You're on the side. Not a lot of time to line up that ghost shot, but he only got the one.
He did get a hit on the headshot, but that's about it.
Yeah, no follow-up. The gods of RNG were not with him that time. I do like that Mixwell's playing an exit. They're carrying this forward. They can buy anyways if he dies, so maybe he can at least do some damage to Orgless here.
Yeah, and he dies, he still has cash for the next round because they played an eco round, a health buy this round, this way. But him getting that kill on Omen allows him to have his ultimate, his showstopper already available at the beginning of the round, which might be
very good point.
Very important to get that initial kill or just stopping a rush on a site. So let's take a look how will he use that, because he's going on A Heaven right now and he's most likely gonna peek. Or no, he's actually staying on a window. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
I guess for Mixwell, using the ultimate in a very reactive manner makes a lot of sense. Oh, that's stun dodged. Here comes Hoodie rushing, but doesn't check his left. That's trouble as Artis quickly gets the trade. Unfortunately, it is a trade as David P fell in the first place. He was looking to play the Shao, which is to say the judge holding mid by himself, as Artis would have been able to rotate afterwards.
Yeah, that actually very good execute by Orgless here, because there was a blind coming from Omen to the entire B Heaven, and this is why Artis didn't kill Hoodie like faster. This is why also Artis died, because he had to close in the distance to see Hoodie actually being there.
Exactly. Excellent point. And that's the benefit, as we talked about earlier, of having that Omen when it comes to most of the maps that aren't bind, to be honest. And with Icebox introduced, I think we're set to see the same. You know, this scoreline could be deceptively close, but Orgless are building up their own little bit of momentum, and G2 might have given them a little bit too much leash. That nade is going to slow down the push that would have come in directly after the Rolling Thunder. Then in comes Mixwell with the showstopper. That will delay them even further. Out goes the blast pack, the shot. They now know that he's on the site. They also have control of Heaven, and Mixwell is going to have to go huge. His teammates are on the other side of the map. They might get here.
Very awkward spot for Mixwell right now. He's just isolated with his entire team, but Artis gets an important kill.
It's huge! Turning his back, Boo gets taken down, a surprise for him. 10 seconds left. Mixwell falls. That will be the spike planted, then the Rolling Thunder afterwards, looking for the kill on this player on site. Lots of time to line it up for Artis. He doesn't know exactly where Happy is, though. The flash goes out, it's dodged, and Happy sprays down 3! 7 for Orgless and G2. They don't get away with it this time.
I just wanted to say, I really hope they're not gonna peek 1 by 1. But this was actually a little bit too fast. They were certain that he's gonna be on the right side, right? And he just went straight into the full auto from the Phantom on Happy. It's kind of interesting because it felt like this is gonna be an easy win, right? When you just time it correctly, it's gonna be an easy trade, but happy with this spray. And gets an easy double kill.
I mean, I think this whole game felt like it was going to be an easy win. It was 10-2 at one point. Orgless have now won 5 rounds in a row, and I would argue, you know, maybe 3 of those were thrown away by G2, but that one right there, they were trying. They're focused up, and what does that do to your mentality when you lose? I think this is where you start to say, okay, guys, listen, okay, we've had our fun. Now let's close the game. I'm getting a bit worried, and if you lose the next buy round, well then, panic might start to set in. G2, they don't usually get tested. Certainly not like this, not by a team that are, well, I guess you can technically call them a team now, but they ain't been together that long. They haven't had too much time to prepare compared to the other competitors in this tournament.
And they're definitely being perceived as underdogs in this match.
Oh, by a long shot. G2 should body them. They were 10-2 up. It was looking like they would.
And this also brings the point when, you know, Split in pro play is actually more attack-based. We've seen this over and over right now. In both the quarterfinals, when Split is being played, the attacking side has actually kind of an easier time in most of the cases.
Was that camera activated? I presume it was, because they obviously saw it or they knew it was there previously. This Pith closes in the distance. He was trying to dodge a flash, but well, it didn't come through. It was instead the paranoia that took him down. Then the flashes come in afterwards. Ghost up close. Chance for a kill. Mixwell gets one from afar. David P's caught reloading. Somehow survives a little longer than he should have. But really, oh, I love the bookie. Oh, I love the TP in. The confidence, Patatek. I'm here for it. Oh, no, he sees a player up close. It's a shame that that was Pipson and not Boo. Otherwise, it would have worked perfectly. But Boo, in the end, does take the kill, as 10-8 comes on the board. Orgless, this buy round is going to define this game for me. If G2 win it, they're back on the board. If Orgless take it,
this is going to be a very close game. By the way, I wanted to point it out. This was a perfect example why Phantom on Split is so important, because, you know, shotguns on Split are very powerful. You have very close range encounters in here on the map, and Patatek had a perfect opportunity to get a frag with the Bucky through the smoke if there was someone playing with a Vandal, because we would have seen the flash and the tracers coming where they were coming from. Here, with Pipson shooting with a Phantom, he didn't leave him any kind of like indicator where the shot are coming from. So Patatek had to just shoot blind.
There you go. Swinging in for the blind shots and not landing them. But G2, they've gone into a couple of these rounds with their eyes closed, hoping for the best, and it hasn't come through. This is their chance to really just shut Orgless down before it gets completely out of control. Good damage done straight away. Hoodie missed the shot on the operator as the smoke bloomed. He was sprayed down. Pipson's lost most of his armor as well.
Look at the map controller right now. Happy is already in vents.
So the fact that Happy is closed in that distance, I presume they know that he can be there. Unless that tripwire is a little bit too high or low, he can only have come there from heaven, right? Yeah, so they should know that.
So. Yeah.
There's no way he gets over it otherwise. They know they've given up the control. The dash in by Hoodie, who's low HP, pops the ultimate, but he's up. Oh, no, he's not spotted. Free kill for Hoodie. Sprays away, but can't find the frag. Operator comes out, and Hoodie, he's seen the player, but he hasn't shot away. Doesn't want to do it just yet, as Pith has to save the day. A 1v3 coming in from the defender spawn. He's not being watched. He's crept his way into the elbow. This could be huge. The spike goes down. He swings on one. Looks for Hoodie. The off shot is connected. If that misses, the round is under heavy threat.
Yeah, that was actually a very good lurk from Piff. And I'm actually impressed how he constantly finds those opportunities for being a player like that. He knows the timings on basically every single rotation. He hears, like, you know, a trigger from a utility, a sound cue that gives him some more information. He's reading into that, and that is so cool to see.
I do love as well how Hoodie was above the player but didn't get a headshot. It's like the chances of that, but luckily he connected all the shots. Otherwise, I think he would have been very angry.
But, you know, it's getting hot in here. 10-9 right now, 7 rounds in a row for Orgless. You have to ask yourself, Was G2 trolling in that pistol round?
I mean, they bought a sheriff. At least Pith was. At least Pith was messing about, surely. But either way, the fact that we are in this position, the fact that Orgless are being challenged, or the fact that Orgless are challenging with all these consecutive rounds, it's scary. G2 have picked up the opening kill in this round. They've just popped an ultimate as well to get that little bit of information. They've seen Orgless entirely outside of A. That leaves Orgless with two options. Rush into the A site right here and now, or play it slower. And potentially, they've spotted a player on site, but it's not that much information to play with. I don't think it would have taken a genius to presume that there was going to be one site. So,
they don't really achieve much. Yeah, they don't really achieve much. That no one was breaching the site, so no one took advantage of it. Basically, it was like a hurricane arrow from Sova that said, "There's someone here," and that's it.
Where there's someone probably.
Yeah, and you have no one that can follow it up anyway.
This is dangerous, though. The pistol's up close. This is where they can thrive. With his back turned, though, Pith got caught completely off guard. Mixwell went out to trade. Now, here's the benefit of the ult, right? They know Patatek was on the site. They just make sure. But the shadow step across, it's expected. They know he could be here. Nice opening for him. TPing all the way through to spawn as he gets away inside the smoke. The call is there. The shots. He's lucky that it's Hoodie, in fact, so he can't really spray through that smoke, but he is holding it. And baited it out with his shoulder. Nice stuff by Patatek. Still, capitalizing off it will be difficult. He has a smoke. Paranoia goes out. There's the shot. They might try to drop on him, but Artis just can't get out there with the players still on site. I think that smoke needed to be used a little bit earlier, and even though he connects the headshot, it means nothing as Boo easily survives it. 10, 8 in a row. Orgless, they are on fire right now as G2 come into their bye round.
And this round even started with a first blood by Artis on Orgless, but unfortunately this round was still kind of like a half buy. Artis with a Ghost, if I'm not mistaken, Patatek had a Spectre, and was that Mixwell with a Vandal, but that's about it. There was no more equipment, so even though they were playing in an advantage 5v4, it was kind of hard to crunch it into a full round win. Now we're very close. This is getting dangerous. Full buy coming from G2, but I'm not certain if their economy will be in a good spot if they're gonna lose this round. I don't think so.
Mixwell's going back to the operator. I'm enjoying that. So we're going to see the raise up. It's very reminiscent of Replan from 2G4L back in the beta. He was the one that was deploying this all the time, showing us blast pack plays before Jet became the go-to operator agent. Gives me those vibes. I'm happy to be thrown back into that sea of nostalgia from, 8 or 9 months ago.
Fortunately for G2, there's not a single ultimate ready for Orgless, so they don't have to worry about positioning about the Rolling Thunder, about Showstopper, putting them deep into sites. So this might be an easier round. This is probably the best moment for G2 to actually take it and get the lead, especially with a first blood by Mixwell, but now it's still a trade. Mixwell getting a kill post his own death.
From the grave, a little bit of martyrdom there, dodging the nades. Patatek, they should know he's not there. The paint shells would have killed him, and he swings through just to confirm it. Hoodie, the last alive in a 1v4. The lead for G2 hasn't been challenged yet, and it looks like it might not be. A double tap to the body, it's what we were talking about earlier. Not enough to kill when they've got armor in the tank. 11-10, G2. They don't lose the lead. They lost
close.
8 in a row, but they just about managed to hold on to this.
Mixwell being the hero of this round. Even, he got one kill. That was a trade by Hoodie. But then he gets another one with paint shots. That was probably round deciding right there.
Whoa. What's happening here? So we picked up a second operator, I guess, at the end of the last round. Mixwell has one for sure on the floor. Pith had a second, unless the HUD was lying to me.
No, we have one. They have 2 Phantoms, 1 Vandal.
I think there's one on the ground, though, because at one stage, Mixwell and Pith both had one, unless that was a HUD glitch. I don't know. But either way, there's the Rolling Thunder, the push afterwards. Great.
Oh my god, that was so well done by Pith. Too bad he didn't get the occasion, he didn't get the chance to actually fall back on the site.
Hey, still, he got away with more than he should have in that situation. I guess he shouldn't have been killed either. So it's sort of like everything is balanced in this situation.
You can see how Hoodie reacted quick on his feet with the double smokes to help his teammate not getting killed, because they knew exactly that he got punched, let's say, in the air by the Rolling Thunder. So very well played by Hoodie, but unfortunately Pith with that wallbang got him anyway.
Yeah, very few players are going to be popping a Rolling Thunder and going, well, that ought to scare them. You're going to go for the trade. trade the kill. Oh, it's huge! The Raz popped happy! He gets the double! Orgless back in a 3v3, pushing the A site. They've scared G2 into a rotate, so they find the site completely open for business. It's free today. It's a once-in-a-lifetime sale. And Orgless, this one started out in an okay manner for them, but they've started to shut them down. Out goes the operator. This has to pull it back. The kill from Patatek traded immediately. He was a little bit over-eager. I don't know why he's re-peeking before his teammates are there.
He was teleporting right now.
He was.
Yes.
The TP, that's heartbreaking. As we end up in the 2v2, G2 want to get back into the site. Hoodie, though, he's repositioned. And he catches another ultimate popped. Updraft in, and Mixwell. Oh, he dodges the knives. Expert play, but he has to find both kills with an operator. It's
That's
not easy.
11-11.
Hoodie from below, baby. Tied up yet again. Orgless, they're not giving up yet.
You know, this was actually beautifully played by Orgless. You know why? Because they knew that Sage had a res. They will come for it 100% because it's already, like, the match is so close. So they baited into a full rotation. They made so much noise coming into mid, making noise that they're gonna go A, but left happy with that showstopper. That showstopper was so impressive because it doesn't matter that you just get a kill instantly, right? But the timing of it, the plan, the execution, everything was here. The only thing that was kind of bad for them was Happy actually dying.
Yeah, but huge brain. I don't know if that was Pipson, if it was Happy, but whoever called it, you're a genius. That was amazing. It was so smart. That's what we love to see. The innovation. You know the players there. If you're pushing the A site, they're going to go for the res. Showstopper, boom, double kill. He doesn't get out of there alive, but it's more than enough to buy them the space to win the round. It's exactly what you needed in that moment to stop G2 from regrouping and coming back into the round. Now G2, 11-11, tied up, forced down to this weak buy. 2 stingers in play.
2 stingers, a bulldog, 2 bulldogs actually. This is not looking good for G2.
No, it's not. They've literally got one strong rifle in the hands of Patatek. I love the Bulldog, but it ain't going to hold up against your Vandals and your Phantoms. Certainly not with the way Orgless have been playing them. A 10-2 lead. Possibly the biggest drop-off we've ever seen from G2. On a map like Split especially, it's heartbreaking. And we'll see what Orgless have got up their sleeve. 35 seconds left. Rolling Thunder being lined up as we speak. But there's 3 players towards this B site. Mid is being approached very passively, but he's boosted up on top of the wall. He has no idea. Oh, this is going to be massive. But with the Stinger as well, David B can't even peek that. He can't do anything at that range. The TP through. Boo is close. Does he check his left? As he pushes on through, he gets blinded. Time is so low, they've got to make a move here and now! And the pistol! The weak buy! This is ridiculous! G2 get away with everything!
Okay, so I'm really confused right now. There was the wall. Jet was over the wall. Rolling Thunder actually went into the site before the wall got destroyed. So they couldn't follow it up. No one was actually following it up, the Rolling Thunder. I'm honestly kind of baffled here.
I don't know. I don't know what just happened. The logic here, even pushing in while paranoid for the close fights versus a low buy, leaving the time so low, 40 seconds to even set up that push, that was a really messy round by Orgless. Everything has looked so clean so far, but now they give over a Prime Gaming flawless round to G2 to put it 12-11. 1 left to go in this half. We're either going to hit an overtime or G2 take it 1-0 and set out to close this series 2-0. Either way, Orgless have done an insane job. They were 10-2 down, now 1 away from reaching that overtime. And the hiccup of the previous round, it can be forgotten if they come out on top here. But the difference is G2 have got the rifles this time around.
Yeah, but still, Orgless with a full buy, they have everything apart from the ultimates. The Rolling Thunder that was used last round would have been just so, helpful right here. I wanted to commend Orgless for the previous round when they played so patient, because I wanted to say, they are aware. They are playing against a lower buy. They want to get a pick when someone has an inferior weapon. But then they went just up close and was... Oh, man, I'm a little bit angry inside,
I'm with you there, brother. I'm with you 100%. It was a frustrating round to watch. You could see the problems start to evolve around that 40-second mark, and to see it then end in disaster.
Now we have map control by Orgless. Even though they have only 4 players, they got control of vents. They don't know, of course, if someone is rotating behind them, but still, they're allowed to get on A. 2 players from G2 just waiting for that. Piff with the sneaky beaky play next to his plant. just waiting for someone to drop from heaven.
15 seconds. They have to go. The spikes dropped. The round's over. You've lost. They have to run. They have to
10
rush.
seconds. 10 seconds.
There's no time. It's literally done. They all get killed in the end. But that is 2 sloppy rounds from Orgulus to lose that one out.
The Team Liquid special on the last seconds of the clock.
Exactly, but unfortunately not even working out to the same extent it would for Liquid. That is heartbreaking. G2 take it 13-11. Man.
I'm honestly really surprised by many things happening in this game. 10-2 for G2, which kind of looked like this is going to be just, just going to win next 3 rounds. That's going to be it. It's going to end up 13-2 or something like that. Then they lose the pistol. Then, 8 runs in a row? They have lost on split, on defense? How does that even happen, right?
I love how this is just breaking you. It's doing the same to me as well. It's like we have this narrative of G2, they smash, they're the best team, they're winning, and then they stop taking it as seriously. They throw away a couple of rounds. Okay, it's understandable. They start to take it seriously, but Orgulus, they've all of a sudden, they've got this ace up their sleeve. They're pulling out some great rounds, some great individual plays. That 300 IQ showstopper from Happy. And then what were those last 2 rounds? What happened? Did their TeamSpeak get disconnected? Did they stop talking? The mic stop working? I don't know what was going on. But that did not look like the same team from the 2 last rounds.
Yeah.
And the whole half before it. They were 2 completely different teams.
They were really trying their hardest and being focused for the entirety of the second half, and they just kind of threw out of the window in the last rounds. But hey, at least you know what's the upside of this?
What's that?
We have a series in our rounds. In our hands, because
we do.
The second map, I'm sure that G2 is going to take this very seriously right now.
This guy, you're a funny man. I think, though, in all seriousness, I would hope that they take it seriously. I'll never gamble on it. It's G2 after all, let's be real. But they have managed to go unpunished, 13-11. Now we look on to the next map, and I think when you're in a position for Orgulus, I don't know if it's good or bad. I've heard from many players in the past that it is the worst to lose these games in such a close manner. But at the same time, they've now built up the narrative where I'm happy to say they won't get smashed even if it is 2-0. That's my opinion, but we've got some big brain people. Maybe they wouldn't quite come up with the same play that Happy did, but close, very close. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to see what they made of that wild and wacky map after this break.
Betty.
One enemy remaining.
Eagle Eye.
Spike planted. An enemy remaining. Stand down. You will not kill my ally.
Hello everyone, my name is Pansy and I'm here to help you brush up on some of the Valorant terminology. So let's get started. Trading. Trading is securing a kill on the enemy, even after losing your teammate in a short window of time. Essentially, evening out the score. Defaulting. Traditionally talking about an attacking side, taking overall control of the map to ensure no defending players can get free information by them potentially pushing out aggressively. Trying to default first and then lean into an execution. Execution, a scripted, telegraphed site take, with pre-planned smokes, flashes, and set intentions. Playing for the pick. Getting a pick is looking to catch any aggressive players out of position, or anyone peeking a little too much and allowing your team to build off the momentum. Map control is generally a term of understanding which areas of the map cannot be breached by your opponents without them letting you know about it. The more map control one team has, the more information they have without seeing the opponents. This allows for rotations to happen earlier in anticipation of your opponent's next action.
Welcome back to the First Strike Europe main event. We are one map into our second series of the day. Are things going as we expected, guys?
I mean, you say we're one map in. I feel like this one has gone on so long. I mean, obviously technical pause aside, but wow. I mean, that was August's map to win, to be honest with you.
Yeah, for a long time there, I was so, when at half it looked like it was an impossible turning scenario. And then they just woke up and then they started playing like G2 plays attack. And then I started getting scared. And I was like, are they actually going to win this?
You make an interesting point, that playing the way that G2 attack. And I know we were just talking about this a second ago, so whether or not that's kind of like I don't want to say a tilt factor for August, but they were just like, guys, look, we're down so far. Let's just start rushing stuff. And it kept working for them. And again, whether that's maybe an element of complacency from G2. We obviously alluded to the fact that G2's comfort zone is being in control and being able to set the pace and set the terms in which they take rounds. But August looked really, really good doing it, time and time again. And we saw absolutely none of that in the first half.
No, and this is the thing, right? Because, if your mentality is kind of like an advanced version of Rush B, how do you do that on defense?
Yes.
Because if there's one thing I noticed, and that was that both teams, they didn't have too many defensive variants. They were like, maybe they were switching up a few things, but they, like for instance, Orgulus kept leaving middle wide open just with a Cypher trip. In the start, G2 did the same thing, and then David P started walling off middle or maybe into heaven, but they didn't really go like, well, this round didn't really work. Let's play mid differently. They just kept doing it.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you bring that up, actually. Orgulus leaving mid open and G2, pretty much every time they did that, committing to, it was Mixwell and David P walking down mid. And there was one point they almost got caught actually off guard with the backstabbers. They went back into mail as soon as the push comes through Garage. But that's kind of Orgulus kind of saying to G2, take it. Like, do that. Try and do your thing, because it's not going to work. We're set up elsewhere. And that information coming across back from the Cypher, we talked about Cypher and his role in competitive. Yeah. I mean, just those small things, especially against a team like G2, if you can just pivot to the other side of the map, I mean, it's Pit over on B site or potentially Patatech, on that rotation over in B Heaven.
Yeah.
You can't stop a four-man rush.
No, and one thing that's really interesting now that we have the changes on Cypher's utility, the fact that it gets disabled as soon as it dies also forces a Cypher to play more passively, because sometimes on attack, because sometimes on attack you would see him lurking, maybe in A main, trying to bait or find a pickoff or something, but he would lose all his flank protection if he gets picked off. And the same thing, if you're defending a Cypher, you're not going to take any peeks. You're just going to sit and have a long cam session, because that's the safest thing to do. Or else you're going to lose your entire team's utility, and it's actually not worth getting a trade if you lose all your utility. And that's another thing I wanted to talk about, was that on G2 had this one really cool push on B main where they put 2 Cypher trips from B main to the point, and then Mixwell used these Cypher trips, and no, not Cypher trips, but cages. He used these cages to double satchel on top of the box, which for me that was really unexpected, because usually I haven't seen them do that before. It was really interesting. So he basically kind of just sprung out of the cage and landed on top of the box and actually managed to get a pickoff because he knew exactly where the defending player was, and that gave them the entry to the entire site. And it's such a ballsy move. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where you're like, I saw him do that. I'm gonna do it in comp, and it's gonna work. Okay, yeah. So.
I mean, who knew that the way to give G2 a run for their money, or the way to beat G2, is to out G2. Yeah. We saw the Jet Orb, and we saw how powerful that Jet Orb was, and it wasn't on Mixwell, Hyper. Yeah. How big of a surprise was that?
I mean, it's actually interesting you bring that up. Mixwell didn't necessarily have a bad game. No. I don't think that's the statement at all to make here, but maybe there is potentially a mismatch for Mixwell Flex Onset. I mean, historically we saw Artis, and again, Artis looks absolutely lethal on pretty much anything he plays, but particularly, way back in the day, G2 were very strong on split, and it comes down to that aggression, their ability to take control of mid, and teams feeding into that. But I mean, it's not even necessarily we saw him trying to put the operator in use, and he wasn't doing a necessarily bad job rifling. I think Hoodie had a really good game, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They were converting first bloods time and time again off of his opening picks.
And also, it's also something that even if you're like, Split isn't necessarily the best map to use an operator on in the first place.
Exactly.
Especially if mid is completely just left alone. Because you need to have like a long lane to aim down with the operator in the first place. That's kind of the idea behind playing with an operator. So I presume that's why they picked Raze instead, because they wanted this pure aggression, utility-based kills and damage, which Jet doesn't have, but she does have the ability to play really well with the operator. And that's another thing I wanted to point out was the Sage ultimate. When they have that, they play so aggressively. They literally have David P right behind.
They give one away, basically.
Yeah. They give one away, they trade, and it instantly rests, and they're 5 versus 4.
Yeah, that's one of the most tilting things I think you can go up against. But, you know, after seeing how they didn't have the best start, but the start doesn't really matter if you can come back in the way that they did. Are we still maybe entertaining the idea that it could go to map 3? Because, you know, Jonas and I both had some kind of faith in this Augurless roster. And I think Hypog, you're probably the one that advocated a pretty dominating 2-0.
Hey, I mean, I came back and sat next to Jonas here at the desk at 10-1, and I was ready to be on camera within a couple of minutes. Yeah, definitely a surprise. Fills me with hope. I mean, you know, potentially we've got a fantastic series on our hands when I was calling this one as a blowout, I'll be honest. G2 have rarely been tested. Augurless have shown us they can.
Oh, I'm so sorry I need to cut you off, but we have another Viper! And it's Boo! Boo is playing Viper for Augurless. Oh my goodness, I am so excited. I don't want to call this the FPX effect because I know other teams have been cracking Viper longer than the first strike best of 3 when we saw FPX do it. Oh man, Lothar, I know you're watching. I bet you're pumped. Jonas, you were a little bit disrespectful towards Viper.
The thing is, right, I don't necessarily have anything against Viper. Actually, yes, I do. But the thing is, because a lot of people said this when Sova was played in early beta, they were like, well, people are sleeping on Sova, and eventually he's going to be great. And then people said the same about Viper, and now Viper is starting to show some play, and we still have yet to see if that's actually going to be great. We'll see now, maybe. And I'm also kind of worried because we have 2 huge Viper fanboys in the casting booth. They're even more fans of Viper than G2. So I'm like worried that this is just going to be like a toxic haven now, even when we're on Bind.
Oh yeah, throw me in there. I'm a huge fan of Viper. I think she works. I think she works on Bind. I think she works very well on Icebox. I'm really hoping we get. Can you imagine 2 Viper games in 1 series? I would be absolutely delighted with that. I think it's very, very interesting that they've pulled this out because this is a very different lineup to what they did in the qualifiers because they played Bind quite recently. So they've only had a very, very short amount of time to get used to Viper.
I'm really glad you just said that because I was talking about Waylander stepping in as the coach for this team, and one of the big questions for me personally coming into this is Augurless then saying, you know, we were established as a 5, we're sticking together. This, to me, demonstrates the fact that they have done some homework. It's difficult to kind of go into a game and say, we're going to play Viper, and it's going to work, and we're confident it's going to work. So this, for me, actually kind of ticks off one of the boxes that we were talking about in the pre-game that was a major concern for Augurless.
It's like a statement, you know?
Yes,
it's like a statement.
exactly.
And something I'm really interested to see now with this statement is the fact that, like, just on the previous map on Split, when we came to 11-11, there was just brute forcing. And then it literally was. And then suddenly the gameplay slowed down. And suddenly they pushed when they had 30 seconds left on the clock, and they didn't do that for almost a single round before that. So is this why maybe we're going to see will we see some slower gameplay now? Because that's literally what lost them the previous map. Because on 11-11,
really
it was
interesting
still
point.
just like rush B all the time.
Yeah.
So is this going to change now? Will they slow down? Will they be like more strategic plays with Viper? I mean, I'm excited.
You're getting me way too excited for this. From 1 Viper fangirl to 2 huge Viper fanboys, Mitch and Lothar, I bet you cannot wait to cast this next game.
You know what? I'll say one thing. I'll say one thing. Viper pick on attack side. I love it. Let's go. The confidence from Boo in this agent being the best in the pool. I'm 100% behind it, and I know you are too, Lothar.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Viper being played on Split and on Bind, and now also on Icebox. I think she's very good. Not as good as on Split, by the way. But on Bind, you have so many really cool angles. On defense, you can put a one-way on B Garden. You can put a one-way on A on Showers. You can put a one-way on A short as well. right, you have an opportunity to use the wall to defend both A and B at the same time. You can cut off basically everything. There's so many setups. And then in attack, you can do a full setup that actually uses the snake bites to cut off many angles because it's only 100 credits each. And by the way, Viper is, alongside Omen, the cheapest character in the game. Only 4,300 for a full buy. When an example Reyna is 4,600.
You know what I'll say? At an entry level, I feel like Viper is much easier to use when you're on the defensive side. It's more intuitive. So there is a little bit more of a challenge to how you place down your wall. And we saw it placed very early round here for Orgless, but I'm behind it. Boo, let's see what you've got to show us as we come in to bind round number 1. Pistol underway and G2 on the defensive side, as we said. You can see now the wall cutting off the angle in towards Lamb's hoodie, struggling to open it, but he does manage to deliver onto Patatek. That wall blocking out a lot of vision as Pith takes the TP. Not sure if intentional or not. He got a kill, and I think
it was intentional because he was so low on HP, he had to just rescue himself.
And in a bad position as well, right? That's the most important thing.
Oh, what a click!
That's ridiculous. I mean, we talk about the value you can bring with the right clicks, and it looks like David P is looking to exaggerate that a little bit more, underline it, I should say. There's a stun. He's looking for one more kill. Knows there's a player towards mid, swinging through. This guy is so low. Both of them are, in fact, but David P has to bait them into an engagement. Destroys the cam straight away, closing in the distance. There's the first. Now goes for the tap yet again. He's going to fake it out. Take your weapon out, David P. The bait is there. The swing, David P.
God,
so
David.
well handled. Expertly from start to finish, and he barely took a lick of damage.
That was so well executed. David P, my head is off. Like, really so well played. He isolated with the utility so many players. It was actually fantastic. And the clutch is being brought to you by Red Bull.
It absolutely is. I like that amp up in energy. It's almost like you took a Red Bull right there, Lothar.
Well, I actually do have one next to me. But seriously, David played it so well. When he used this fault line to just cut off a player from A short, he was certain he's going to put a lot of distance between him and the player from there, right? So that allowed him to actually get some time, get a 1v1 duel on Cypher in showers, and then that allowed him to just cut off basically for another 1v1, and he did that so beautifully.
David P is such a capable individual. I've loved watching him ever since he transitioned over to Valorant and in this G2 roster. I mean, there was a point where he wasn't signed, but we were calling for it, and finally he got that contract. There's the nade from Mixwell, who again, I think something that we need to underline even further is the fact that he's playing this Raze, blast packing his way to success, taking down Pips and stat farming. And that's what I like to see. G2 with their 1-0 lead. As we said, it's pistols you're up against in a round like this, and they're doing virtually nothing. You don't expect anything of them, really. What I'm curious is, in rounds like this, obviously, we've still seen Boo put that wall towards the same position. I'm always curious, watching Viper mains, whether they actually maintain the same wall every single round.
Yeah, that's that's a point I wanted to touch, actually. Because right now, the wall is in the same position in twice, right?
Yes.
If you do, because there's one option, you just use it the same way in 12 rounds.
Yep.
Because then, and you do it instantly.
Yep.
So your opponent's team is kind of getting used to the fact that there's a wall there, but they never know if it's a fake or not. And you use it every single time when you try to do either fake or just breach the site, which is very cool. And it's something that I see some people do on split on attack, especially when it comes to like cutting off ramp and Haven on A. And we're gonna see, look at it, the wall is exactly in the same spot again, which does get a lot of informations for, it cuts off a lot of informations for G2, because when it's up, then no one from Labs sees what's happening on A short, and that triggers, in example here, Artis to take actually a wider peek and get more informations.
So with the position now that we see Orgless in, I'm quite surprised that the wall hasn't actually gone up just yet. They're leaving it out. The weapon switch timing, that has done Mixwell dirty. He is taken down. Long control goes over towards Orgless, and in fact, they're not looking to slow down. They're pushing right through to the site, where they've now got a plant coming in. For G2, a retake with a low HP pit is not going to be ideal. They have to try and find some access, and they're even going to be delayed further by the fact that Patatek was pushing up showers, so he has got a long walk back to rejoin his teammates.
I think this might not be even just a retake. Probably just David wants to save the Vandal for the next round. It's, you know, it's kind of like a bonus round for G2. So they want to save some weapons here and just play a full buy next round.
So the fact then that Pith went out for that kill, would you view that as almost a mistake? He was low HP, he was peeking elbow when they don't intend to go for it?
Well, I think any exit kill here on this round is actually beneficial for G2. This is why you see David P being in a very safe spot, while Patatek and Ardis are just trying to get any damage done, because anything that they kill right now is worth a full weapon for Auglis, basically. That hurts the economy badly, so even getting 1 or 2 kills actually does change a lot. So here, when you see Mixwell changing weapon, you might ask, oh wait, why did he do that? He has a Spectre, right? But he's low on HP.
Yeah.
Typically, when you compare the damage, Spectre is actually the exact same damage Classic has. So it has to be double headshot to frag someone, while, you know, in this case, Sheriff just one-taps someone. So he wanted to go for a certain one-shot instead of going for a spray, which gives someone else an ability to just fire back and get him with 1-2 bullets.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It was definitely the right call. The question more so is why while he's swinging. And I think he just didn't process that he wanted to switch to it, or that he had that weapon perhaps in time. And by the time he realized, well, he was already swinging, committed to it. I respect it, but the timing did play him out of that round. For Auglis, the attack, they get their first round. Now they come up against a full buy from G2, although it's not, you know, it's not completely full. There are still those 2 Spectres saved over from the previous. But what this means is that there's actually plenty of cash there in the reserve for G2 if they do end up losing this. I don't know about that. Dash across when Hoodie's already out. Well, Patatek, he survived longer than I thought he would have, but that's a man advantage now for Auglis to play with, and it just keeps getting worse as G2 peek in one at a time.
That was a very cool play right here that I have to talk about later, but let's focus on what's happening after the plant. That was a cool lurk by Happy, but unfortunately his cross replacement didn't allow to get a kill on a wide peak from Mixwell. Is this gonna happen? 3 versus 4? They need the one entry kill right now. But they all coming from the same side. Cypher's Piff is trying to peek from heaven, but he is smoked off.
Yep. Has to walk through the orb. Time is so low at this point, you could almost consider saving with the Vandals they've got in play, but they're going to commit to it fully. Rushing out on the side. Cypher!
What the hell just
Delisi!
happened?
He was on his cam! He didn't realize that he was actually in an aftershock! There goes the tap on the bomb. They're wanting to swing. Pipson, he tries to get them off the spike. He does so successfully, and Boo in with the kill just in time. Can't make it through the TP, and so the spike explodes. 2-2 we go. What a crazy round.
That was crazy. And everyone died. The economy's hurt for both teams, but Auglis winning a round means a lot here. But what I really wanted to point out is this wall from Viper on A allows still for Sova Recon Arrow to get a lot of informations and tag someone who is behind the wall, so you can get a frag just by shooting through the wall, right? This was a good example here, because I think Hoodie did start shooting Ardis when Ardis didn't see Hoodie, but because of the Recon Arrow, there was enough information for just Hoodie to get a free frag. And, you know, that's basically, it's going to be very tough for G2 to be in a defensive position on the site just because of the wall, because they cannot get close angles on A short, they cannot do close track positions, they need to be peeking wider than usual, and that's where the Recon Arrow shines.
I think it's actually interesting that we have that pairing, that usage, the synergy, rather, is what I'm going for. Because we've seen it from other teams that they will pair, for example, FPX, they'll pair a Phoenix often with a Viper so that you can flash through that wall and get a little bit of aggression going.
That's one of the synergies I would love to see with the Sky. Because she can use the guiding light to just go through the wall and flash instantly while maintaining, like, you know, the follow-up from the team.
Yeah, we're still not seeing any Sky picked, of course, but G2 aren't usually going to be the team that will try those kind of innovations. They'll stick with what they know. Someone like Auglis could, but they're showing us enough here that I'm happy with it. I like the little shock dart over. Jonas is rubbing his hands going, I taught him that one. No, that was a
not really tough one to learn.
So you aim up, you fire, and it's good. It's a random one in, but unfortunately the RNG doesn't work out in Pipson's favor, but it does work out in his team's favor because they've, well, not RNG, they're just catching a lot of shots. shots and a lot of kills and duels going their way. G2, there should be an exit for David P. Surely gets away with this, but for some reason, Boo, the big brain Viper, still checks the angle. He hasn't gotten away with hasn't gotten the kill onto David P, but his teammates are coming in to take this weapon out of his hands. And a nice attempt with the flash, but Happy was too quick to react, putting 3 on the board now for the Orgless attack side. Now, Lothar, I'm gonna throw you under the bus again a little bit. I'm gonna ask you a tougher question. What score? Now this is for Orgless to be favored, for it to be good for them. What score do you want to see them with on the attack?
Attack? Well, honestly, believe that in pro play, attacking side is easier for the teams than on the defense. So I feel like if they're gonna get 8-4, this might be like this might be pulling a little bit the weight of the scales towards Orgless, but it has to be like a very high score.
Yeah, and you know, G2 attacking side, we talk about them a lot, but the reality is where they shine, where they confuse teams the most is when it comes down to their defense, their random pushes. At the moment, you'll notice we're not really seeing a lot from G2 in terms of those confident early round map control.
And you know what's funny? That was actually a good anti-strat against the Viper, because she cuts off deep sights, but you can just push through that, which is a trademark approach too, but they somehow don't do that.
I do wonder if it's just a matter of time almost. You know, they're getting a feeler for how their opponents are playing. Maybe we'll see it afterwards, because generally it's funny, because for most teams we'll say that on the attack side of most competitive FPS shooters. You're figuring out the defense, feeling it out on what you want to do, but for G2 they almost play their defense like an attack a lot of the time.
True. Happy with 2 lurks. Nice double kill.
At the same time, the fact that we've seen Pith get away with a double, taking Hoodie and Pipson down, that puts them in a much better position to fight into this late round.
Oh my god!
How's he only gotten 1?
Well, the first one went for the teleporter. Then the second one was kind of jumping around, and he had a Vandal instead of Phantom, so that spray was a little bit off. There we have the ult from Viper, first time in this half. Still a kill from Happy. Okay, now the DK is coming in. Mixwell with just 49 HP. That's it.
Well, that'll do it either way, because Boo just smacks him in the head with a Vandal shot, closing out the round. Good use of the Viper ult. Sure, it didn't actually... Well, I would say it didn't get him anything, but it did at the same time, because he zoned Mixwell.
He did zone, but not only that, he did get damage from it, you know? Mixwell was at, if I'm not mistaken, 120 HP, and he got lowered down to 49. So even if he didn't hit a headshot, just a double tap on anything would have leg, you know, hand, whatever was a frag. So I think it was impactful. But in an ideal world, I would say that that was who was that lurking on A? That was Cypher. So in this case, I was Delazy. If you would have gotten a double kill, I don't think they would have used the Viper ult, because they had been advantage in numbers, and would have seen the ult being an attacking tool of getting map control somewhere. Unfortunately, not this time. Good trades, I guess.
Yeah, so for David P, grabbing one on the Boo is good, especially because it's the Viper. That's their controller taken down. It's going to cause a lot of problems when they want to push towards the site, because they no longer have that wall. They no longer have the Poison Orb to work off of as well. And we've seen the Poison Orb, although we haven't pointed it out, it has been used a couple of times to smoke off Heaven on A. That's a lineup that you throw from actually just where they've conveniently marked on the map for us. A little bit above that. Thank you, Orgless. They knew. They're listening in. They know what's happening. Not really. They're not really, before someone tweets that. But for Orgless, they're looking to move in towards the A side. As we said, they don't have the smoke, so they have to win heads-up aim duels. They'd already lost map control. Pith is just dancing around that Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get tagged up, so they've no idea that he's here either. And with 30 seconds, they're under pressure to get that plant through. As you're taking a fight onto Pith, out goes Patatek to take down the second. And this round is pretty much done and dusted. Pipson has to go huge, going through a smoke. He's just being tagged through the wall as well, and doesn't expect Patatek to be in quite such an aggressive position.
In this round, you could have seen Patatek actually pushing almost every single occasion he had. He pushed for showers, he then pushed again for showers to get the last kill of the round. But I really like the way G2 played it out, because this was a aggressive defense, as you said before, right? Something that they are known for.
30 seconds
but
left.
You can also draw conclusions. Where Orgless lose Viper, they lose a lot of power of confusion that is possible on G2, you know, just being made by the wall being up. So it's kind of instrumental for Orgless to keep that Viper alive for the entirety of the round.
Yeah, that's one of the disadvantages of Viper, I guess. Like, you look at how Angel plays controller, entry fragging, you can't really do that with a Viper, because if you go down, your utility all just disappears, whereas with Brimstone, at least it sticks around a little bit.
So, just wanted to point out, here, we have seen, who was that? That was Piff. Patitek was still in showers, just getting a close angle on the smoke, while Piff was running away from showers by making noise, which drawn out the lazy from that smoke. He didn't suspect that Patitek will be close because he heard someone else changing his position, so he thought he's just gonna go into the shower without anyone else being there.
Yeah, for G2 at the moment, you see that they're starting to rotate towards the B site based off of a little bit of a gamble, methinks. The recon that's going to go through off of Artis doesn't catch anybody pushing on forward. But they are about to be heavily pressured. The steps are being heard. The players are spotted. The flash had actually slowed Orgulous down a little bit. But as Boo falls, so too does Pipson. The pressure is there. Hoodie is known to be towards long. There's no way he gets away with more than one. And he doesn't even. He was full blind. Again, if you're not used to those graphics, you do get a little bit of a flash, but that eye in the center of the screen dictates how long they cannot see a damn thing, and it was only halfway ticked around, so there was no way he was getting away with it. 4-4 we go, and Orgulous, they've gotten off to a good start, but now the engine is stalling that little bit. You said 8 rounds for Orgulous. That means they have to win every one from this point forward.
Yep, I would say so. We'll see. For now, I'm just looking at the ultimates. Oh my. G2 is on 3 ultimates right now. With 2 very offensive ones. And they're actually just initiated with that. Artis using his utility, using his Hunter's Fury to just get control in front of Showers, which allowed Patitek to move in closely and try to get some kills. But unfortunately, he only gets 1, which is not really beneficial for the defensive side. And now they're being pushed back. Oh my, Artis is being caught off by Boo straight from A short. And this is why the Viper was so good for them. But now it's actually a double-sided sword for Orgulous.
I cannot process what I've just witnessed. Happy, he's left in a 1 versus 2. He's wondering how he got here, and he runs out of ammo. Didn't spot the reload.
This is a perfect example of why an entire team needs to be aware how Viper affects their ability of map control. Because first, we see a perfect example when Viper actually comes in handy. No one can peek from lamps on A short because of the Viper wall. So Artis is being caught off because Orgulous just got map control of the entire site without anyone from lamps knowing it. But then Orgulous kind of stops thinking about lamps because they think no one will just breach that Viper wall, and then Piff just goes like, well, you know, I'm just gonna walk through it, and then kill 2 in the back.
Smokes aren't walls. That was
so
what Weasel would say.
This is basically a double-sided wall.
Exactly. Get out of my way. You know, the funny thing there for me as well is it's a little feature that I absolutely love. Is that the bodies go through the teleporter if they're close enough. It always just makes me chuckle. Like, you kill him, he just disappears. It's like a finisher, but in the middle of the round. 5-4. G2, they take the lead. 8 rounds no longer possible.
Oh, headshot.
Tag. Hoodie, 1 HP. The swing up close with a Phantom. Oh, it should be easy.
He gets shut down by Hoodie.
That's massive. Must have been the right click because he was instantly down to 0 HP. Rocket to the face. Pith taken out. G2 now in a 3v3. Low HP on Hoodie, but that might not matter. Not if you can't get in here, especially because he still has those knives ready and waiting for a victim. You can see, though, the spike. Look at where they've left it. They're going for spawn control. Hoodie is left in towards the other side of the map. And now these players are separated completely. Showstopper, goodbye Pipson. Nice knowing you can't get the kill in the meantime. Leaving Hoodie with his ultimate. He's already popped it, so he has got that ready to go, but he has to get a spike plant, and with 10 HP, although the plant will be easy and successful, he doesn't really have the time to reposition without being heard.
Just a small thing to know, for everyone to know. There's absolutely no difference in walking speed with the ultimate out or with the knife out. You have the maximum speed with your ultimate out.
You've been hurt before by that, haven't you?
I don't really play Jet, but...
No, I'm playing some matchmaking, you're like, no, it's the same! This could be good, though. Right click, gets the first dash out of the way, but he can't get it done! He went to the RNG of the right click on range, hoping desperately that he would hit the headshot or enough knives to the body, but Artis was full health and he didn't even take a lick of damage. That will be G2 walking away with this round. So close though, man. Hoodie gave his heart and soul for that one.
That was actually well played by Artis. He knew he's playing against a Jet, so he won't go for a wide peak, because he knows he's basically against a shotgun, right?
Yes, essentially.
There's a higher chance he's gonna get hit for 150 if he shows more of his body. When he's just, just shoulder peeking, basically. This allows him to get a better angle at not getting hit many times with the knives.
Which weapon, whatever weapon was in play for Pipson actually became a very important topic, because he had the Sheriff to kill that Mixwell in midair, who was 50 HP.
Did he pick up a weapon from Happy?
I don't think he had stepped over the body yet. I'm not 100%, but either way, equipped, he had the Sheriff, which meant when Mixwell went up high, it was very hard to hit. If he hit him once, that would have been the round done. It would have been a 1v1 for Hoodie. Could have easily won that on the initial angle without having to dash out. So actually, Happy surviving was... or Mixwell surviving, excuse me, was what ultimately won them that round, and the ability to play off each other.
There's a Viper ultimate right now. The pit. Where will it go down?
Usually, right, you'll save this till you get on the site to zone those players back, because it doesn't reach too far, and you have to be safe to activate it, because you're obviously in the animation for a little bit, and the second you die, it disappears. So again, not really worth risking it if you're not sure. So site control is what we'll normally see with it, and Orgless looking to move towards A. The wall is still up.
It was actually up for like 5 seconds, but then it got put down. I think it was just a double fake right now, going for A. I would love to see a Viper pit being just used right now to get an entrance on A site.
Oh, no, it's not going to be used at all, though, because Boo's just been shut down. Mixwell on the operator spotted another, as Happy, after being calmed, is deleted.
Oh my God, that shot.
Oh, Mixwell, he's going for the full 4K nade through. That's going to force the dash, and indeed the damage, as he pursues his opponent. Hoodie is legging it. He is out of here, but he's running right into the waiting and loving arms of Artis. 7-4. You said 8-4. You wanted it for Orgless, but it looks like...
I just said that it's going to feel good to go into
well, of course.
Inside. But you know what's funny? They had the information that Mixwell is on A side with the operator, because Delazy died from it.
Yep.
When he was just lurking on A short. I'm really surprised that we didn't see any kind of, let's say, sides interference being used by Orgless here, right? The Viper pit would have been fantastic, just to breach the site, hide every single player from anyone, right? And then
get you into lamps at least.
As well, and no one can then go next to you, basically. Well, this is the last round where the Viper pit can be used. Let's see if it's going to be popped.
Again, I think sometimes, so what you have to remember, right, if you go out on long, for example, pop it in a safe position, you can actually screw your team over on B long, because then they have to push out of it, and it's like running through a smoke. The enemies can wait on the other side and just kill you as you come. So on B in particular, I think you just have to wait until you get onto the site. So really then it's dictated that Boo should be the last player in, and so probably the player with the Guardian. As Orgless look for this last round, for 5 on the board at halftime, to give them a chance, a fair opportunity, even with the pistol round, or well, hopefully with the pistol round under their belt coming into the next half. They have 50 seconds left to make a decision. Pith playing very close to that TP. He'll get one. Oh no! The whiff of a lifetime from Pith. He gives the opening into the site. Now they can close in the distance to B. They can get that Viper pit put down. Welcome to my world, baby, because Boo has just seized control of the site for an easy spike plant. David P looking to get something done. He caught Hoodie with a nasty little shot through the wall, but he's got so much more to do. This is actually somewhere the Rolling Thunder can be massive. He's going to use the stun to start things off and allow a peek, actually a nade to go down, but it doesn't catch any damage. An Odin in play. A Rolling Thunder comes on through as they swing into the site. Mixwell goes up on top. He doesn't see anybody. Oh, he actually does catch Happy, but now it's time to go inside of all of this decaying material. They've managed to shut her down. Mixwell stepped in the snake bite. He didn't see it. The time is low. Dave has to tap it, bait out that final peek, goes for the stick.
He's super far away.
But oh, the wallbang can come through. They're both low HP. There we go for David P. Is there enough time? It's going to be close, but I think he's got it. And yes, he does. 8 for G2.
Below 1 second for the defuse. It was so close.
0.81, indeed, below 1 second in G2. They have pulled off a fantastic first half. But you know what, Lothar? We've seen this from them in the past. We saw them take it 10-2 on the previous map and then almost go to an overtime. So it's not over till it's over.
The clutch, the Red Bull clutch, coming in from David P, second time, he gets G2, you know, that important round point. Because pistol round was on him, solely on him. The 3K on pistol round was so important. And this, getting the last round, I think it sets up a very good mood for G2, because starting 8-4 in attack now, that's always like just sets up a good mood, you know, in a team.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the threats they have is playing up against that Viper, not something that you'll play against in officials too much. I do love the use of the Viper wall here, so this actually allows them to cut off both hookah and be long. Now, what this is most powerful for is going to be retakes, but they've actually got full hookah control at the moment. That causes some problems because they can push into spawn. I think that's not a great strategy, often combined with this Viper wall, or at least it doesn't capitalize on the utility as much as you would hope. Low HP here on Hoodie. He's still peeking up on top. He had a nice head peek angle. Oh no! The boom bot just smacked Pith down to half HP. Loses his armor as well. Things are getting a little bit shaky as Orgless, they're trying to get back into this round, but Boo's left to do it all. He turns at the wrong moment. Oh, hold on! The right click classics, baby. They're so damaging. I completely agree that it just feels like it's too much to turn down in a pistol round, to have armor and the ability to do that to your opponents.
Yeah, I really love it. It just allows you to have such a cool mobility options, right? You can jump over something, just get a triple by jumping over a box or something. Here, you can do it while full strafing, because you're guaranteed that one bullet will most likely go where the crosshair is.
Oh
right?
yeah, absolutely.
There's a high chance of that. It's gambling a little bit, but it's very high chance of gambling, especially when your opponent is so close. So you have a good aim, you have good tracking, you're gonna get those kills.
100%, yeah. When they're basically hugging you like that. What is this wall? So this is a different wall.
There's the one way for showers. I really like that one because it's basically just, it's an intimidation factor. Like, you cannot push through that. Your feet are being visible from every single angle. You get tagged by the DK, so you don't have 150 HP, so one headshot from Phantom always gets you. It's really powerful.
So the wall I've normally seen was for hookah or long. This one is actually going to cover mid as well.
Yeah.
Where you'll often see that one way used on top of the mid box.
So what I've seen from Boo here, he gets a one-way setup for A short and then uses the wall to cover B, or gets showers one way here and then gets a wall on A short to help him out as well.
It's really smart. I like that distribution of resources, as it were. Deleezy's opening this one up, but he has taken a lot of damage. He's forced back to play inside of the elbow, but his teammates are starting to creep out onto the site. That flash was so good, and it delivers no kills. In fact, it goes the other way. G2 are being torn apart on this push, and now in a 1v5. Oh me, oh my, Orgless. They love to do it to G2 on those weaker buys.
That was actually a force.
That is actually a Prime Gaming flawless round. They've managed to walk away without losing a single player when they had like a Ghost, they had some Spectres, like it wasn't the best of buys, and they just shut them down.
That's such an important round for Orgless. They're gonna most likely win the next one, unless we're gonna see a repeat of history from the split map when it was Orgless defeating G2 on the full buy versus Eco, and now maybe G2 will repay them. But we'll see.
That would be great. The tables to turn to that extent.
Well, the problem is they have no Jet that has Stormblade.
Well, I will say the Jet didn't get any damage done with the Blade Storm in the last time it happened.
Oh yeah, that's
anyways.
true. That was Boo.
Boo took the opening, and then the Blade Storm was missed, but Hoodie managed to connect, I think, a triple, which was a 4K, actually, which was insane. It was essentially an ace. It was just stupidly good from Hoodie. David Peace managed to plant the spike in this round, though, as G2 get complete control over the A side. Orgless, here's some shock darts coming through. Jonas has got his notepad out. He's going to give us a rating on all of these on 1 to 10.
Those are not the best.
That's not going to be a 10. Hey, Jonas did say any lineups he hasn't seen before. I bet he hasn't planned that one.
I can guarantee you I've seen that in matchmaking.
Well, here we go for Happy up close. Gets challenged and actually taken down by Patatek. The pistols still managing to do some damage. The ultimate keeping them off the spike, but it's already halfway. You've got to get in there, G2, and they just cannot deny it. Although they managed to pick up every kill afterwards. It's heartbreaking. You hate those rounds. It's great, but it's like you got all the kills, you just didn't do it in time.
Yeah, but they hurt Auglis' economy like really heavily. Right now, as you can see, Auglis is on their last credits. All of the players apart from Hoodie had spent it below 1k. That means they're not going to have a full buy if they lose next round, and that would have been a different story if they would actually not lose players in this in the previous round. So very good play by Mixwell and company here, because that allows them to have basically a free round if they win this one. But this is a pivotal round for G2. They need to win this one, and now we see Boo using his Viper Pit defensively, cutting off entirety of A short from movement of G2, because he can just keep those taps on anyone being in that Viper Pit. No one wants to breach that with 1 HP, right?
Interesting. So he's playing outside of it a lot of the time, and then he's spraying down before he re-enters, but he hasn't gotten in time. That was my question. You know, you pop the ult, but then you step out of it. What? And so what he was doing was he was trying to get them a spray if they came close enough so he could step in and be sure there was no one visible to him and then step back out. But he didn't step in time, so now the ultimate's just gone. Boo, I might have to rip this card up, man. You've just wasted your ultimate. I said
that was really weird.
It was unusual for sure, but it's a little bit of a hiccup. And with Viper not being played so often, it's acceptable. Here comes the ultimate though, the Rolling Thunder. Great use of the Snakebite to keep the players back. Boo falls, but that Snakebite is still there, keeping those players at bay. The shot missed by Hoodie, but he has got his ultimate. No dash anymore to really close in the distance, but he can pop that ult if things do get a little bit risky. Pipson, he just had an arrow out. He was lining them up, didn't even know the players could push close. Pit plants down the spike. Now G2 go for the post plants, but here's where things get a little bit risky. David P and Pit are both very low. Not the best of weapons in David P's hands either. Satchel through. Patatek destroyed it though in midair, but he could be traded on so easily. Not even that. He's taken down initially. Delezy doing all the damage. He's winning this round for Sheezy, and Orglis putting 8 on the board, tying it up, making sure that G2 don't win those important rounds.
That was such a clean breach of lamps. You know, one player was covering the one angle, the other one is taking his right side. So basically they had a crossfire set up. So even if they would lose one player, there was a crossfire ready for the trade. So very, very well done by Orglis here. I mean, those are just kind of basics of playing on high level, but still, it's so satisfying to watch this kind of movement.
Yeah, the timing there for Pipson was terrible. He wasn't lining that up for as long as I thought he was. He'd actually just pulled out the arrow, so I think he was not even lining it up, just pulling it back, gonna fire it and then go through for the push, use up his utility before he potentially died and was traded, but instead he just died, which is unfortunate, but these things do happen. As it's 8-8, we said G2 needed the previous round, but they have got a full buy here. As it comes into this one, failing to get it here will give Orglis the lead for what could be the first time in the series, but definitely the first time in the late stage of a map. If you're G2, you don't want to let this one slip. You don't want to, because we've already seen Orglis have got what it takes to take down G2 in a couple of these buy rounds when G2 are really focused. The attack seems to be angling towards the B site. There is always that wall to worry about, and Boo playing towards A will be able to deploy that at any time.
Oh, important first blood by Mixwell on A.
Drags a rotate, but they decide to stay around anyways, actually coming back over for a 3-man B stack. They're going to have to play retake because of the utility used up and the fact that they had started a rotate to A, so no one was on site. They've dropped the spike. Delezy gets out alive. This man is Houdini. I've seen him so many times get into fights where he should die, but he gets away. Shock dart to Pith, but it's only tickling him until the second one comes in. That does the damage. That lights him up. Mixwell, he falls in a trade. Pith on the wall bang after low HP. What a spray by Happy, and then the ultimate popped as well. Good night and sweet dreams, Artis, and good night and sweet dreams to the G2 lead, because Orglis, they've just taken a 9th.
I raised my eyebrows at Happy's flick. That was so cool and so important for the entirety of the round. Like, that allowed basically to get a kill on the pocket, which then popped the ult and didn't even, like, there was no duel in Hookah. He just got killed by Showstopper. Artis just paid the price but for that lucky spray. Oh, I mean not lucky. Sorry, I don't want to say lucky. This is skill. This is muscle memory. You know how much you need to move your mouse to get exactly that angle, and then good control. It was very cool to behold.
If he hit the first shot, it would have been lucky. But he flicked, started the spray, missed, and then 3 or 4 bullets in, spray transfer, or corrected the spray, I should say, onto his head perfectly. And all within a millisecond. I barely registered he was being shot at and he'd killed him. That's unbelievable. I think Happy's showing, he's flexing his chops a little bit, that he's not just an ex-CS player. He still got it in the tank. What I'll mention as well, and I think it's something that we don't always do credit, especially with scoreboards, to Raze players. Because Happy at the moment, he's got 12 kills. He's doing well. But it's not all about frags as Raze. As long as you're able to tickle those players up, and the same can be said for the likes of Pipson. I think Pipson's a better example in this specific moment, and Solkus earlier on perhaps as well. He's got 5 kills, so it's easy to look at that and go, haha, Pipson bad. But 7 assists, and we don't know the extent to which he's done damage and players haven't died, that those duels have still been won. It is something that if you're using your shock darts, your paint shells, obviously on 2 different agents, I don't think that there's like a super agent in the game, and dealing damage, and your teammates are able to follow up on them, that's always going to be a positive. Now, it's even better if you win your aim duels too, but kind of everything.
Oh, Maxwell pushed through the snakebite. This is one of those important things that a lot of people kind of forget about. Snakebite gives you a debuff, which then increases the damage that you get twice. I mean, sorry, doubles it, right? So 1 shot from a Phantom in your body deals 78 damage. 2 taps to your body just straight out kill you, which is something that when you play against Viper you need to remember, because you cannot basically push through the snakebite. It doesn't really deal that much damage, but you get it followed up. Oh my, what a good Happy lurk.
Yeah, he's just pushed straight through B. He's like, hey, G2, I heard you like aggressive defensive sides. Let me give you a taste of your own medicine. And that he certainly is doing. As Happy moves back over towards the spawn, G2 have already, I think it was Mixwell, right, that popped his showstopper there to scare them back, and it was. Eventually it gets fired out. Jeez, he held on to that till the last second, but didn't spot any players, so just uses it as a scare tactic. That pushes Orgulus back into spawn, allows the plant to go down. Mixwell, they know he's come up close, but he's got a double! Nasty stuff with a stinger, and this round will sting if they lose it. Oh, pushed out of position. Happy's 1 HP, and that is going to be a Playzilla thrifty for you. 9-9. G2 get right back into the game.
I'm honestly baffled. How the hell did that happen? Mixwell got a... Happy got a insanely valuable kill here on market while catching them rotating, so he gave the info as well because he heard people going A short as well. And then this double kill from Mixwell on a stinger which has 20 bullets. It's so hard to pull this off because it's not a stable weapon, you know? It's a spray and pray, literally, right? And it doesn't really deal that much damage, even less than a Spectre. So getting a double kill from Mixwell there was just insanely important.
Absolutely. Look, if he doesn't get that double kill, they probably don't win that round. But for Orgulus, demotivating, heartbreaking. They can throw out synonyms all day long, but Pipson and Delezy, well, they're looking to do something about it instead of feeling sorry for themselves. But G2 answering right back and taking control of the site. The spike plant goes down, and now it's time to get back on the retake. What?
How did he... Wait,
he wallbanged?
Did he?
It said he wallbanged. I don't know how he did, but he did.
I think he was at the entrance of CT.
Oh, come on. Boo's just wrecked. So David P pops the Rolling Thunder, and that was a smart time to do it. Okay, he's got wrecked, so he looks a bit silly, but he popped it thinking, okay, well, they've gotten the kill, they're going to be pushing forward, and now. And as he pops it, the one dashes back, the other 2 are already far enough so that when they swing, thinking, oh, we're about to have 3 players stunned, win the round easy,
what
they're
a back
actually
and
being
forth.
watched. Yeah.
Back and forth for it's such an odd game, but I would love to see a replay of that kill. Like, how did that hit? That knife went... I think he was just close to the wall, like in the entrance of CT on B.
So
I'm not certain.
I did not know you could wallbang with the knives, with the ultimate of Blade Storm. So it'd be interesting to see how that looked from Hoodie's perspective. Maybe we can find out a little bit later on. But either way, he got the frag, he got the kill, and 10-9 is where we go. Advantage for Orgless, looking to take us all the way to 3 maps. And if you're G2, I'd say you start to sweat. You start to get worried. They're being pushed to the full extent, and I think it just speaks to the talent and the depth of these teams within Europe. Pipson, oh, he's gone. Taken out by Artis, but the trade is there immediately. Boo! Coming in with 2. Those players were weak after running through a snake bite. No support, because, of course, no one else wants to go through that bite and take the venom of the snake as G2 have the man advantage. They had the man disadvantage for a second, but Hoodie's been taken down. There's the recon that's actually going to stop Boo from peeking forward without giving away his position. David P pre-fires it, connects the shot. Now G2 have the advantage. They pull this round back, but they need to do a little bit more. David P anchored on the site. He has the teammate covering his crossover, takes down Happy. Here's the swing from mid from Mixwell, and we go back to an even scoreline. I mean, back and forth is how you described the previous round, Lothar. I think the same can be said here, and indeed, for this entire map. It has been nuts. Nobody can get a lead of more than 2 rounds since we got these teams so close in this half.
I just kind of feel bad for Boo. You know, he got the double kill in Lamps, and I think he just felt overconfident and peeked at the next player when he did have time to just wait for his team to rotate and get back up, get some, you know, possibilities of trading while he would engage the next player. So that felt a little bit just off.
Yeah. At the same time, David P hit a sick pre-fire on him, and he had just peeked out to destroy the recon dart. I think just trying to seize the information back. Sure, he didn't need to be there at that time, but I guess he didn't expect David P to just go Ferrari peek in that corner to try and find the frag. But if you're expecting G2 to play scared at any stage of the round, you're playing against the wrong team.
What's the setup right now? 4 people from Orgless on A. Just Cypher on B. Interesting setup. Now let's see what G2 is trying to do. They all rotate towards long B. They don't want to give info because if I'm not mistaken, they have seen the camera being previously used on site, which gives informations of what's happening in hookah and new window. So now they're going for Garden, which has the camera actually.
Cage triggered.
Well, they'll easy. Oh, he spotted so many of them. That's easy damage at least, but no kills. Oh, Patatek sprays back through and shuts them down, but the teammates are there. Happy's already in position to help them out. They've spotted 2 inside the tunnel. The swing out gets Happy 1, but he falls right afterwards. Artis on a further trade to give a man advantage to G2. They'll pick up the spike. They'll go for the plant, and now there's only Boo left to do it all. A 1v3, but no 1v2. As David P takes him out straight away and puts 11 in the hands of G2. Now, you know what? G2 tweeted out in between this map and the previous. Wasn't even close.
13-11, easy map.
I can already see the tweet being typed in, the graphics being generated. 2-0 didn't break a sweat. Don't lie to us, okay? Don't lie to us.
You know what was really cool about the previous round is the round wasn't really complicated when it comes to like execution, like it wasn't really about timing on some playbook plays, right? But it was about improvisation and keeping, like playing off each other like signals. Patatek holding an angle that was being used by DeLazy and just shooting through the cage was so important to keep Mixwell alive, especially after 3 people from G2 were being spotted by the ultimate from Sova and by the Cypher trap.
So 1 player hold to B, but it's going to be the Viper's Pit that's popped to make use of the Stinger if they drop out of hookah. The push in on the A site as Mixwell cuts away with that frag. Somehow, that's a 3K. I don't believe my eyes. I'm pulling G2 back into a round. This is very important kills that we're seeing because, in fact, it's a 2v3. Pith is 1 HP. Pipson's in with another, and Pith is still alive. This is so winnable. Pith down on 5 health as a 1v2 to win. Both of his opponents are low. He's got the timing. Boo has no idea that he's being flanked on at this moment. This could be Pith walking away with a double kill. And he gets it. The clutch from Pith to put G2 all the way up to map and series point, or very close to it, as it's 11-10. Ridiculous.
That was a Red Bull clutch if I ever seen one.
That it was. That it was.
But, hey, that was so...
clutch.
that was so well played by Piff, because he just basically didn't give a single cue to his opponents where he might be.
It is 12-10. I believe the UI. That was my mistake. It is map and series point.
I've seen your face thinking about it.
Wait.
You're probably right. It should have been 10-12. It should be match point right now for G2.
Well, hopefully we'll get on that. For Orgulus at the moment, over on the defensive side, they're starting to sweat. They're starting to get worried. Because with that operator in the hands of Hoodie, he's has to go down to light armor. There we go, 12-10. Okay. Production are playing games with me. They're like, oh, that's unfortunate. So we've actually had the commitment of the showstopper in towards the Leezy, but he was already taken down. Look, you'll take the kill, though, and start to move in towards the site. G2 taking another frag. UI having a little bit of a panic attack, but I can tell you right now, G2 are just 2 kills away from closing this out. They're in a 4v2. Pipson is trying to get the angle. His elbow spotted, but he manages to dodge the bullets. Artis is quick to swing and take the frag, and although the trade is there, this is it. Boo in a 1v3 that he cannot win, and G2 take this one 13-10 for a 2-0, and I'm sure their social media team's going to call that easy, but you gotta give Orgulus the respect. They made them fight for it, but in the end, the Giants of Europe are victorious, and they go through to the semifinals.
To be honest, I'm really impressed. I thought Orgulus were not gonna put up the fight, put up a fight with G2, but here, both maps being very close, and I think that split was just really barely won by G2. So even though someone might just see the result being 2-0 by G2, not really a surprise, whatever, right? But if you just go and look at the little bits of the game, it could have gone either way.
Absolutely. It could have. Around here or there. In fact, I would say towards the end of that game, it was Orgulus's game to lose. And the last 2 rounds, they definitely did over on Split. And in this map here, they made them fight for it. I'm impressed by what we've seen from what is a very new team, a mix coming from Prodigy. They were just thrown together to compete in this event. They've managed to deliver a lot. We would expect Happy to be the IGL. I've heard Pipson is. There's a little bit of shared comms there when it comes down to leading. There's a lot being made up on the fly. They haven't had too much time to prepare, and yet they're almost able to overthrow the kings of Europe. That's impressive. So even though we have to say goodbye to them, I have to say I'm a little bit upset, and that's 2 great quarterfinals we've had already. Pressure for the teams tomorrow to live up to today's hype.
That is true. I'm really happy we actually had this duel already here in the quarterfinals, because, you have said Orgulus seems like a food for G2, but that food actually did bite back.
It did, absolutely. It was like eating a puffer fish. You don't know what you're going to get from it. One little mistake, and it could be deadly, and it certainly almost was. But as we said, that is going to be Orgulus disappearing from our screens and from First Strike as the second team to be eliminated. G2 are going to be moving forward to the semifinals. I have to say, I'm impressed by what we've seen here today. Europe is bringing the skills, the level. I can't wait to see if NA can keep up. But we also want to let you know about some of the players that you guys can vote for. We've got a HyperX player of the series that you can vote for over on Twitter. So make sure to jump on over there and check it out on Valorant Esports EU and vote for whoever you think was the player of the series. I don't know about you, Lothar, but I know who I'm going for.
Well, but you just went for that because of the Viper.
Obviously.
Yeah, I'm going for David P. Him winning those pistol rounds, winning those clutches was just so important for G2, and I think the second player that would have picked would probably been Piff. So many lurks that allowed G2 to get map control, so many clutches, I guess, as well, like the one in the 22nd round, if I'm not mistaken, right now on Bind, was the one when he just got out of lamps and got the 2 backstabs on that post plant. I was really impressive. So I think David P and Piff from me.
You're going for 2. That's cheating, but you know what? We'll allow it. You can have mine. I love Boo because he pulled out the Viper, and I love any player that likes to take that little bit of a risk and bring in the new agent, or well, not the new agent, but the agent that's being trialed by some of these teams. That has been an excellent series, though. 2 great ones for us today, and we've got some great people over on the AD, the analyst desk, who are ready to break down what happened in this game and give you the post-show that you deserve. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Mitch. I know you love Boo and you love Viper. And I just want to say that we, especially Jonas, also loves you.
Yeah, sure. Of course I do, Mitch. Of course I do. I wanted to start by saying something that is kind of interesting, and maybe we'll see more of this in the future, but the fact that Viper seems to now be what Sova used to be. Sova used to be this kind of flavor pick that some teams were playing around because, you know, he has a set way that his team needs to play around the information. And that's kind of the same thing with Viper, where your entire team needs to have an idea of why we pick this agent. And it's so cool to see that now suddenly both teams are using Viper on Bind, almost like it's just another regular day at work. So it's really interesting, and I'm super excited to see if this is a continuing trend or if this is just something we saw now. Because if this continues, then we're going to have so many like set plays with set lineups, because Viper is even more lineup heavy than Sova, and that's also why it takes such a long time for a team to implement Viper in their playstyle if you're going to use him optimally.
I refuse to believe that you're not a Viper fan now, because you just compared Viper to your bread and butter, your baby, your whole brand, Jonas.
You got to set up a different Discord now. You got
yeah,
a new subreddit.
Oh no, we have Viper lineups in my Discord. Don't worry.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
You've just compared Viper to Sova, and I'm delighted that you've actually warmed up to her, because I have a sneaky feeling we're going to be seeing her a lot, especially if we see Icebox. Unfortunately, there is no Icebox today, but I do want to give a massive congratulations, to Heretics and G2 for making it through. It was not easy by any means. I think a lot of people on paper, especially in the second series, thought, maybe it was going to be...
There was about 22 extra rounds I wasn't anticipating on seeing throughout those two maps.
Yeah, exactly. And before I sort of dive into what G2 did well, let's give some credit to Auglis, What is it about them that you thought did so well?
I mean, they really, really impressed me. There's loads to talk about on Bun. There's loads to unpack from that. Initially, Boo. First off, coming out on the Viper, but also just being so insane. Making plays that weren't even really truly based around his utility and some cheeky kind of spots that he was lining up with the wall and whatnot. But the guy just played lights out on that map. So it's heartbreaking to see the effort that they put in, and also to see a Viper pick come out and not be successful. But that's definitely not the reason they lost, because Boo was putting in absolute work for them. A couple of things I wanted to cover off. There was 4 back-to-back retakes from Auglis, and they just look so good doing it. And one of the things we talked about is G2, if you give them that early space, you give them the opportunity to find a first blood, yada, yada, yada. Those are all the kind of their win conditions, and they set the pace, they set the tone. Auglis did that. They gave up first blood 3 times out of those 4 retakes. They were happily take a step back. It was so fantastic to see them systematically cleaning through sites and retaking it. It looked easy. It actually took 5 rounds for G2 to even counter that with any aggression in a post-plant situation.
Yeah, and it's also very interesting, since we just came from a split that was just like dragons roaring at each other, full chaos, like push this, push that, shoot this, and then suddenly we have both these like refined players who like send the Viper wall, wait for the information, push, don't push. So I think it's really interesting, and of course you can say that from like past experiences that maybe this playstyle didn't suit G2, but it also seems like this is something that they've been forced to do because now other teams are starting to catch up, and you can no longer just be a duelist to win.
Yes, well, it's a really important point you make, and we talked about Happy and Pipson just obviously when we were leading up to this game. I think it's very important to note that that's probably one of the best responses we've seen to G2's playstyle with any team. I'll be honest, there's been close series with G2, and obviously they've shown that they do bleed, but that for me, I guess, bigger picture, that's one of the best responses that I've seen a team put up against G2.
I also just want to add that this is an unsigned team, you guys.
Yeah.
This team has no org.
Not for long.
Well, for now, if anyone was watching that game, I think that in itself, even though they didn't win this, they weren't expected to win this, but I think they put a good case out there for themselves that they don't deserve to remain unsigned for long. Before they were orgless, they kind of had these rosters coming in and out. They didn't really have a set 5 for a long time. And I think the fact that they made a statement of wanting to stick together as a 5 and wanting to have some kind of future together, I think that's great. I have no doubt that by 2021, perhaps, these guys won't be orgless, or at least with that title we are seeing today.
Great statement from Auglis. this actually means a bit more to me. It's a huge statement to the rest of the teams now, still in this bracket. G2 have been tested in round 1 by a team that I can almost guarantee a lot of other teams may be overlooked. You can look at a similar situation with Heretics. A lot of people didn't really know what to expect. They put on a show earlier. This now sends a message to the rest of the teams. Actually, G2's not unbreakable.
True. And, you know, it's really early to say, but I'm kind of just imagining this FPX versus G2 final. Just a raw freaking matches and 16-16 overtimes.
We are getting very ahead of ourselves because G2 have to play Heretics. And before we get on to that, I just want to say that Lothar is going to be very happy because we do have our result for HyperX Player of the Series, and that went to, deservingly in my opinion, David P.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic to see. One of the most amazing things, early days with Valorant in EU, was seeing David P on the stage. So the fact we saw him kind of put in work again on Split. But the highlight for me was him playing Breach on Bind. And he's playing a very similar role, you know, these slow lurks and these slow progressive pushes through the map on defense. Obviously, you know, the trademark really for him. Walking down B-long, finding himself in market 15, 20 seconds later, he's there to clutch out the round. And I think that the good thing I mean, the thing to watch out for David P is when he's on Breach, he actually has utility that kind of plays into the complete opposite hands of Sage. Sage is very self-sufficient. She can kind of go one and done spot, throw down the slow orb. She's got that safety net to get away with the wall as well if possible. Breach actually enables him to be even more aggressive. With this positioning, we see David P find himself in time and time again.
Well, Jonas, what did you make of that? Did you think that went to the right person?
I mean, yeah. I mean, so the thing is about David P. He makes his mark in the scene. Like he I guess you can almost say this for any player on G2 that they're very confident. When you interview them, you know it's gonna be sparks flying, and they're gonna be like, "We are here to show that we are the best," and so on. And it creates like a great villain story, and it's awesome to see, but it also creates this massive downfall if they ever get an upset. And it's going to be challenging for them if they, you know, like we talked about earlier, if they ever come in a situation where they're being put on their back feet. We've seen some of it, but not like completely. Like, how will they deal with an actual loss?
Well, you never know. That might happen in the semi-finals. I think we should just really quickly talk about it because it's interesting that we have both semi-finalists today and they will actually be playing against each other on Saturday. Heretics will be taking on G2. And do you think Heretics are that team that potentially can take down G2 and they're going to be dethroning the bad boys? They're going to be the heroes in this villain story?
I think one thing that really stood out to me was when Heretics were just like, oh, so Split is Liquid's best map? All right, we're just going to pick Split. That's okay. It's like, it's a sign, isn't it? It's like you're kind of proving that, okay, these guys want to play, we can play. So I want to see that same confidence when they go into G2, because that's the only way you're going to beat them.
And that's a big buzzword for me, confidence. Heretics coming out, and again, it was a fantastic series earlier on. Again, heartbreak for Liquid, but that for me is probably the biggest win that Heretics could have in this entire thing. Now, anything's a bonus, to be honest. If you draw Liquid in round 1, you got to be coming up thinking, okay, we're up against the wall here, really. So, I mean, to then go from Liquid to G2...
no one can say they've had an easy road, regardless.
Exactly, yeah. This is, for me, definitely the tougher side of the bracket. I'm hoping Heretics can kind of carry on that momentum because towards the end of the series, they did look really good.
Well, I do hope Liquid fans also get behind these guys as well. I know it's never nice to see your team get beat, but it was such a great series, and Heretics really showed why. They were the better team.
And the Liquid guys are such good guys. You know, like if you do the G2 versus Liquid headline, you have, you know, the bad boy with the leather jackets, and then you have the good guy on the other side with the station wagon, the guy you married with a like, you know, a dog. And
the old and faithful.
Yeah, the faithful guy that everybody just loves. So, you know, they play with their hearts out, and they're such nice guys. So I can't wait to see if they can bounce back from this and do greater in the future.
Honestly, your analogies are great. I cannot wait to see what you have in store for the teams tomorrow. But for now, as you were saying, Team Liquid, the nice guys, the guy that you want to marry, the team that has a Scream. And speaking of Scream, I just wanted to show you guys that this was our prime gaming play of the day, and it comes from Scream. And I am personally extremely sad that we don't get to see Scream for the rest of the week. I think that is possibly one of the biggest losses we could have on day one, especially for a guy that dropped 90 frags.
I was just about to say, he's potentially put up more kills in one series than some players will put on throughout the entire event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and this play is just phenomenal. So the one thing that stands out to me about this play, first of all, like the two first, they're kind of lining up the two first because the Sova is droning, so he's technically not a too hard pick. But the fact that he manages to just spray transfer to the third one, that's the one that stands out to me. And then, of course, you have the like kind of trademark jet dash after, just in case there's another one there to refrag you. So it's just really well played, and it's so cool to see how he's transitioned to this kind of jet player that we don't really see in many other teams, because he's just staying away from the operator.
Yeah, I mean, great timing, great positioning, but also doing that late on in that map, and we know how that map went. It was a brawl. And again, mental exhaustion is the thing at that point. So to still be making plays like that, I mean, I'm hopefully going to see a full screen montage tomorrow and some kind of highlights package. I'm sure they'll put something on for us, but that was impressive to see. It's a shame we're not going to see that throughout.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't on the poll, I think, for HyperX Player of the Series, but personally, I would actually put him as maybe my player of the day, just because, you know, you cannot ignore the performance he put on. And speaking of HyperX Player of the Series, that went to David P in the G2 game versus Auglis, and we just happened to have him here for an interview. David, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on making the semi-finals. I just really quickly wanted to start on your first game on Split. I think all of us on the analyst desk were definitely surprised with the team comp. So talk me through why you guys decided to switch things up on that map specifically.
Hello, thank you, first of all. We decided to change our comp on Split because we felt it was better for us. We need Sage on this map, we feel like, because it gives a lot of control. We can control every area, and with bridge flashes, I think it's the best comp to play the map, to be honest. So we just play it. Sadly, our city side was bad today, and Ogles played really great on their T side. But it will not happen to us.
Well, I think a lot of people are very happy to see you back on the iconic Sage. I know you love that agent, and you sort of had to come off of her for a little bit because of the way she was nerfed. How pleased are you now you get to play her again and win on her nevertheless?
I love to play Sage. I just hope they put it back like before. I hope they will upgrade the spell like the wall or the heal, because she's really weak at the moment, and I think they should upgrade it, to be honest. And yeah, I love to play Sage. It's my favorite agent, and I love to play her.
I love that. I think there should be more love for Sage as well. You know, a lot of people come into this, and also I guess Mixwell said past in the interviews that you guys do own that spontaneous, puggy-styled play. But today I feel like we saw a lot more structure. Do you think that you guys have evolved from that? And are you playing with more organized strats as well going forward in this tournament?
Yeah, to be honest, we've been tracking a lot, and we have been working on some strategies, some things that we didn't do before, because we feel like we need to get better on some things that will help us when we don't have how to say, like when we don't have I don't know how to explain. When we don't find a solution, and when we need a tactic, we have some now, and we have been working a lot those last days. And I'm proud of the team because we showed that we have been working a lot, and we will prove to the people that talk a lot that we are still the best team in the world.
I mean, after today's performance, I think you are definitely still the best team in EU. I don't think you're going to lose that until someone actually manages to beat you. And speaking of, you know, you do have Team Heretics in the semi-finals. They looked very scary today, and you know, they are doing very well as well in the scene. The results they've been putting up, the performances they've been putting out. Are you scared of them right now? And do you think they could potentially put you to the test?
Not at all, not scared at all, but I think that they're a great team, to be honest. They're great individual players, and I think that it will be a good fight, but we're just gonna put them to bed and win 2-0 fast.
Oh, well, everyone, you heard it here. David P has made his prediction, a quick 2-0 for the semi-finals, but we will have to see then. Thank you so much, David, for joining me, and we will see you on Saturday.
Thank you, see you.
Right, guys. A little bit to unpack there. I just wanted to quickly discuss that before we close the show off, because David, confident as always, quick 2-0 against Team Heretics.
Wow, I'm so surprised. Wow.
Is that something that you think is going to happen?
It's definitely. I mean, it's never off the cards really with G2. It's definitely the one thing I want to tap into. What he was talking about in the interview there is. I started touching on kind of sustainability for G2, and you have to be ever evolving in games like this. If you keep repeating the same thing, yeah, sure, it's going to work but how long does that luck run? I think now coming to First Strike, up until now, there's been few teams that have been able to really test G2, either playing their game or counter-strategy them in terms of being very well equipped in terms of executes. The big thing for me is how often G2 they look terrible for the first half of a map, and then it's like a different team in the second half.
Yeah.
I think they are probably going through a bit of a transition period, especially like David said, they are bringing a few more things in. But that is everything, you guys. That is everything today. Jonas, anything left to say? Because I feel like you're quite eager to add a point there.
No, I mean, I guess no. You know what? I'm excited to see what the teams tomorrow will bring to the table, because we have teams that have had a lot of time to prepare. And just like today, we got surprised today, so why will we not be surprised tomorrow as well? And matches will probably be a lot closer than what we think. And I'm hoping to see some insane solo plays. I was going
to say, you haven't told us what your favorite Sova play of the day is.
Well, I haven't really found one yet, so I'm still
He's not impressed yet.
We're going to open the show with that tomorrow, because I feel like I want to flesh that out with Jonas, because I'm also very interested to see what you're going to think about all of the Sovas we saw today. But there's going to be more Sovas tomorrow, because FPX will be playing Nopenki and Summonessi will be taking on Purple Cobras. And that is everything from us today. There is actually plenty of First Strike action elsewhere around the world, so make sure to tune in to some of the other regions if you want to expand your horizon in Valorant. We'll be back here tomorrow, like I said, opening the show with Summonessi versus Purple Cobras, followed by FPX versus Nopenki. See you guys then.